Okay, good morning and welcome to those online and those who are in the room here. Welcome. Are we ready to start? Right, okay. Welcome to the second hearing of the committee's inquiry into modern slavery risks faced by temporary migrant workers in rural and regional New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Dr. Joe McGurr. I'm chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Now, to the witnesses, welcome and thank you for making time to give evidence today. Now, we would ask each witness to please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation. And we'll start with the witnesses in the room. And we might start with you, Mr. Brown.
Sure. Cameron Brown, Public Affairs Manager with the Australian Fresh Produce Alliance. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Ms. McClelland.
Claire McClelland, CEO of the Australian Fresh Produce Alliance. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And we'll now move to the folk online. Ms. Elliott.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Rachel Elliott. I'm the General Manager for Sustainability, Impact Narrative and Human Rights with Woolworths Group. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. And Ms. McKenzie.
Good morning. My name is Rachel McKenzie. I am the CEO of Berries Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much again to all of you for appearing. There is an opportunity to make a short statement and to each of the organisations. Would witnesses like to do that?
Chair, if I may, I would like to.
Okay, we'll start with you, Ms. McClelland.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair and members of the committee for the opportunity to appear today and to contribute to this inquiry. The Australian Fresh Produce Alliance comprises of 11 of Australia's leading fruit and vegetable suppliers and producers. Together, they represent half of the industry by turnover value, operate approximately 100 sites around Australia, and work with over 1,000 growers through their commercial partnerships. Our members directly employ over 20,000 workers through peak harvest, including around 5,000 workers through the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme, and support thousands more through their grower networks. The horticulture industry is Australia's most labour-intensive agricultural sector. Our industry relies heavily on migrant workers to meet the seasonal and regional demands of growing and harvesting fresh produce. These workers are essential not only to the supply of food for Australian families, but also to the sustainability of many regional economies. We welcome this inquiry and your endeavours to ensure temporary migrants have the appropriate safeguards in New South Wales. Our members strongly condemn the unethical and illegal treatment of any workers in the economy. When the AFPA was established, its members committed to improving the sector's employment practices and reputation, and have strongly advocated over the past several years for policy reform to support an ethical, productive and returning harvest workforce. This includes advocating since 2019 for the establishment of a national labour hire licence regime, and we have written to the relevant New South Wales ministers, past and present, recommending that the state introduce its own scheme while supporting national initiatives. We've also been strong supporters of the PALM scheme since its inception and continue to work with government to improve the program to the benefit of all. The PALM scheme is one of, if not the most heavily regulated migration program in the country, with an extensive deed of agreement and guidelines totalling over 200 pages. These documents outline strict and detailed requirements for employers, including minimum hour and pay guarantees, cultural competency, health and safety, accommodation standards, and grievance requirements. The program goes above and beyond state and federal workplace laws, and this level of regulation ensures that worker wellbeing is not an afterthought, it is central to the scheme. And while there are isolated incidents and legitimate areas for improvement, the data tells an important story. The number of formal complaints to the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations remains low relative to the size of the PALM workforce, and worker satisfaction, measured through independent surveys, remains high. The AFPA and our members are committed to maintaining a fair, safe and sustainable workforce. We do not shy away from scrutiny, but we urge policymakers to take a balanced, evidence-based approach that supports viable, lawful employment pathways for our industry, while holding those who fail to meet their obligations to account. I look forward to answering your questions today. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms McClellan. Ms Elliott, would you like to make a short statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, Deputy Chair and committee members. I would like to begin by acknowledging the Yugambeh people whose country lies within the city of the Gold Coast area from where I am joining you today, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. Woolworths is committed to upholding respect for human rights, not only for our own team, but also for workers in our extended supply chain. We seek to manage worker exploitation and modern slavery risks in our operations and supply chain through our human rights program. It is informed by the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights and the International Labour Organization's Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work. Our approach is governed by Woolworths Group's risk management framework and the board-approved risk appetite statement, which identifies human rights as a level 1 risk, meaning we work towards 0. Our current approach to human rights has been in place since 2018, and we have made solid progress in that time. The first phase focused on the development, rollout and embedding of our responsible sourcing program across our own brand and fresh product categories. As we have matured, we are now working to scale up human rights due diligence across our value chain, while maintaining a focus on higher risk commodities and countries. Whilst we are proud of our program, we are also highly cognizant that there is much more to do. We continue to work hard to identify, mitigate and remediate issues and risks of worker exploitation and modern slavery, and we believe that one way this is evident is in both the depth and transparency of our modern slavery reporting over recent years, including the disclosure of an identified case of modern slavery and our efforts to remediate it in our 2022 and subsequent modern slavery statements. As Australia's largest retailer, we are committed to working with our suppliers, including the many Australian farmers who supply us, to uphold respect for human rights in our value chain. We acknowledge that the agriculture sector is committed to ethical practices and the many great suppliers that we work with on a daily basis. Like most modern retailers and brand manufacturers, Woolworths operates within a deeply interconnected global supply chain and believe that no one is immune from the risks of modern slavery in their supply chain. We recognise that our scale enables us to make a meaningful contribution and that many of these issues are complex, shared challenges that require partnership in order to solve. Our submission outlines our commitment to identifying and addressing worker exploitation and modern slavery risks, and as a part of that, we believe that a nationally consistent labour hire scheme would be a very positive development to address the fragmentation, lack of transparency, and inherent vulnerabilities in the current system. Woolworths Group and the Retail Supply Chain Alliance commissioned the McKell Institute report into labour hire titled Licensing Labour Hire, Promoting a National Labour Hire Licensing Scheme which protects Australian horticultural workers and supports businesses. We support the recommendations of this report, including the need for sustainable funding, universal adoption of the scheme, and a focus on eliminating exploitation and dedicated oversight. Woolworths welcomes the opportunity to participate in this inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Elliott. And Ms Mackenzie, would you like to make an opening statement?
I would, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to this inquiry. Berries Australia is a joint venture between the Australian Blueberry Growers Association, Raspberries and Blackberries Australia and Strawberries Australia. New South Wales is the most significant state for the production of blueberries, and around 75% of Australian blueberry production does come from the Coffs Harbour region in New South Wales. In addition, there is an increasing and significant rubus industry. Berries are a high value and solely hand-picked commodity, so we do actually have a very high need for workers, and we too obviously do not condone any form of mistreatment of workers. As an individual, I've been working in the horticulture industry for almost 20 years. Prior to my role in Berries Australia, I was with Growcom/Queensland Fruit and Vegetable Growers. As part of that role, I was an instigator of the Fair Farms Initiative, which is an industry-owned ethical sourcing program, and have also been heavily involved in efforts to lift standards across the industry. Having observed what has been happening in the industry since 2006, and in particular the outcomes of the 2014 Fair Work Ombudsman Harvest Trail inquiry, it was clear that there were 4 factors which contributed to mistreatment of workers in the Australian horticulture industry. The first of these was the signing off on the 88 days for backpackers. That requirement was removed in 2015. The second was that there was the possibility that workers could be underpaid or paid below the minimum wage legally as part of the piece rate provisions. However, those piece rate provisions were amended and there is now a flaw. So there is no possible way that a worker can legally be underpaid. The other was that there was no capacity to differentiate in the marketplace between those growers who did the right thing and those growers who did the wrong thing, which was very distressing and concerning for the growers who did do the right thing. And in conjunction with the retailers, through the Fair Farms Initiative and another program called SEDEX, there is now that mechanism to make that differentiation. The final missing piece of the puzzle, as my fellow colleagues have mentioned, is labour hire licensing. I, as I said, am based in Queensland and had the benefit of observing the significant and enormous change that the labour hire licensing program made in Queensland. I will confess that when it was first put on the table, we were, as industry, a little bit nervous, and we thought perhaps that it was not necessarily going to change anything, considering that those activities are already regulated by the Fair Work Ombudsman. But I can say that it has become, or has been, a game changer in terms of improving compliance across the industry. And I think that is supported by the fact that in 2023, the Fair Work Ombudsman went back to a number of those locations that had been identified as hotspots in 2014. One of them was the Queensland Sunshine Coast region, which was considered a major hotspot for non-compliance, and the second was the Coffs Harbour region. Now, interestingly, the Sunshine Coast is now considered to be extremely compliant and has got a very good report from the Fair Work Ombudsman, whereas Coffs Harbour, Sunraysia and Mildura are still considered to be compliance hotspots and considered to be problematic. And I can see what is happening in Coffs Harbour is that every dodgy labour hire company with a van and a mobile phone is congregating in that region, and because there is absolutely no oversight, as soon as the Fair Work Ombudsman comes anywhere near Coffs Harbour, they phoenix and disappear into the wilderness. So all I can say is that if modern slavery is your concern, which it clearly is, and there are concerns with how things operate in this industry, then please take up the Queensland model, because that is the model that works demonstrably and clearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And each of the panel members will have an opportunity to ask questions as we go through, and I'll have the opportunity to ask the first question. I do want to make the comment that each of you have talked about the importance of labour hire regulation, and we welcome that. It's an issue that's been raised with the committee in previous hearings, and in fact we've already taken the action of writing to the Attorney-General to urge New South Wales to urgently act on that important area. But thank you very much, and Ms McKenzie, thank you for your excellent description of the impact of introducing those regulations in other parts of Australia. My question is to all of you, and first of all I want to also say thank you for your commitment to ensuring that there are ethical practices in place for temporary migrant workers, particularly under the PALM scheme. I do note that clearly the PALM scheme workers and working holiday makers are critical to the success of your industry, and in fact we recognise that as a committee. I'm from regional New South Wales, and it's absolutely clear that the temporary migrant workforce is critical to the success of industries. However, I will make the observation that your submissions highlight the high degree of compliance required under the PALM scheme. And in fact, I would suggest that some of your submissions suggest that evidence of abuse of workers is more the exception than the rule. We've obviously received evidence of significant instances of exploitation of workers to the extent of modern slavery, and evidence that people are reluctant to speak up. I'm just wondering if you'd like to comment on that, and particularly focusing on accommodation, which the AFPA have raised in their report as being a real challenge, and has been an issue that's come up before the committee about the standard of accommodation. I understand that is regulated, it's inspected. I think from your submission, AFPA, that you think most people comply, but you have pointed out the issues of shortages of accommodation, which would suggest to me that this is a difficult area. So I wonder if, let's start with accommodation and how that's regulated under the PALM scheme. Any comments on compliance with that or abuses of that? Ms McLean, it looked like you would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Chair. And if I come back to your first point around exploitation within the program, obviously we've also seen some of the reporting that's contributed to the inquiry today, and of course any instance where a worker is exploited is a poor outcome for the program. It's a poor outcome for our industry, and it's certainly something that we spend a great deal of time as an organisation attempting to address and working with government to do that. I think it's really important to acknowledge that the stories around exploitation often drown out what is a large amount of satisfaction with the program experienced by PALM workers. The most comprehensive survey of PALM workers undertaken independently by the ANU demonstrates that 98% of workers are satisfied with the program. The majority would return to Australia and undertake work. And that the overall satisfaction rating given by PALM workers is 8.5 out of 10. So that's not to diminish these instances of exploitation and say that we should do nothing, but it's to say that overwhelmingly the PALM workers have themselves told an independent survey that they are overall satisfied with the program. I think with respect to accommodation, as you've said, Chair, from our perspective, it's really important that to not view this issue in isolation. The reality is in New South Wales that the availability of accommodation is extraordinarily low generally. That availability of accommodation in regional areas is lower again, and I think my colleague Cam may be able to give me the exact number, but I believe it to be rental vacancies in regional New South Wales about 1%. I think in New South Wales too, planning approval for new dwellings is again low and declining year on year. So from an industry perspective, we really acknowledge the importance to have suitable accommodation for PALM workers that meet standards, but would acknowledge that for our sector, the investment in new accommodation is incredibly difficult, is unbelievably difficult to access existing dwellings. It is near impossible to invest in new dwellings, and there's a range of policy circumstances that perhaps are outside of the scope of this inquiry that should be considered to support the objectives that we're talking about. So I think what's important from our perspective with respect to accommodation, PALM scheme in particular, is that we make sure that workers are accommodated in safe and appropriate housing that is affordable for the workers, and that there's a real tension that we have to acknowledge that when we continue to impose increasing standards on accommodation, the cost associated for the workers to access that accommodation will also increase. And in a market where availability is low, and then you start to cut out available options from the accommodation market for workers by rising the standards, we continue to escalate the cost. So I think there's a real need for a balance overall in the policy dynamic that talks about how do we give the best outcome for workers in terms of safe and suitable accommodation, but also look at the broader planning environment to support employers in the PALM scheme to invest in new accommodation and access accommodation, particularly in regional areas, to help actually address the fundamental supply-demand, price-quality problem that we have going on within the program.
Thanks, Ms. McClellan. Ms. Mackenzie, you've got your hand up, I think.
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Great. I would just like to support the points put forward by Claire, and just to give a real life example, there's a very large berry farm, I think the largest in Australia, in the Coffs Harbour Council region. Because it is so difficult to actually get planning approvals through that council, they have worked with the Grafton City Council, and they have built their accommodation in the Grafton Shire Council, and they bust those workers down every day because it is impossible to find accommodation in the Coffs region. And I think because it's a tourist hub, vacancy rates I think are actually below 1%. So it is a real and material issue, and that we want to be able to provide the best possible accommodation we can, but we are actually between a rock and a hard place in many circumstances.
Thank you. Ms. Elliott. Yes, Ms. Elliott, sorry. You've got your hand up.
Thank you. Firstly, just to say I support both Claire and Rachel's comments, and from my part, maybe just to, again, similar to Rachel, add a real-life case study from our supply chain. It took place in Queensland, but I think it has applicable learnings for New South Wales. We, along with the RSCA, so the Retail Supply Chain Alliance, hold worker forums where we seek to get real-life supply chain intel from workers directly in our supply chain. At an event we held in Queensland, we had quite systemic feedback from workers around the conditions that they were living in provided by a labour hire provider. It was a labour hire provider registered with Queensland and also an approved employer with DEWA. We did a site inspection, and the housing conditions were indeed appalling and unlivable. The workers had raised this with the labour hire provider to no avail. Interestingly, they had very, very positive feedback about the farmer that they were working with. It was specifically only the labour hire provider who was providing really unlivable conditions. Through the engagement of ourselves plus the RSCA with both the Queensland Labour Hire Licensing Authority and DEWA, that particular labour hire provider was exited from both schemes. So a really positive outcome given the systemic nature of what they were doing. Unfortunately, anecdotally, we have heard that provider has since that time tried to, regulatory shop. So moving to other states that actually don't have labour hire licensing schemes. So I appreciate and absolutely acknowledge your words that you have already written to the Attorney General, and think that is a fabulous outcome, but just another case study to bring to life the challenges that do occur in this space.
Thank you. I will come back to this topic. I'm going to now pass to the Deputy Chair for the next question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. And if I may just given Ms. Elliott, we were just talking then, maybe I'll stick with you and then we'll come back around to other questions. Just in terms of Woolworth's work, your submission highlights the internal compliance processes within Woolworths and the compliance processes that you undertake to manage risk and eliminate modern slavery risks in your supply chains. I wonder, are you able to tell us or give us examples or details, feel free to take this on notice, of how many suppliers have been terminated after having been identified as high-risk suppliers by Woolworths? What kind of register you keep of this? And if you can provide data on the number of high-risk category suppliers that have been identified since the inception of your responsible sourcing program, or how they went on to improve compliance. I appreciate that's a lot. Maybe you can talk in broad brushstrokes, and then if you're happy to, take it on notice to provide us with additional information.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question. So as I said in my opening statement, our program has been in place since 2018. And in order to actually identify high-risk sectors or high-risk commodities and geographies in our supply chain, we use a number of different sources. As a starting point, however, we work with an independent external expert in this space to conduct a forced labour risk assessment that gives us the overview specific to our supply chain of what the greatest risks are. For us, the greatest risks are, in terms of geography, it would be Malaysia and Thailand. From a commodity perspective, it is seafood and cotton. And then if I come to Australia, horticulture or Australia has a lower risk profile compared to many other countries around the world. But given the seasonal nature and the prevalence of labour hire, we also acknowledge that horticulture is a high risk sector for us. So our program has 4 pillars. One is our audit program, our responsible sourcing program. A second pillar is bespoke due diligence. So this is where we acknowledge an audit is not a silver bullet, particularly where there might be egregious or deliberate behaviour. An audit often cannot identify that behaviour. It's sort of a bit more underground. So we have bespoke due diligence where we seek to identify those cases. Through this, it's things like worker voice. We've been trialling worker voice to hear directly from workers in our supply chain. It's other things like ISRA, available for Asia, but it's grievance mechanisms at scale. And then thirdly, SIARI. It's a risk management tool used by Homeland Security in the US and Her Majesty's Royal Customs in the UK, which seeks to essentially bring to light otherwise opaque supply chains. So that's our beyond audit. We also then have a third pillar, which is grievance. We have a supplier speak up mechanism, which is available to both suppliers, workers, and also communities. So everyone in our supply chain to raise grievances directly with us, which we then investigate. And then our fourth pillar is advocacy and partnerships. On any typical year, and we do disclose this in our modern slavery statement, through our audit program, we conduct around roughly 1,000 audits. And from this, it may throw up around 5,000 non-conformances. A non-conformance is an issue identified by an audit program. Of these, they are graded on a scale of severity. So if I go to New South Wales as an example, over the 2 years from May 2023 to May 2025, we conducted 146 audits across our New South Wales supply chain. That would be for both horticulture and meat. And from this, it identified 287 critical non-conformances. So these are the more severe end of that scale. The most common issues identified via audit are actually health and safety issues. So in particular, there might be blocked emergency exits, which may sound relatively minor to some people, but you can imagine the severity if there is a fire and there is a blocked fire exit. And then other things like sites not submitting their annual fire safety statements to validate according to law, and lack of first aider training. So they're the most common issues identified by audit. However, of the critical non-conformances, so taking you back to the most severe critical conformances found in audits, 24% of these actually related to incorrect payments. So this can be workers not paid minimum legal entitlements, and specifically also not, we find 1 in 5 of these issues relate to labour hire. So over the course of last year, we were able to work with our suppliers to remediate or repay $48,000 to workers in our horticulture supply chain, and also $50,000 to workers in our meat supply chain. To your point around exit.
Sorry, can I just jump in on that point, Ms. Elliott? Those numbers in isolation may sound like a lot, but do you have any assessment on what the overall underpayments would be of those workers in all your supply chains? Because that might sound great, but that is a very small amount of money in the scheme of how large this industry is.
I would probably go back to Claire's point to say that the vast majority of our suppliers are very good suppliers. They treat their workers incredibly well. They have robust systems to identify risk. I think agreeing with both Claire and Rachel, it is the minority where we see issues or able to identify issues. The most common challenge we have is the lack of transparency much deeper down the supply chain. So we have direct suppliers, but then our suppliers might also have suppliers. So that length of the supply chain can be a challenge. We don't currently have, or I shouldn't say we don't have any visibility. We are working to improve our visibility beyond our direct suppliers. So trying to get visibility of our suppliers. To date, we have worked with both Fair Farms, which Rachel had mentioned, and also SEDEX, to to get greater visibility of those tier 2 and even tier 3 suppliers. We currently have around, I believe it's around 1,100 suppliers who are not our direct suppliers, so not those suppliers that we do not hold the legal relationship with. We have visibility of those suppliers, and around 600 have had a social compliance audit. So I would say that is particularly a challenge which we are working to improve. The other challenge is the lack of accountability and transparency of labour hire providers. To your point around numbers, I would say that this is a challenge because it's a best guess working with a labour hire provider. Without that register or accountability, we attempt to do the best we can with labour hire providers. But again, we don't hold the legal relationship, so it can be a challenge. We have had labour hire providers refuse to work with some of the audit schemes that we use, refuse to provide documents. We seek to check wages and that workers are being paid correctly. And we have found that labour hire providers, in some circumstances, just refuse to work with us.
And what's the process there? If you come across, obviously Woolworths has a lot of ability to then not work with those labour hire companies anymore, or indeed to call them out or report them. What role does Woolworths play in then, like, how many labour hire companies are on your blacklist now that you don't work with as a result of that, and what is your process for then reporting them or raising concerns in relation to them?
Yeah, I would start by just pointing out that we don't hold the relationship with the labour hire providers. They are labour hire providers.
I appreciate that, but I guess to your opening statements about wanting to ensure that you're having a zero tolerance approach to risks of human rights violations and modern slavery, I'm curious to know what actions Woolworths takes in relation to these.
Yeah, absolutely. Just pointing out that we don't hold the relationship, which does make it difficult. But what we do, we have a labour hire addendum, which supports our responsible sourcing program. So this sets the expectation for our suppliers on how they work with a labour hire provider. So it has 4 particular expectations around trying to bring visibility to the labour hire supply chain. So it's things like seeking to ensure that they have a license through one of the state licensing schemes, whether they're an approved employer under DEWA, or other things, whether they have had a SEDEX or a Fair Farms audit. So just a few things to try to increase visibility of that network of labour hire providers.
I appreciate that, Ms. Elliott, and sorry to cut you off. It's just I know that I only have a short amount of time. I just want to understand, so I appreciate your saying that you don't have a legal relationship with those labour hire companies, that you are engaging with a supplier who is using those labour hire companies. In a scenario where you then discover that a supplier is using a labour hire company that's refusing to provide basic details about the wages being employed or compliance or other things, does Woolworths then end or terminate that relationship with that supplier? Or do you just make a note of that risk and continue on?
No, I would say there's a spectrum. So if our supplier has good systems in place to seek to work with that labour hire provider, first and foremost, we seek to work with our suppliers. It depends on the nature of what has been found. There are definitely circumstances where we have reported that labour hire provider to the relevant authorities. So the example I provided in Queensland, where we reported the labour hire provider. Similarly, in New South Wales, we had a case where, working with one of our suppliers, identified that a labour hire provider had brought workers in on a specific visa, but was actually not paying them in line with that specific visa. Mm-hmm. Our supplier was doing all the right things. They had a robust framework. They were paying the labour hire provider for entitlements like superannuation, etc., which the labour hire provider was not paying onto workers. We worked with this supplier again to refer the labour hire provider to the relevant authorities. And in this case, again, because our supplier had done all the right things and thought they were doing the right thing, we actually partnered with them to bring those workers in-house. So the supplier no longer used the labour hire provider, but brought workers in-house where they had all the visibility and transparency. They also remediated in terms of repaying those workers, even though they had done all the right things with the labour hire provider. And the labour hire provider was double dipping. They paid workers to remediate the situation. So I think particularly I find that our suppliers are attempting to do the right things. There is very limited evidence of any egregious behaviour with our suppliers. They tend to think they're doing the right thing, and a labour hire provider may often be a bit duplicitous in the way that they are working. But as I said, where there is egregious or systemic allegations, we report that to the relevant authorities to seek action.
Thanks, Ms. Elliott. Ms. Mackenzie, I can see you've got your hand up. I just had one question for the Australian Fresh Produce Alliance, if I may, and then I'll come to you before I hand over to the next question, because I didn't have a specific question for you, but to give you some chance to respond. I just wanted to ask in relation to the Australian Fresh Produce Alliance, and I guess, Ms. McClelland, in your submission, you make reference to, palm worker disengagement, that palm workers disengage and circumvent the palm system, suggesting they're making bogus claims as a way to get protection and get bridging visas. I wonder, do you, as the Alliance, or indeed any of your member bodies, have a register of complaints made, a register of risks identified, or where exactly are you getting this data to suggest that there are these bogus claims and that these are the kind of issues that are occurring from palm workers?
Yeah, thank you. So in our submission, the context in which those comments were made were in response to the ANU, who are funded by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade to undertake a range of policy analysis and development work with respect to the palm scheme. The ANU, through that research, had published a range of papers that demonstrated that palm workers, while no doubt there is a proportion of disengagement that is a result of poor employment practices, and we would acknowledge that, that is the ANU's assessment that the more favourable conditions that are offered to workers who transition to a bridging visa through the act of disengaging and applying for that type of visa is actually in some circumstances an incentive for workers. So, for example, the ability to access Medicare, the ability to work in the economy outside of the confines of the PALM program, and indeed that those academic papers also indicate that there appears to also be a component in some instances where workers are either coerced or advised poorly by actors in the economy to actually disengage from the program and undertake employment outside of the program. So with respect to the submission, we cite the work from the ANU. In terms of your question more broadly about does the Alliance retain a register of this type of information, no, we don't. When in the circumstances we do become aware of through engagement in industry generally, I would use the word rumour around poor employment practices in the sector, where we have information that we feel is substantive enough to warrant a complaint to an appropriate agency. There have been occasions where we have passed on the information to the best of our knowledge to appropriate agencies, whether that be Border Force, labour hire regulators in different states, or the Department of Employment in some instances.
Have you ever made a complaint or raised concerns with the Anti-Slavery Commissioner or indeed any other sort of bodies that would represent the interests of workers as opposed to issues around visa compliance and other matters? No,
not to those agencies, but to contextualise the only information that we have ever received is in particular to the issue of absconding, is in relation to actors who have coerced workers to disengage from the program, and from our perspective that's an issue for the ABF. I'm just conscious of time. Ms. Elliott, you wanted to make a comment in relation to this issue just before I pass to the next question. Sorry, Ms. Mackenzie, beg your pardon.
It is confusing with the two Rachels. Very quickly, I think it's important to understand that workers have an accessorial liability in terms of their engagement with labour hire companies, and they should have a labour hire agreement in place. However, in many instances, the grower meets their accessorial liability under the Act through the Fair Work Ombudsman, and there have been instances where the Fair Work Ombudsman has found the labour hire company to be non-compliant, but the grower to be compliant. And the issue of absconding, as Claire raised, is significant and deeply problematic for our growers who spend, it is expensive to work with the PALM scheme. It's a good investment, but it is an expensive investment. And I think this issue of absconding is a genuine issue. And the body that probably has the most detailed records relating to it is the Approved Employers Association, which represents all of the approved employers under utilising the PALM scheme.
Thank you. I'm going to pass to Dr. Kane now.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for appearing today and for your submissions. Ms McLennan, I wonder if I could start with you, picking up on a couple of things you've said in answer to Ms Leong's question, but also on your submission. So you just mentioned that you felt that there was an attempt, I guess, to game the system by some workers moving from the PALM scheme to bridging visas. But your submission says that PALM workers enjoy employment conditions that are greater than maybe Australian workers or other migrant workers. So where's that incentive then? I mean, to be honest, I find that one a little bit of a push. So if you could explain that to me, that'd be good.
Yeah, so I think if I was to contextualise the comment around pay and conditions, I think it's important to acknowledge that with respect to horticulture, we just talk about how the PALM scheme operates. Typically in horticulture, workers are engaged within the short-term part of the program. That means they're engaged for 6 to 9 months. In Australia, those workers are typically engaged casually. So in the context of casual employment, workers are not guaranteed fixed hours in a casual work arrangement. Acknowledging the vulnerability of PALM workers, the PALM scheme deed and guidelines requires employers of short-term PALM workers to offer both minimum payments to workers, so that is if workers don't work in a particular week, an employer is still obligated to pay them, something that's not afforded to other workers who are engaged casually within the economy. And then I would say the second piece is with respect to minimum hours. PALM workers are also required to be offered a minimum of 120 hours over a 4-week period, despite being engaged casually. These are conditions that are not offered to other casual workers in the economy in the context of their casual engagement. So I think that's really important to talk about in respect to the program. When we talk about disengagement, I think there are obviously a range of factors that drive disengagement, but if you talk about contextually in the PALM program, workers who disengage and apply for a bridging visa are entitled to access Medicare, which is something that PALM workers within the program don't have access to. Workers are also then entitled to work for any employer in the economy, as the link between their sponsoring employer under their original PALM visa has effectively been severed, as they're now on a different visa that has different arrangements. So they don't need to work for the same employer, they don't need to work in that region, they don't need to work in horticulture. So I think when we speak to incentives, there are incentives, I suppose, beyond pay and conditions, which could include, for example, wanting to reunite with family that aren't in, for example, a hyper-regional area of Australia where a worker may be based.
Or that could include, I mean, we saw in the news this morning, stories of workers not being able to access Medicare and having to engage in unsafe abortions. So it's a fairly big incentive, isn't it, to make sure that your health, welfare, life is safe. It's not sort of we'll just game the system kind of approach.
I think I'd contextualise that by saying that the information in our submission is provided by the ANU and is provided in response to the terms of reference of the committee, is not an assertion of the Australian Fresh Produce Alliance. It's simply drawing the other information to the committee's attention.
Okay, I'm not sure that it was cited. I'll go back and have a look. I want to ask another question, which is this idea that because there haven't been formal complaints, that means that maybe there's a bit of hype that's perhaps generated by external bodies or NGOs. Can you think of why there might be reasons that PALM workers might not choose to complain in a formal sense, or indeed might over-report satisfaction in surveys collected by very formal institutions?
I think it's important to acknowledge that there are a range of community connections and grievance policies and procedures that are available to palm workers, more than are available to any other type of temporary migrant. And I raise that because it is really important because of the nature of how the program operates. So in addition to there being individual employer policy and procedures to deal with grievances that apply to all workers, there are a range of country-specific
if I could just stop you there. Do you think that there are any characteristic or institutional reasons why a palm worker who can't change employers due to the nature of the scheme, who may have had, heard perhaps these rumours of poor treatment, do you not accept that there's a power differential between the palm workers and employers, which makes it extremely difficult and daunting for a palm worker to make a formal complaint? Do you not accept that there's part of that?
I accept that the nature of the PALM program and the virtue of the sponsorship arrangements within the PALM program provide a regulatory avenue that actually enables the program to have a higher level of regulation, oversight and greater access for those workers to make those type of complaints than other visa types in the economy.
Okay, but you don't acknowledge that there's vulnerable character, that these workers are sort of your archetypical vulnerable workers.
I acknowledge that young workers, migrant workers, workers with a low level of English literacy are inherently vulnerable.
Okay, thank you. If I could ask Ms. Elliott a question, following up from Ms. Leong on, I guess, your role as the economically dominant agent in these particular supply chains that we're talking about. And I wondered what stops Woolworths, or indeed any other huge player, putting in place contractual obligations, because you talk about not being the direct not having a direct relationship. But do you or could you put in place contractual obligations, or indeed your own scheme, which says unless a labour hire company that a supplier engages with has been certified by whichever reputable organisation you want to work with, then you will not buy produce from that supplier? What do you do that, or what would stop, in the absence of a national labour hire scheme, what would stop an organisation as economically powerful as Woolworths doing that?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. So in our contracts, we do have non-slavery clauses which outline a number of expectations, including compliance with our responsible sourcing program, which then also includes compliance with our labour hire addendum. So we do seek to provide that contextual basis for how we expect our suppliers to act, specifically as it relates to labour hire. To your question specifically on some of the challenges, we have got feedback around setting a standard higher than the law. And so a challenge back from suppliers who think that setting a standard higher than the law makes it particularly difficult. We also, when trying to update contractual clauses, have had some feedback around unfair contract terms. So there are certainly some challenges in this space that our best endeavours, we do seek to lift the standard, but certainly there are challenges.
Just one follow-up and then I'll hand on to my colleagues. In those arrangements, and I also note that you mentioned the importance of worker voice, I wondered if you've sought sort of examples from your alliance unions, and I wondered first if you could explain for the benefit of the committee what the retail alliance that you spoke about is, but also their unions which understand supply chains and have enforced and come up with really creative ways to make sure that economically dominant agents do their ethical bit. So I wondered if you could talk a bit about anything you've learnt from them and what exactly that alliance is and has done.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Retail Supply Chain Alliance, we have had an MOU in place with them for, I think it's going on for 3 years now. The Retail Supply Chain Alliance is made up of the SDA, the TWU and the AWU. They make up the major representation of that full length of the horticulture supply chain. Through our MOU, we seek to lift the standards and the expectations around worker exploitation in the supply chain. We hold worker forums in conjunction with the RSCA. So we'll go out to a particular area across all of Australia, and we seek to invite workers in our supply chain to come along. We'll provide briefings to them on the standards that should be appropriate or should be expected by them, and also give them the opportunity to raise grievances with us directly. So to your point around the inherent vulnerabilities, just giving them an extra avenue where they might want to raise a grievance. We do get feedback from workers in those instances, and we'll seek to investigate each and every one. I think working with the RSCA, to your point, they provide one avenue of representation for workers in our supply chain. So it is particularly beneficial. We seek to work with a whole range of actors and stakeholders in this space. I think a lot of what we're talking about today are shared challenges, and I don't know that anyone really can play the total role or indeed get all of the information available. So we do rely on a multitude of actors in this place to support us and to collaborate with.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. I go to Ms McDonald now.
Thank you. Thank you all. If I could go to Ms Elliott first with regard to, say, your strong footprint in grocery, retail and procurement from horticulture. How does Woolworths assess which segments of its supply chain are most exposed to modern slavery risks, and how do you address that?
So as I mentioned, we have our human rights program, which has the 4 pillars. I won't repeat them, although happy to if you'd like. Essentially, the way we do seek to identify risk, it's through a number of external sources so that we are bringing in a high level of expertise. So firstly, we work with an independent expert party, Elevate or LIQA now, whose expertise is in modern slavery risk. We do a forced labour risk assessment every 2 years to understand both the inherent risks in our supply chain as well as the very specific risks specific to our supply chain. So as I said, that has identified for us that Malaysia and Thailand are the biggest risk geographies, as well as from a commodities perspective, seafood and cotton, and then also horticulture in Australia, given the inherent vulnerabilities. We then have other sources that we seek to use. So EIQ is a risk identification tool, ISRA, as well as SIARI, again, risk identification tools which seek to help us through bringing external information into our supply chain. We then have each of the pillars of our program, so the auditing program, bespoke due diligence, our grievance mechanism, which is, as I said, is available to everyone, and then advocacy and partnerships. So that would be the key way that we do identify risk, and then we seek to work with our partners. We also recognise that capability is a key component, so we provide tools and learning opportunities for many of our suppliers as well. So we have available learning tools around grievance mechanisms, so how do we work with our suppliers to enable them to provide the best grievance mechanisms available for their workers. And then we also have other learning modules, for instance, on labour hire and how to work with labour hire and put in place robust due diligence tools.
And just on that, with regard to, say, the temporary workers themselves, are there any mechanisms in place for the migrant workers in the supply chains to report abuse or seek redress? And if so, are these services available or accessible? Are they culturally and linguistically accessible so that the workers themselves, if they're under, they want to report it, or does Woolworths address that, or is it just the suppliers?
No, absolutely. A good question, thank you. So we have multiple mechanisms where we provide access to workers in our supply chain to raise a grievance. One is our supplier speak up, which is externally hosted and available to workers to be a confidential reporting line. It then comes to our team to investigate. So we have supplier speak up posters available in our supplier sites. And to your point, they are in the main languages spoken by workers in our supply chain. I would acknowledge, though, they probably do not cover all the languages, but we have tried to make it available in as many languages as possible. So workers can phone through. We also have QR codes, which they can take and be able to report when they are not on site. Another mechanism is through the MOU we have with the Retail Supply Chain Alliance. So hosting of the worker forums, we take on hand grievances through from workers in those worker forums. We also will take complaints through a multitude of other sources. So if our union partners raise an example with us, we will seek to investigate. We've also had inquiries direct from other suppliers who might have feedback around something happening in the supply chain. So we will investigate through those mechanisms as well. And then also last year, we started piloting an additional tool called Worker Voice. It is a survey which we partner with our suppliers. So our supplier partners endorse this and collaborate with us on this. It's a survey that goes out to the workers in their supply chain to essentially understand their experiences of working in our supply chain. And again, where we get issues that might raise up through any of those mechanisms, we will investigate.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Mr. Donnelly, there's an opportunity for a very brief question.
Well, I've got some questions, Chair. So, just
We'll start with one.
Yeah, we'll start. Well,
Sorry.
it's pretty unfair.
True.
It's 3 minutes. First to Ms. McClellan. With respect to the Australian Fresh Food Produce Alliance, you have dialogue with the Woolworths Group and back and forth about the work that they're doing. Is that correct?
We do, yes.
Yes. And Ms. McKenzie, with respect to Berries Australia, you have ongoing dialogue with the Woolworths Group back and forth in terms of following what they're doing?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
My question then to the Ms. McClelland is, what dialogue do you have with the Coles Group?
We have dialogue with all major retailers on a range of issues, including workforce and anything in that.
On this issue of
Yep.
modern slavery
Yep.
and slavery-like practices in the agricultural industry, what dialogue do you have with the Coles Group?
I would describe it as similar in nature to the dialogue we have with the Woolworths Group. We talk often specifically about practical things impacting suppliers, so specifically in relation to audit, policy, practice, procedure. We do have conversations with them more broadly about policy, so contextually, for example, the PALM program. But I would say most of the conversation is quite tactical in terms of obligations suppliers need to meet to help the retailers address their modern slavery reporting requirements.
Just quickly, if I can. What about Aldi and what about IGA?
We'd have similar conversations with Aldi. Be honest in saying less so with IGA, mostly because their procurement model is slightly different to the other major retailers.
And perhaps on notice, I'll have to, Ms. McKenzie, in regards to Berries Australia, your engagement with the Coles Group, Aldi and IGA, can you quickly respond to that, or do I need to put it on notice?
No, I can quickly respond to that. Obviously, we are one industry group amongst many, and through the NFF Horticulture Council, which is the peak representative body for peak industry bodies like ourselves, we engage with the retailers to a certain extent. Because of my personal relationships in my former role, I certainly engage with Coles and Woolworths and Aldi. As Claire said, IGA is operates on more of a wholesale model. I think it's really important to understand that probably smaller growers who are probably not direct suppliers to the major retailers, because they have less capacity within their businesses around HR, etc., are more vulnerable to being, shall we say, equally exploited by dodgy labour hire companies. And so I think it's really important to remember that potentially a significant proportion of the concerns in this area may actually be for those operators who are not direct suppliers to the main retailers. And we try and work with them through culturally and linguistically appropriate resources and build their understanding of their obligations.
That's my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donnelly. And I'd just like to thank the witnesses again for their contributions today. There may be some follow-up questions, and I assume that you'll be happy to answer those if there are any supplementary questions. And we'll contact you, the Secretariat will contact you in relation to any questions on notice. Thank you very much. We'll excuse you now and move to the next group. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome and thank you to all of the witnesses for making time to give evidence today. Just ask each witness, and I'll start from my left, please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you. My name is Thomas Costa. I'm the Assistant Secretary of Unions New South Wales. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks, Mr. Costa. Mr. Strutt.
Thank you. My name is Mr. Joshua Strutt. I am the CEO and Principal Solicitor of the Immigration Advice and Rights Centre. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks, Mr. Strutt. Mr. Cook.
Thank you. My name's Jonathan Cook. I'm the National Organiser for the Australian Workers Union, relevantly covering agriculture, horticulture and pastoral workers. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Govind.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Bernard Govind. I'm the Senior Industrial Officer with the New South Wales branch of the SDA. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thanks, Mr. Govind. Mr. Journeau.
That's a very good attempt. Matthew Journeau. I'm the Federal Secretary of the Australasian Meat Industry Employees Union, and I swear that the evidence now that I'm about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thanks, Mr. Journeau. And Mr. Smith.
Yeah, a lot easier, my last name. I am the Federal Secretary of the Australasian Meat Industry Employees Union, but also Branch Secretary for the Newcastle Northern, South Australian and Tasmanian branch. And I solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence now that I am now about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, would any or all of the organisations like to make a brief opening statement? Yes, so I'll start with Unions New South Wales? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Unions New South Wales is the peak body for unions in New South Wales and their members, and we have over 48 affiliated unions representing approximately 600,000 members in this state. Our affiliates cover the full spectrum of the New South Wales workforce, including across the public and private sector. In 2019, Unions New South Wales partnered with the Immigration Advice and Rights Centre to establish Visa Assist, which provides both employment, immigration, legal advice in one service. And many of the clients referred to Visa Assist have experienced workplace exploitation, including slavery and slave-like practices. Visa Assist has provided legal advice on safely leaving these exploitative conditions without jeopardising the worker's visa status. Since its establishment, Visa Assist has delivered over 4,000 legal services to more than 2,000 migrant workers in New South Wales. 1 in 3 of those workers live in a regional area. Unions New South Wales also conducts regular research projects into the exploitation of migrant workers, and over the past 5 years we have published more than 5 research reports into migrant worker exploitation, including surveys of over 20,000 workers. Our most recent research report was titled Disrespected, Disregarded and Discarded, which exposed widespread sexual harassment of migrant women holding temporary visas across Australian workplaces. The research, which built on over 3,300 survey responses, 700 written statements and 80 interviews, highlighted how isolation and visa restrictions create a systemic culture of silence. In line with that report, we made a number of recommendations which are outlined in our written submissions, but I want to highlight 2 of those recommendations. Firstly, that resources should be allocated to improve access to interpreters, implement multilingual services and hire bilingual or multilingual staff, including senior staff with extensive experience working with migrant communities and specialised knowledge in areas that intersect with sexual harassment, such as workplace law, modern slavery, workers' compensation and immigration law, among those. We see that New South Wales has a number of services where this could be introduced, including the Industrial Relations Commission, the Anti-Discrimination Board and the Human Rights Commission. And we submit that these recommendations should be taken on board. We also believe that New South Wales government agencies, including Safe Work, should redesign reporting processes and allocate more resources for interpreters, multilingual services and experienced bilingual staff to better support migrant workers facing sexual harassment. Another area that we have pointed to in our submission, which I don't wish to go over in too much detail, is our recommendation that there be a registered licensing scheme for labour hire in New South Wales. In our experience, supported by our research but also by the research of others, large amounts of migrant worker exploitation is conducted by labour hire agencies that in New South Wales are unregulated and often hard to pursue for compensation when we are representing those workers, but also to identify where those practices are occurring because they operate in what is a very grey system. Other states already have licensing for labour hire, and we support New South Wales having a similar type scheme, but we're using the highest standard across each of those.
Thank you. Mr. Strutt, do you want to?
Yes, please. Thank you. Today, during that Reconciliation Week, we acknowledge that we meet on unceded Gadigal land and we pay our respects to elders past and present. The Immigration Advice and Rights Centre is the only specialist community legal centre in New South Wales that provides free legal advice, assistance and education on all immigration, refugee and citizenship matters. We have a long history working with migrant communities across New South Wales, having been established almost 40 years ago. More than a third of our clients are from regional and remote areas across New South Wales. In 2019, we launched Visa Assist service with Unions New South Wales, and over the past 6 years, Visa Assist has assisted thousands of migrant workers across Australia, becoming the largest legal service dedicated to assisting migrant workers in the country. Visa Assist was set up to address the poor treatment faced by workers on visas across Australia. In New South Wales, we have seen many visa holders have their passports confiscated, suffer significant workplace injuries, including being blinded and losing parts of their limbs, being forced to undertake free labour and suffer sexual harassment and assault in their workplaces. However, these workers reported that one of the biggest barriers to them seeking safety is the significant power imbalance that exists between them and their employers. They were afraid that if they spoke up, they would face detention, deportation, and risk their future in Australia. Over the past year, there have been positive developments federally with the implementation of the Workplace Justice Visa and cancellation protections, which ensures more migrant workers can speak out about and leave exploitative workplaces. But more needs to be done to deal with the power imbalance between employers and visa holders to ensure that migrant workers are not exploited in workplaces across New South Wales. The New South Wales Government does have a role to play in ensuring that migrant workers are not exploited at work. We have set out recommendations in our joint submissions with Unions New South Wales, including ensuring that services such as IARC, Visa Assist and the New South Wales Migrant Workers Centre are adequately resourced to educate migrant workers on their workplace rights and obligations. Updating the visas and migration section on the New South Wales Government website to include information on workplace exploitation and available protections to migrant workers, such as the Workplace Justice Visa and the Strengthening Reporting Protection pilots. And ensuring that visa settings, where the New South Wales Government has influence, are not unduly restrictive and do not force migrant workers into exploitative environments. Thank you, Speaker.
Thanks very much, Mr. Strutt. Now, Mr. Cook.
Yes. Thank you. I'll be very brief. Agriculture is a uniquely vulnerable workforce for exploitation, especially since 2006 when the federal government brought in the designated work requirements under the working holiday visa. We've seen, and it's been well documented, how vulnerable that workforce is to exploitation. But the biggest change for horticulture, the best thing to happen maybe since the AW was formed in 1886 for agricultural workers, has happened in the last 5 years with the PALM scheme. And that has seen some of the biggest advancements in the ability of workers to avoid exploitation and to organise and make sure that they have their rights enforced by the federal bodies. Notwithstanding that, there's a lot of work to do. Prior to the changes made to the PALM deed and guidelines in 2023, there was a broad issue with what I describe as labour banking, where labour hire companies were bringing in workers, not having contracts for their work, and then sitting on them as they racked up debts for their accommodation and transport and other things. And that was the true modern slavery that did occur in this scheme. And we spent, as the AW, a very long time talking to workers, trying to help them out of those situations. Now, the changes that happened in 2023 has seen that reduced, and we see more and more employers under the PALM scheme saying the number's going down, the number's going down. But the truth is the number's going down because they were labour banking previously, and we've seen that change. So in our written submission, the AW sees there's lots of opportunity for the New South Wales Government to assist workers in your jurisdiction, despite the fact that you don't hold the power over the deed and guidelines. And I think one of the most important ones for this committee to consider is housing. Accommodation is a huge problem. Every week we get contact from workers who are most generally living in a house with 10 people paying $170 each per bed. A house in regional Australia that's racking up income for that owner of $1,700 to $2,000 a week. This is a clear and obvious problem. It is a clear and obvious exploitation of PALM workers, and I think it's something that this committee could certainly make a dent on how that happens in this state.
Thanks, Mr. Cook. Mr. Govind?
Thank you, Chair. The Retail Supply Chain Alliance, of which the SDA is a member, together with the AW and the TW, represents workers across the supply chain and was formed, Mr. Speaker, in 2019 to advance the cause of workers' rights with the principal goal of ending exploitation across the supply chain. The retail supply chain has a memorandum of understanding with the two major retailers, Coles and Woolies, to work collaboratively to achieve this goal. There are three matters that I wish to touch on in our opening statement. One is the migrant worker pilot programs that Mr. Strutt has touched on. Two is the grievance process and regulation, and specifically around labour hire licensing. And three, Chair, is about union collaboration that goes to mitigate the anti-competitive behaviour or the implied anti-competitive behaviour by companies when they are collaborating on modern slavery in the supply chain. So first, on the migrant worker pilot programs, we know that migrant workers, Chair, have a visceral fear of speaking up against workplace exploitation for fear of visa cancellation and deportation principally. The SDA saw this firsthand in the 7-Eleven wage theft scandal. The RSCA was pleased to see that in July of this year, the rollout of the two pilot programs, the Workplace Justice Visa and the Strengthening Reporting Protections, relevantly, both of these protections are accessible to workers under the PALM scheme. There are gaps in the pilot programs, Mr. Chair, that have become evident 12 months into the 2-year pilot. And to name three, the resourcing of the accredited third parties, the tight timeframes that are imposed on workers, cutting out workers that may have meritorious claims, and the level of discretion that still exists in what is meant to be non-discretionary protections. The RSCA is continuing its engagement with the Department of Home Affairs to improve these protections. Secondly, the grievance process and regulation. The lived experience of palm workers, Mr. Chair, highlights significant issues with the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations as it stands, who are charged with administering the palm scheme and ensuring compliance. The RSCA submission recommends, at page 20, I believe, that New South Wales support the creation of a dedicated team within Department of Employment and Workplace Relations to fast-track grievances. The Ombudsman is active in this space, but in the few audits it's able to conduct, where it has found breaches of workplace rights, they have found workers unwilling to raise their concerns. It's a perennial issue, Mr. Chair, and Fair Work Ombudsman is no different in what it finds. The reality is, Mr. Chair, is that workers in exploitative work arrangements do not contact the Fair Work Ombudsman for help, which is why the RSCA supports further expansion of the Country Liaison Officer program and related labour attachés and outreach programs. There is a gap in regulation in New South Wales, Mr. Chair, that we do not have a strong dedicated regulator to regulate labour hire, given the horticultural industry in particular has such a strong reliance on labour hire services to meet its labour needs. We recommend the New South Wales Government to proceed to legislate a well-resourced, harmonised system of labour hire licensing in New South Wales. And finally, collaboration between companies can risk breaching Australian competition law, even if the collaboration is to address modern slavery concerns in the supply chain. We know that from the Woolworths Group 2024 Modern Slavery Statement, the company saw an increase in the reporting of complaints in the horticulture supply chain compared to the previous year, which was in some part due to the increased engagement and outreach to workers in the horticulture supply chain through participation in worker forums jointly hosted with the RSCA. Coming together of unions and companies to work together, such as joint worker forums, to proactively identify modern slavery risk, and to develop protocols like MOUs that the RSCA has in place with Coles and Woolies, will not only serve to identify and eliminate modern slavery in supply chains, it also serves to mitigate against implied anti-competitive behaviour by companies when collaborating on modern slavery in the supply chain. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Govard. Mr. Journeau.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to speak today and provide an insight into the industry I represent. My name is Matthew Journeau. I'm the Federal Secretary of the Australasian Meat Industry Employees Union, and to my left is Justin Smith. Justin's the President, or the Federal President of the Union. And I've worked in the meat industry for 40 years. We have provided a written submission to the inquiry. The AMIU represents workers throughout the meat processing sector, covering beef, lamb, pork, poultry, small goods and retail. The industry employs around 35,000 people directly, with many more in supporting roles and related services. It contributes approximately $31.8 billion to the national economy and is an important source of employment in the regional communities it operates. Over the past 2 decades, I've seen a fundamental shift in how the workforce in the industry is structured. What was once predominantly a local, directly employed workforce has been increasingly replaced by temporary migrant workers, many of whom are engaged through third-party labour hire companies. These workers arrive in Australia under a wide range of visa arrangements, such as the 482 Temporary Skill Shortage Visa under the Meat Industry Labour Agreement, through the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme, or PALM, and through the 417 Working Holiday Maker Visa, being the main pathways. A common and serious issue across many of these visa categories is the reliance for these workers to have continued employer sponsorship to remain in the country. This dependency creates a significant power imbalance. Workers are often too afraid to raise concerns and safety, housing, wages and conditions, knowing the right to stay in Australia could be withdrawn at any time if the employer chooses to do so. As a result, I have seen many exploitative practices, which include workers subjected to underpayments and wage theft, unpaid and undocumented overtime, unsafe and overcrowded accommodation, sometimes owned by company management, excessive deductions from pay, and exploitative practices including extortion. In the worst case, workers have taken unnecessary risks due to fear of upsetting their employer, and tragically some have lost their lives as a consequence of this. Labour hire licensing in some states has helped weed out the worst performers, but unfortunately this alone is not enough. This is not just an industrial relations issue, it's a human rights issue. The current system leaves too many vulnerable workers exposed to exploitation with little recourse or protection at all. For 2 decades I've witnessed a situation where workers are treated as disposable, or where silence is the cost of staying in the country. Reforms are needed to rebalance the power dynamic, ensure transparency and accountability in labour hire, and most importantly, protect people whose work sustains this essential industry. Thank you, and I look forward to the questions.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm fine, thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm actually going to ask the Deputy Chair, Ms Leong, to ask the first question. Ms Leong.
Thank you. I wonder, first up, just off the back of the last session, I'm not sure if you were all here for the whole session or indeed just some of it, but we heard from the Australian Fresh Produce Alliance that they quoted the AMU survey in relation to an independent survey that had been done, suggesting that palm scheme workers had a sort of 8.5 out of 10 satisfaction rating with their employment conditions and the circumstances, recognising that the earning capacity of palm workers in Australia and what that translates to in their home countries is significant, and given the workers' conditions in those home countries may not be ideal in the first place in a lot of instances. I wonder if both Mr. Stewart or indeed Mr. Cook, you wish to refer to this suggestion of the Australian Fresh Produce Alliance that there's sort of a high risk of bogus claims and workers are just sort of, in a sense, shopping around between the best visa that's going to benefit them as opposed to the other risks that might be involved.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. Thank you, Deputy Chair. It's not my lived experience that palm workers think that this is the greatest thing ever. In fact, many, despite the fact that, yes, they do get paid well and it does make a real difference in their Pacific Island home nations, the development that money that they earn can build on, their lived experience is they live in poor accommodation. There was one example given, I think, from the Berries Australia representative who said about Coffs Harbour and Grafton. Lots of my members live in that accommodation in Grafton, and they drive the full way to and from Grafton every day, and they don't get paid for that. That is something that has been facilitated by the company, and that's just their lived experience, and those people are certainly not happy that they have to travel, an hour plus each day to and from work unpaid, while they're far away from home and living in very difficult conditions. So far be it from me to question the study from the ANU, but our lived experience is every week I talk to workers who have problems with their accommodation, their transport, their pay, their hours, the whole myriad of industrial issues. And most of the time, the reason I would suggest that we don't hear about that is because these are cultures, these people come from cultures of respect, and they are very fearful of what happens if they do speak out. And the previous session had a lot of talk about the worker forums that we undertake as part of the RSCA with Coles and Woolworths. And I just use one personal experience to explain this to you. We did one in October 2023 in Mildura. We had a room of about 40 or 50 workers who were working in the Sunraysia area. I stood up in front of them, I asked them what the issues were, and we had one community support person who was there, and she stood up as no one answered my questions and said, "Come on, answer the questions, they're here to help. If you don't ask the questions today, don't ask me on Monday." And that's the problem we have, is you go into these forums and you ask questions, and despite the fact that people do have problems and they're telling people they trust, they feel very fearful. And to supplement that, you have lots of workers who are here on a 4-year visa in horticulture on 9 months at a time, and their risk is, if they do speak up, They can be sent home at the end of their 9 months as the system sets up, but despite the fact that they have 3 more years on their visa, it is up to that employer unilaterally to decide whether that person comes back, and people don't come back. And when we ask, what's the problem? They say, oh, they weren't a very good worker. We say, well, did you raise that while they were here? And the employer says, no. We just decided that we weren't making enough money off this person, so we're not inviting them back. That's the structure that's set up in the PALM scheme that has to change at some point. And part of it is portability, and part of it is giving people the right to return. If they're on a 4-year visa, they should have the right to be here for work for 4 years.
Thank you. And maybe, Mr. Stratt, just before I come to you, the other kind of issue that has been raised with me is my understanding is the PALM scheme is responsible for about a third of the budget, for example, if we take Fiji. As an example, the level of, I wonder also if you have any insights as we move to that, and then any others in relation to the kinds of briefings workers may be given from their home countries, given the significant economic benefits that are, unfortunately being positioned as foreign aid.
So I've personally travelled to Fiji to watch and to participate in those pre-departures. Fiji probably has the most comprehensive version of this. Most of it is written by the Australian government via the PLF.
Yes.
And I would say the day on which they talk about workers' rights, there's a full day of conversation. And in that original PLF version, it had 7 slides about how the FWO could help a worker if they are exploited. And it has 1 page on unions that says, in Australia, you can join a union, it's not compulsory. And so that's a fundamental problem with the materials. Now, we've worked with the Fijian government directly through the FTUC, who we have a working relationship with, and all those workers now go through a union induction. There are similar things in Vanuatu, but it is a real problem that those pre-departures are not uniform. We respect the primacy of the Pacific, but workers need to be educated about what to expect to come here, and they need to be educated about the grievance processes and their opportunity to speak up and be protected if they do speak up. And at this point, that's not being uniformly put to them.
Thank you. Mr. Stratt, did you want to comment on any of that?
Yes. In whole, I do support a lot of the comments that Mr. Cook has made. In our experience, PALM visa holders are one of the most exploited temporary visa holders in Australia. We have advised thousands of temporary visa holders over our long history, but time and time again, some of the most vulnerable cohorts are the PALM visa holders, and a lot of that has to do with the way in which the PALM scheme has been set up. And I won't repeat a lot of the things that Mr. Cook has already said, but one of the things that we have noticed is the portability rights that are given to other temporary visa holders aren't afforded to PALM workers. So they are really chained to their employer. They are really forced to stay with their employer, and it's really difficult to leave unless and risk visa cancellation if they do. The other thing is the pilots that exist, while at law, it looks as if they do apply to the PALM scheme. The practical reality is actually people aren't eligible for any of the protections under the pilot. And the reason is because the workplace justice visa requires people to hold or have held a visa within the last 28 days. And as Mr. Cook said, a lot of the PALM visas go for 4 years. So sometimes people are being exploited during that period. In terms of the strengthening reporting protections, which are a protection against visa cancellation, the way in which the Department of Home Affairs chooses to cancel a PALM worker's visa isn't protected by those strengthening reporting protections. They use a different part of the regulations in the Act to cancel their visa, which are not considered by those reforms. So in reality, while the Department of Home Affairs website, I think, says that PALM workers are covered by the scheme, our experience is that actually they're not covered by the scheme. And our experience has been going into regional areas. We've had clients who we've seen who have been blinded in their workplace and then forced off their PALM visa and put onto a bridging visa E on departure grounds. So constantly in that fear of being sent home, but being told that it's fine, they've taken care of their visa status. We've had people approach us and they've had parts of their limbs chopped off in their work site, but not being able to properly access medical treatment because they're too worried about what that might mean for their visa. So I think there's this really huge power imbalance that exists through this system that needs to be fixed.
Thank you. And Chair, I can't help but notice, particularly in the IARC and Unions New South Wales submission, there is a discussion around the potential risks around sexual assault and abuse. We have a panel of all men before us today. I wondered if any of you had any comments, because there has been a lot of focus on the agricultural industry, on the horticultural industry, on areas, meat processing, areas where there are big physical sites, whether it be in a berry growing region or indeed big factory or whatever. I wonder if any of you, and happy for you to take this on notice to seek input from others, wish to comment on the gendered nature of the fact that we're seeing this exploitation almost identified easier because they are in collective large infrastructure workplaces, as opposed to potentially people being put into care arrangements or other domestic type work where those individuals are further isolated by the fact that they're not in a large meat processing plant or a large agricultural industry. But happy for you to take it on notice if you prefer to do that. But I think it's something that has been brought to our attention.
I think we will take that on notice. Thanks, Ms. Leong. I'm actually going to go to Mr. Donnelly next.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, Chair. Thank you all for coming along today, and thank you for the most important work you've been doing over, in some cases, periods of time, for some of the most vulnerable workers we're ever likely to find in this state, and the exposure that they've continue to have to some terrible treatment. I'll just go across the panel, if you don't mind, just to build some solidarity, if I can, in terms of what I expect might be an answer to a question. Consider a Dorothy Dix question, if you like, but that's okay. With respect to the matter of the setting up or the establishment of a register for labour hire operators, and I know that the schemes, those registration schemes, are in existence in one form or another in Victoria, Queensland, South Australia and the ACT. Can I ask you two questions? One is, would you agree that is, in fact, the most, and should be considered the most immediate priority for us to advance in New South Wales to get legislated as a priority? I'll come back if I get another round to other priorities, but the establishment of a scheme. And secondly, with respect to those other jurisdictions, to the extent that you have some insights and knowledge about it, I'm sure you all do in one way or another, is there a particular one that you would recommend as being the high watermark of the schemes that we have? And if none of them achieve a high watermark, perhaps can I just say what is the best you think and what could be done or should be done to improve that respective best of? So perhaps if we start with you, New South Wales.
Thank you for the question, and I agree with my answer to your first question is yes, this is the priority. If there was only one thing that you could do in New South Wales, of course there are other things, and I mentioned those in our submissions that were jointly submitted with IARC, but also in my opening statement, the necessity around some of the other things that can be done in New South Wales. In relation to your second question, it's not as clear as just picking one other scheme from another state. Our view is that ideally you would incorporate the best features of each of those schemes into a New South Wales scheme, and also improve upon each of those other schemes, for example, by establishing multilingual and culturally appropriate channels to ensure migrant workers have access to putting forward complaints about labour hire, registered labour hire companies that were doing the wrong thing. Some of the key areas, if I can just list them, that we think any labour hire scheme should have is firstly a publicly available register of the labour hire providers, a set minimum capital requirement for anyone or any company registering as a labour hire company, along with regular reporting on the compliance with their legal obligations. Further, a requirement that licence holders comply with migration laws and impose penalties for non-compliance. We also think that any scheme should promote cooperation between agencies and cross-border collaboration with other state licensing authorities. And we do think the system needs to be fast-tracked in sectors where workplace exploitation is widespread, such as the horticulture and meat processing industries.
Thank you. I won't say too much extra, but I support the comments of my colleague, Mr. Costa. I think it is one of the most pressing issues that does need to be addressed as soon as possible. And I do think that, our submission already sets out, and as Thomas has already summarised, I do think that it's one of the most pressing issues, and it's one of the things in which we can't take one state or territory model. I think we need to take this opportunity to actually make something that's really great and something that actually supports temporary visa holders and other workers in New South Wales.
No, thank you.
Thank you. I think the most important thing here is because the New South Wales Parliament hasn't acted on this in the last decade, New South Wales is becoming a jurisdiction in which the bad players see it as a haven to operate in, and I think the previous session, Berries Australia made that point, right? People coming down from Queensland to operate in northern New South Wales. And so I think that's the real problem, specifically right now for the New South Wales Parliament, is the inaction so far has meant that we're behind the 8 ball here, and we need to catch up and at least meet where the others are. And I'll let my colleagues from the SDA speak further on this, but through the RSCA we did a report that was published in February this year with Mikel, and it found the inaction so far on the harmonisation. I think the conversation started in November 2023, and so far we've had 2 things from the federal government that says we're still talking about it, we're going to get there, but it's not something that we can just wait another 3 years for harmonised laws. We either need national laws to come over the top, or we need action immediately from those jurisdictions that do not have labour hire licensing currently.
And may I ask you that your preference would be for the latter?
I think our preference is for something to happen. If the federal government see it best to have a national scheme that is federally mandated and controlled, then that's great. If the state governments are keen to do harmonisation with the absolute urgency, then that's great, but something has to happen.
Mr. Kevin.
Thank you for the question. So very helpfully, we have a report that the RSCA, together with Woolworths, commissioned with the Mikel Institute. So that is referenced in our submission, and that was released in February 2025. And Appendix 2 of that document actually goes through and identifies the existing features of each of the schemes. So it's very helpful.
Thank you.
Our view on the various schemes is it's probably Queensland and Victoria are sort of the pick of the bunch in terms of the scheme. So I would recommend that perhaps look at one of those schemes as being the benchmark. I understand some people are leaning towards the Victorian scheme, others towards Queensland, but I think that's where that falls.
No, that's very helpful. Okay. Can I just, while I got you, Mr. Kevin, in terms of, because the Alliance has been working now for a period of time since, when was it, back in 2022, I think, when established. With respect to this tension between the Commonwealth having powers in it to deal with matters which directly impinge on the issues, namely the control of borders and immigration, you've got that complexity operating at that level. And then you've got, at a state and territory level, you don't have those matters, although you have obviously workplace relations legislation at the Commonwealth level that may feed down into the state. But my fear is, and this is my question, that trying to get this comity across the states or Commonwealth legislation in place that comes in over the top could take, dare I say, I don't want to be pessimistic, but particularly if you're trying to get a piece of Commonwealth legislation, it could take many, many, many months, if not, dare I say, years, a year or two. I mean, is it pragmatic for New South Wales to go hard and put something into place as robust as it can, perhaps accepting that we're not being able to deal with every last matter to the extent that it actually intersects with Commonwealth law, but at least we've got something in place as a base to build on. Do you have a response to that, or you can take it on notice, of course, and really to any of the panel members, I suppose.
It's probably defer to Mr. Cook's statement that we need something, and if the Commonwealth government can't get its act together in the sense of getting on with it, because I know initially the conversations about introducing a nationally harmonised labour hire scheme started back in 2022.
Yeah.
So it's 3 years down the track, we still are not there. So to the extent that there is real urgency to this, I think to the extent New South Wales can sort of move, and if that sort of drags the Commonwealth into this space, well, great. But I don't think we should be sort of waiting for the Commonwealth to, to introduce harmonised labour hire licensing. New South Wales can and should take the lead.
May I ask the AMIU, do you have a view about how we get cracking and get this done at least? Because New South Wales is, at the end of the day, a third of the Commonwealth in terms of, dare I say, population and state GDP.
Yeah, most definitely. I've got a position on it. Obviously, I am from Queensland. I'm the branch secretary of Queensland Western Australia, and was heavily involved in the formulation of and consultation with the state government in relation to the labour hire licensing scheme up there. And my suggestion would be that it remains a harmonised system, and it's worked with workplace health and safety.
Yeah.
But New South Wales could forge ahead and basically emulate the Queensland model, put it in place immediately, and we're going to get somewhere if there's a Commonwealth harmonised system around the Queensland model, I would suspect. So I think it's widely acknowledged amongst my colleagues and throughout the movement that Queensland and Victoria are the peak that's there at the moment. So I don't think New South Wales could go far wrong by putting in a system like Queensland, and then when it becomes a harmonised system, just operating under that model.
Can I ask a very quick question? Sorry, I said I wouldn't ask a question, but it's just come up. Is there the possibility that in the meantime, New South Wales could implement something like a recognition of another scheme, so that with this sort of rogue jurisdiction problem that we've become, that if a labour hire company had been certified in Queensland or Victoria, we could accept that in the interim while we establish whether we're having a new scheme or whether we're having a federal scheme. Is there not some kind of mutual recognition that we could more easily kind of grab now, and you have to have, and that's a kind of first step towards a system?
Well, my comments, I think, totally fit in with that model. You could claim the Queensland or the Victorian scheme and implement it at the Parliament's initiation. It really wouldn't be that difficult, I wouldn't have thought. And I don't think there'd be significant changes from either of those schemes, because they're quite similar in the way they operate and what they do. But certainly Queensland, the experience we had there was it cleaned up the labour hire industry considerably as soon as the legislation hit the ground, because there was a ready-made inspectorate within Queensland, and the inspectorate was extremely active, got on the ground and really made it work. We had situations in Queensland where someone would buy a mobile phone and start a labour hire company. There were workers at particular sites that had 30 or 40 other workers that they were a labour hire agent for. They were paying them significantly less than award rates of pay. They were buying houses locally, charging them exorbitant rent to live in those houses. And the dangling carrot there was they were brought in under the 417 working holiday maker visa. If they do 88 days in a regional area, they get 12 months. If they do 176, they get a further 12 months. So we would speak with these workers and they would say, well, I'm here for 3 years. So even how bad it was better than the country that they'd come from. So they were extremely vulnerable workers, and labour hire licensing certainly cleaned up that end of the labour hire market.
Mr. Smith?
I'd like to offer a completely different alternative.
Yeah.
ban labour hire completely. Direct employment, because let's be honest,
I did write that down.
yeah, labour hire in regional country areas are set up like this. You have a main office mainly in Brisbane, let's say, and they employ one local person to be the manager for those workers at that. I'm not going to talk about meatworks, at that meatworks, and they sit in the company's office. They pretty much don't do any more than organising accommodation and any issues that are raised outside of work. When it comes to day-to-day work, it's directions from that host employer.
Right.
So the only difference that would happen if you got rid of labour hire in regional Australia is that manager would be employed by that host employer, and they would continue to do their job. And I've seen that. There's a massive meatworks in northern New South Wales that did exactly that. They got rid of their labour hire. They employed people themselves to manage those international workers or visa workers outside of the work site to deal with their little complex issues. And that really tidied it up overnight. That would be your best way forward. I know it's probably way out there, but in all honesty...
I wonder if I can just...
Yeah.
I think that I take your point with the meat industry, but we've also heard from the horticulture industry where the work is much more seasonal and where actually having labour hire companies provide some flexibility both for the workers and for the farms that may not need them all at the same time. The work goes up and down and then it moves from place to place. So I take your point, but I'm not sure it would work in the horticulture industry.
The only thing I'd say to that, is that what were they doing before you had labour hire?
Yeah.
Well,
They had mobile phones and internet. What were they doing?
Well, I think we had a lot of Australians working in them before we started taking people from overseas, so that's another debate to have. I'm sorry, Mr.
No,
Donnelly.
thank you. No, I'm conscious of sharing the time. Obviously, just one question. I might come back if we get a chance. Mr. Junot, with respect to the Queensland development of its registration scheme, would you be agreeable if I put some questions on notice to direct to you and indeed the other members of the panel? Because I just have the great fear that this can just drag on and on. I mean, we had employers or witnesses earlier today representing employers and growers talking about the early 20s as pressing for, from their point of view, registration schemes to try and tidy things up, and it's glacial in New South Wales. How long did the New South... This is, I guess, my general question. In Queensland, do you have a sense of approximately how long it took to go from woe to go to put this into place?
I will take the question on notice and give more detail,
Yeah, of course,
but
yeah.
my recollection of it, it was probably about 18 months.
Okay, yeah, that's...
It took really from
Yeah.
the initial discussions to the time the legislation was actually moved by Parliament. So it is a process, but again, I think a lot of that work's already been done. So if New South Wales was of a mind, the Queensland legislation is there, drafted and passed and working quite well. So I don't think that glacial shift, as you put it, should be that glacial. It should be a little bit quicker.
Thank you. I've got more questions, but I think I'll pass
Yes,
on.
I think I would like to go to Ms McDonald
Thank you.
next.
If I could address my question to Mr. Cook and Mr. Gobind, because it's with regard to access and support and justice for workers, and you did address, but I'm happy for anyone else to chime in. So you said that workers are often unaware of their rights or afraid to come forward. What role do you think should unions, NGOs and culturally appropriate services play in overcoming these barriers?
Yeah, I think it's a very difficult thing for me as a large white man with a beard to go out to a group of Pacific Island workers and expect that they would trust me off the bat from appearance. In my office we have a fantastic organiser named Martileta Gaga, who was previously a unionist in Fiji. We have fantastic delegates across the country, in Vanuatuan, Timor-Leste, etc. And it's about that same work as any other normal union organising, about making sure that people who can be trusted are educated and understand what to say to workers and how to help workers. And I think that's a really important part of the PALM scheme, is that it's actually written into the deed and guidelines that the unions do have a role in that, as do country liaison officers, as do other welfare services within the scheme. And that is why it's such a huge improvement on the working holiday maker scheme and the exploitation we saw under the 88 days scenario pre-2015.
I had the opportunity and the privilege actually to attend one of these worker forums up in Grafton a few months ago, and it was people from a number of Pacific nations, people from PNG, from Samoa, from Vanuatu, amongst others. The largest cohort was from Fiji and Vanuatu, and you could see the impact of these joint forums were having, because people were opening up and prepared to have conversations with the union organiser, the AW organiser that had been clearly doing work with them, just trying to build trust, because I think it's difficult, as Jonathan said, just to walk in and people won't just tell you all of their issues and concerns, and principally because of the fear of deportation. And it's hard to sort of break through that, and we've been trying for many years to try and sort of break through that, and it's difficult. I think that it's, as a union official, it's just about turning up and continuing to have those conversations, gaining their trust, and reassuring them that there are protections in place to make sure that they are not deported, that they will be taken care of. So, I mean, I saw firsthand, the impact that was having, because there was a clear preparedness to have conversations. When you broke it up into little groups and started having conversations, it was shared, stories being shared about 20 people living in a house, but the union was able to have an impact in making representations, and people were given suitable accommodations. So there were tangible outcomes and wins, I guess, that the union was having that could show our Pacific Island workers that there can be real and tangible impact made. So I don't think there's a silver bullet here. I think there's a whole range of issues, but it's about continuing the engagement, winning their trust, and then and then having a quick, efficient grievance process to address those issues, because it's one thing that to bring them forward, they've got to be addressed and tangible and improvements made to their working and living conditions.
Anyone else?
I can make a comment if you like.
Yeah, Mr. Journo, yep.
Yeah, the meat industry, obviously, through the PALM scheme, they're mainly long-stay PALMs, so they're here for 4 years. So really, our structures on site, or our existing structures, wrap their arms around them and support those workers. We had situations where workers were coming in, they didn't even have a bank account. So our on-site delegates were taking those workers to the bank, setting them up with bank accounts and all of that. And that's an absurd situation. That should be the responsibility of the employer, and through the PALM deed and guidelines, that's significantly improved. But again, the CLOs have a role to play in that as well. We've had situations where CLOs have actively discouraged PALM workers from joining the union as well, that it was bringing shame and that on the country that was sending those workers here. So again, I think it's a bit more of a holistic approach between the sending countries, the CLOs, the on-site delegates, and having access to those workers as well, instead of those workers being actively discouraged from engaging with the union. There needs to be a mindset and a change where those workers are actively encouraged to participate in the union and be a part of that.
And my next question was with regard to, say, cultural and language barriers. So it's about engagement and continuing to show up. But it could still prevent temporary migrant workers from reporting abuse. Have you trialled or observed any particularly effective models for building trust and engagement in the communities?
So at Unions New South Wales, we, as part of the Visa Assist program, conduct a considerable amount of outreach with migrant communities. We have over 100 migrant activists working with us to do that outreach. All of those activists are migrants themselves. They're all bilingual or multilingual, and they engage with their own communities in order to conduct the outreach. We do find, as others on the panel have said, that migrant workers are shy or timid to come forward to people that don't understand their language or their culture, and a lot of that in some cases is to do with the fact that they don't trust authoritarian figures or governments because of where they come from, and in other communities it could be as simple as they are nervous about their visa. And we do understand that the priority for most migrant workers is maintaining their visa status, and they are always concerned that engaging with any form of organisation or institution may jeopardise that, and it's very important to build trust early and quickly so that you can communicate with these communities so that they are not worried about their visa, and you can then refer them to appropriate services and give them the appropriate support. As I said in my opening submission, one of our recommendations is that we do need better multilingual and culturally appropriate pathways for people to engage in when they are engaging with services in New South Wales and also in Australia more broadly. It has been a problem that we've recognised with the Fair Work Ombudsman, which is a national body, that it doesn't have, it has translators, but these translators are very formal. They are essentially legal translators. They are not people that have the appropriate cultural understanding of the communities that can communicate in a real world way that builds trust. We can do that, and we do that with our activists, but we do need to see that in more government services so that when we're engaging with the Human Rights Commission, or we're engaging with the Industrial Relations Commission or the Fair Work Commission or any other Safe Work Australia appropriate service, that these people are able to build trust and be able to communicate the problems that they are experiencing.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I just have one point which you may take on notice. Mr. Cook, you described the current PALM scheme as actually being a significant advance in terms of the way it's currently working, in terms of protecting workers, although all of you have pointed out to areas where it certainly can be improved, and thank you for your evidence. But it is important to come to this point because in previous evidence we've received, there's been a pointing to a decrease in PALM workers. Now, you mentioned that may be to changes in labour banking, but a concern that would shift people to working holiday makers, which is less regulated. And I think, in fact, in your submission from the meat industry, you've made that comment. I guess might take this on notice, but if we focus reforms around labour hire on the PALM scheme in particular, will those changes also have a benefit for working holiday makers? Or what else do we need to do to ensure that by tightening up in one area, we just simply drive unscrupulous people to seek a workforce outside the PALM scheme? Don't know if anyone want to make reflections on that or take it on notice.
I'm happy to take it on notice, but also give you my we've thought about this a lot, and it's something that as a union, there's been a lot of disagreement in the PALM scheme about the hours for workers, and so the federal government made two changes. One that said short term should have 30 hours every week from the 1st of July 2024. They then delayed that to the 1st of July 2025, and in the start of this year they've now delayed that again to the 31st of March 2026. And a large argument that was put up by the growers and their representatives was, if you don't take away this 30 hours, we will use working holiday visas because it's cheaper. And they weren't quiet about that. They said that very loudly. And I think even the NFF have said, and the AW and the NFF don't normally agree on things, but even the NFF has said that they agree with us that some change to the working holiday visa must happen. I think the proposal that they're publicly on is that something similar to PALM in terms of an approved employer's schedule or some similar structures to enable horticulture to remain able to use working holiday makers, but also give them the protections the PALM scheme has. And I think that work has to happen, and this committee should look at what recommendations it can put forward to the federal government about making sure that in your jurisdiction, the good of the PALM scheme is not undercut by the bad of the working holiday maker scheme. And it is essential that those workers on a working holiday maker have options for how they go about it. And we've seen more and more of those workers going out of agriculture and into an industry like mining because they get better wages and conditions in mining than they do in agriculture. And so any suggestion that the changes that happened for the British backpackers didn't see more people going out of agriculture is just plainly false. The figures have shown people don't go back to agriculture. It is just because those specified work requires them to go into agriculture that they use it.
And look, can I just, that will be the end of our questions for now, but if you had some more information on how we might tackle that pretty important issue, it would be appreciated. We'll make that a supplementary question. I think it is a really important issue. Can I just thank all of the witnesses for coming today and for your evidence. The Secretariat will contact you in relation to any questions on notice, and I assume that you'll be happy to answer those and any supplementary questions. Thank you very much, and we'll pause now for a short break before we recommence at 11:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Welcome back to the hearing of the Modern Slavery Committee. Welcome to our witnesses. Good morning to you all. Thank you very much for coming to give evidence today to the panel. Now, I wonder if we could start by each witness please stating their name and position, title, and swearing either an oath or an affirmation. And we'll start, if we can, with on my left with Mrs. Helma Gorry.
Yeah. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Gorry. Mr. Gorry.
Okay, I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Harvey.
Thank you. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thanks, Mr. Harvey. Councillor Asfor.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
And Mr. Reynolds.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone online? Witnesses online? No. Okay, thank you very much. All right, I wonder if you would like to make a short statement on behalf of your organisations to start with. Mr. Harvey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today to put these matters before the committee. We really appreciate it. What we have found within the Murray River local government area, which is situated on the Victoria-New South Wales border, is a situation where we have an unscrupulous person or group of people who are currently luring unsuspecting people to Australia with the promise of full-time work, really good wages, and good accommodation, and to be well looked after. What we actually have is this person bringing people into our local government area from the Philippines, putting up to 18 people in a 3-bedroom house with 1 bathroom, toilet, and 1 kitchen and 1 washing machine. These people don't get full-time work. They sometimes don't get any work in a week. They get a couple of days' work. By the time rent for their place in this house is taken from them, they barely have enough money to survive, let alone repay their family who gave them money to come to Australia to take advantage of this fantastic opportunity. The other thing is that these people were brought out on tourist visas. They didn't know that they couldn't work on tourist visas, and when they arrived they were put to work where none of that payment was done lawfully. There was no tax paid on those payments. They were then told that they had to get a different type of visa, which would make it easier for them, and they got a temporary protection visa. But that visa doesn't allow them to go home. Some of these people that we're talking about, that I've met and spoken to, they have children, young children, back in the Philippines. They can't go back there to visit them because in doing so they would not be allowed back into Australia on a temporary protection visa. We've had a young lady whose father passed away in the last month, and she was not able to go home for that occasion to farewell her father. This is just totally unacceptable. What we would like to see is the system upgraded in some way to protect these beautiful people from being used, humiliated and trapped in a foreign country. We would like to see how that can happen. When we put our submission in, we weren't totally aware of the situation around visas, and so some of our recommendations there may not be totally pertinent, but what we'd like to see is that these people get some assistance to get onto the right visa so that they can go out and earn money, live a good life and send money back to repay their debts in the Philippines. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Harvey. Would Mr. Gorey or Mrs. Gorey like to make any comments at the start?
I'll probably just add, well, probably not really. I just sort of mentioned these operators, they do work illegally. I'm not as kind as John, and I call them human traffickers, because they bring people here under false pretenses. They advertise on Facebook. They work with travel agencies within the Philippines to bring these people across. And look, it could cost $7,000, $8,000 by the time they arrive in Australia. But everything with these traffickers is transactional. They pay for their they pay good like $140 a week accommodation, like 18 in a house. You do the maths on that. They're making good money there. They charge them for their visa applications. They charge them for everything. They charge them to get a job. But what I'm seeing here today, the main issue I'm seeing in this room is about the PALM scheme, which is, I know it's not working well, but that's a regulated scheme. What we're dealing with is something completely different. It's a real scam. I'll close and I'll leave that to the questions. I think within our submissions that we've given a fairly good outline of what's going on. Perhaps the only thing I probably missed in the submission was that there's another problem here as well. Some of these people applying for tourist visas to come to Australia, they're not even making it through the airport in Manila. They're getting offloaded in Manila. They may have paid $7,000 or $8,000, which is for them could be 2 or 3 years' salary, and they get offloaded at the airport in Manila. And then what do they do for the rest of their life? They basically, all their wealth is gone, their family's wealth is gone. So it's an international issue here.
Thanks, Mr. Gorey.
Thank you.
Local Government New South Wales.
Thank you.
Councillors for.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to appear today. I'm a councillor on Canterbury Bankstown, but also the Vice President Metropolitan Urban of Local Government New South Wales, which is the peak body for councils. And I'd also like to apologise for President Mayor Phyllis Miller, OAM from Forbes, who is unable to be here today. Can I firstly start by commending this committee for examining the risks faced by temporary migrant workers in rural and regional communities, and I do acknowledge the amount of work already being undertaken by the government and the New South Wales Anti-Slavery Commissioner to address modern slavery. Local governments represent and advocate for their communities and provide services tailored to the unique needs of the communities within the constraints of available resourcing. And councils are committed to fostering safe, inclusive and welcoming communities. However, the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme, the PALM scheme, has played a vital role in sustaining local economies by addressing critical labour shortages in key regional industries. These workers are not only essential to the functioning of local businesses, they also contribute to the broader economic vitality of rural and regional New South Wales. However, instances of exploitation have led some workers to disengage from the program, placing additional pressure on community services for housing, food and welfare. And in response to these pressures, councils have stepped in, providing in-kind venue hire, referrals and support to community groups and NGOs assisting vulnerable workers. But this often stretches the already limited local resources and represents a form of cost shifting where councils and NGOs are being compelled to take action in the absence of state and federal governments doing so. Councils have also received complaints and anecdotal reports of safety concerns involving temporary migrant workers, seasonal workers and backpackers. And we think a collaborative approach to temporary migration is needed to ensure the safety and well-being of both the temporary migrant workers and the host communities that they live in. Some councils host awareness programs on modern slavery, including forced marriage, dowry abuse, servitude, and indebted labour. More government-funded programs are needed to educate communities and provide clearer pathways for reporting and for support. And local government New South Wales wants to help prevent exploitation and promote community safety, and we urge the New South Wales government to work with the federal government to provide training and awareness raising campaigns on identifying and responding to modern slavery, addressing service gaps through targeted funding, ensuring access to adequate housing, safe employment, language services and cultural and religious support, and finally invest in social cohesion initiatives as temporary communities become more established. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Asford. And you're right, Mr. Reynolds?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I might hand over to the Deputy Chair, Ms. Leong, for the first question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for joining us. I guess I wanted to take us on, and to your comments, Mr. Gorry, I appreciate there's been a lot of focus on the PALM scheme, but recognising that there is a lot of other risks that exist for temporary migrant workers in rural and regional areas. I wonder if you might all comment on the submission or the recommendation indeed made by Murray River Council in relation to the role of local councils being able to conduct welfare checks within potentially the first month of employment and then required thereafter as a potential on-the-ground way to ensure compliance. But I guess with that, I wonder, and we've heard a lot about the issues around both certain very problematic employers, but also the really challenging situation with accommodation, as was identified by you, Mr. Harvey. I note that local councils have a role to play in my area, which is very inner city, Newtown, in regulating and monitoring boarding houses. And I wonder if local government New South Wales, in that sense, has any thoughts around potentially the role that councils could play in terms of not just welfare checks, but also potentially regulating and monitoring the accommodation and those kind of elements. But really keen to hear from all of you, and particularly Ms. Gorry, anything that you'd like to add in relation to that would be very welcome. So,
I can respond to that. The problem is I have, and note, we live in a border area, so we've got Victorian Council and New South Wales Council involved here. But the problem for council is to inspect the housing, they must give 3 days notice. So it's not unusual for like 18 people, or say 15 of the 18 people to move out on 12 o'clock midnight. That's how they do it. They just keep shuffling houses or move them into sheds. So council was spoken to on the Victorian side, but they just can't do anything about that. They're aware of the situation, but they'll go check the house. Okay, it's got a bathroom, it's got 3 bedrooms, it meets all the criteria for safe housing, but they cannot control the number of people living in that house.
Yeah, great, thank you.
If I can just comment on our recommendation that welfare checks could be conducted by local government officers within the first month and as required thereafter. There are some issues with that. We would, number one, have to be notified that we had migrant workers coming into to our area.
Which you're currently not, is that correct?
We're not, that's correct.
Yeah.
And
so the council wouldn't know, sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Harvey, but just to get that on the record, so the Murray River Council isn't aware of how many migrant workers or PALM scheme workers or indeed any other type of temporary migrant workers you have working in your council area?
No, we don't. We did have a meeting with Regional Development Australia, Murray, last week, and they do have some figures around people that are participating in the Dharma scheme, which has been expanded out of the Arana region to cover quite a large portion of New South Wales, including Murray River Council. But I just, going to the local government offices, my colleagues here from Local Government New South Wales and we've been fighting against cost shifting between levels of government.
No, I hear you.
But in relation to this is a matter of extreme importance, and we have human lives that are being destroyed, and someone has to be responsible for that. And this was a very quick solution from our perspective.
Yeah.
We have what we call rangers and people like that, and with a bit of training, those people who go out into the community to look after other areas of our service delivery and so on could very well, if we were informed about people moving in, we could go and do a welfare check. But I think, as Councillor Mr. Gorey pointed out, there is a certain amount of notice that has to be given, and of course people get moved around. Fortunately, our council, through the good work of Mrs. Gorey and Councillor Neil Gorey, have made contact with people within their community and given them some safe haven and a group of people to be able to talk to try to help them. So, but I think in this case our council certainly would be willing to provide some inspection service and follow-up.
And does Local Government New South Wales have a view on that?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks, Mr. Chair and the committee, for the opportunity. Look, certainly we do. Councils, as you know, effectively become the safety net at the bottom of the system for people in these types of communities. So clearly a role.
Or at the top if you put community first, Mr. Reynolds.
Take your point, Ms. Leong, and certainly those councils who think broadly about it, such as City of Sydney or Leeton, have brought motions to our annual conferences in the last few years, dealing with exactly these issues, dealing with firstly seeking better information so that councils can be better aware of who's in their community, as Mr. Harvey and others have pointed out. Then, of course, seeking that the different layers of government perform their role and perform it well in the communities. So if there's a role for the national government to perform a service, then the state and then the council maybe more closely to its community, those should be respected and acknowledged, but also they should be funded appropriately. And I think that's where the other points here really hit the ground. Councils know their communities best, but we're not necessarily yet resourced and trained to be able to adequately perform the services that these types of challenges place on our communities. So I think Mr. Harvey speaks for the willingness of the sector to help and to do well by its communities, but the skill of our officers, their ability to act, enforce or guide under legislation may need to be thought about as well. Obviously their safety needs to be considered if they're going into those circumstances too. That has to be thought about. But then education for both those staff but also community members, just to pick up the signs of where help might be required. And that's subtle and not always terribly obvious, but we think there's a role there for more education and training, perhaps through the councils for their communities, around these types of issues which exist. And I think, as we've said in our opening statement, we're very supportive of labour forces coming into communities to help local economies. We need that. We need that economic generation, but we want it to work well. We don't want that benefit to be at an individual or human cost that can't be met.
Thank you. And Mrs. Gorey, I appreciate you having the opportunity to be able to come here and speak to us today and offer your perspective. I wonder, do you have, if you were to be able to sort of suggest what things could be done right now to assist people locally, what would you see as the key things that would need to be done? Yeah, totally. Grab your notes, no problem. And you may need to pull the mic slightly closer to you. It needs to wake up before it can wake you up.
I hope that there will be a proper visa for the people are already here and coming in. And I also hope that the traffickers will be arrested and given strong punishment to ensure accountability and to stop them exploited more people.
Great, thank you. And can I ask you, I guess and this is my last question, Chair, I appreciate it might be difficult to answer this from the Murray River Council's point of view, but my guess is that, look, my suspicion is that people in your local community know where the problems are and know where the issues are. It's just whether or not the action can be taken and how we go about that. And I guess I ask that because I wonder, where is the power lacking to be able to address the issues? Is it an issue, as Mr. Reynolds points out, in terms of education and training? Is it an issue of, fear from speaking out? Is it an issue of everyone needing to turn away because there is a demand for labour and there's a labour shortage? Where do you see as the big challenge here?
I'm quite happy.
Or is it capitalism? Where is it at in terms of where is the power that is actually stopping people from being able to seek support from your perspective?
The problem I see is I actually lived in this community for 5 years. It wasn't until my wife Helma Gorey got a job in the horticultural industry that I suddenly realised what the problems were.
Okay.
Like where I live, you see Asian people, high-vis vests on, that sort of thing at the supermarket. You think they're all doing well, they're smiling, they're happy. But when you start through Helma, you start to know these people. It was a completely different story. And the other problem with the housing is it's, it's not the housing they supply to these migrant workers. It's not reactive to the work available. Once a house becomes available, they bring them in on stream to fill that house. So suddenly they got, we bring another 18 in now. And the other problem is as well, I look at these houses and a lot of these houses are below living standards. They're very cold. Imagine someone coming from a very temperate climate in these now winters are freezing cold. We had 1 degree yesterday. They don't turn on the heating. So there's one thing I can't remember I was going to add to that, but so that is a problem anyway. And so I don't think many people in the community are aware. And I think sometimes the people who provide these houses, and they're probably making a lot of money, like the average rental in this area could be, say, a 3-bedroom house, say $450 a week. Yeah. They could be making $1,800 a week. But then probably the same time that the house owners, they're working through these traffickers, probably feel that they are assisting the migrant community by supplying them with bedding. But the actual fact is they're encouraging the mistreatment of these people, because you provide an old house and they'll just bring in more people and who will be maltreated. So but I think it's a sleeping issue that the community are not aware of.
I know, Mr. Donnelly, you've got the next question, but Mr. Gorey, Mr. Harvey, Mrs. Gorey, have you got any idea of the extent of the problem in your community? This is, I presume, just the tourist visas, because they're not going to come through. No one's going to know about the tourist visas through RDA. You've referred to people coming in on tourist visas. Do you have any idea of the extent of it in your community? How many people might be affected?
Actually, I'll just say one thing. I think Helma should speak to this, but when you see some of the Facebook posts, when they're advertising jobs in Australia, they get 800 likes and then request then a private message. That gives an indication
of the demand.
And then they come here on tourist visa, and then the traffickers applied for, because the visitor visa is no working rights, and then so that they can work, the traffickers applied for protection visa on their names, and then when they got the work rights, that is the time that they can they have the rights to work.
If I can just say, this group recruits people and sends them all over Australia. Not only, it's not a small group just operating in our area in Murray River Council. The employers, when I was talking about the Dharma, Murray River Council put a forum on last week and brought in people who know about the system of bringing migrant workers to Australia legally and their responsibilities and the rights that migrant workers have, so that we could get that out to employers. And now that the Dharma has been expanded in New South Wales, we had 4 fairly large employers there last Friday. And these are people, one of whom I know was approached and provided workers by these unscrupulous people, and through the intervention of my colleague Mr. Gorey and Mrs. Gorey, that employer became aware of the racket that was being put on and disassociated themselves with it, and they were one of the companies that I've now signed up to try to be included in the Dharma program, so that they can bring workers in a legal way and provide them with good accommodation and treat them like human beings.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for coming along today. I understand fully the desire to, at a local government level, the Murray Council, when they can see firsthand terrible exploitation that is before them in the community, right down to the very specific examples, which are in some cases I'm sure quite egregious. But if I could flip it over and explain it this way as well, that in terms of the work we do on the committee, the Anti-Slavery Committee, over the years, we've had, for example, evidence that in tackling examples of exploitation that exist, there is challenges in getting the Commonwealth area, namely Border Force, and the whole issue of visas and migration, working in sync with the Australian Federal Police that has jurisdiction in this area, working then with the state jurisdiction, the police force at the state level. And I'll use, and I don't use this as a specific example to be disrespectful, but I've heard of examples where there is tension between the police jurisdictions, and a time is set, for example, to do, open quotes, a raid, close quotes. And they've got their time mixed up. So one of the police forces turns up an hour, after the whole thing's been done. I don't use that as a frivolous example, but to make the point that if we bring the local government, the third layer of government into Australia, into this, I'm struggling to work out where the resources are going to come from to enable you to knit in to this what is already complex arrangement on these issues of people coming in from overseas. How does that get integrated? So I understand the compassion to want to do something when there's something terrible in plain sight, and clearly you're doing something and doing something at a very meaningful level of engagement. But if you move from one council and look at all the councils right across the state, it just strikes me it's an enormous challenge to think how the resources could get put in to enable them to play, sort of, dare I say, and I don't mean to be disrespectful again, a meaningful integrated part in what is required to tackle this issue from a macro perspective.
Look, Mr. Donnelly, I'd say that clearly that local government doesn't have any, police powers, but we do have compliance powers.
Yeah.
And I think the compliance powers, and every council is different, but the compliance powers is where we can be enacted to be able to help in this, with this issue across the state. I think there are tools that the Anti-Slavery Commission of New South Wales has put in place for businesses. However, it doesn't work as well for local government due to the different, taxonomies of each council. But I think local government procurement and local government New South Wales have been thinking about this, because not only is it the problem that we've got now, but there are issues with supply chains that we need to look at and guidelines we need to follow.
Yeah.
So there might be some work done by the state in helping us do that on a on a wide rate, like, you know, across all the councils in New South Wales, for all the different type of anti-slavery issues that are coming up. Not only, you know, this type of stories we're hearing about here now, but also in the supply chains and other sort of issues like the Palm Scheme and so on. So I think while we can't, you know, come down and raid, I do think the compliance powers are there and can be enhanced to be able to allow us to report these things better, to understand them happening in our communities better, and to allow councils to maybe work with their local businesses that, you know, do require temporary migrant workers. And, you know, that could be done in a number of ways, but to allow them to understand, and that's the piece that Mr. Reynolds was talking about, the education piece, to be able to go in and understand that this is how we can deal with this is where we need to report it, this is how we can investigate it, and along those lines. Because at the moment, it seems to me that it's an issue, people are aware of it, they don't know how to tackle it. And, you know, it's affecting these temporary migrant workers in a way that, you know, we can't even imagine.
No. So, I mean, the purpose of my question was to be a bit provocative, to sort of push, and I think that started to take shape then with your answer about enforcement powers at the local level. And listen, thank you very much for your commentary in your submission on pages 6 and 7, which go to the own matter of local government procurement. So there is clearly skin in the game which already exists with respect to local government. I'm just, I suppose, wondering that in terms of fleshing out these ideas that obviously are there and being cogitated over by obviously at the peak level, the body, but also by councils that are particularly focused on it because of local examples, egregious examples of exploitation going on. Is this being worked up into a, dare I say, a sort of a blueprint of sorts or a framework of sorts of what would look like the actual areas of activity around local councils? And if that's been done, is that available to have a look at on notice, or is it part of the iterative work being done by the peak body to gather details from the councils to come up with effectively a set of parameters around what local councils could and perhaps should do?
Maybe I'll get Mr. Reynolds to answer that one.
Thank you, and thanks, Mr. Donnelly, for the question. And look, I think we're doing it in a couple of ways. But firstly, I would say, again, this is an area that councils are stepping into because others are not in it. And so we're looking to help our communities because the current schemes are not working. And so we're happy to step yet again into space that wouldn't naturally be council territory around these issues, but we're trying to do that well. Yes. I think you're hearing from Mr. Harvey today, you'll hear from some other mayors or organisations in the sessions after us that are perhaps starting to do the work that you're talking about, which is looking at cooperative efforts in particular regions to maybe address some of those issues on a broader scale. We're watching that closely to see whether there's a broader industry response that's needed. You'll see in our recommendations, though, we're at the point of really trying to grasp the nettle practically in terms of funding for training and awareness, funding for education, funding for maybe further toolkits for councils, so that we can both be good supporters in communities, but also good business citizens in the way that we procure and obtain goods and services as well. Councils have responsibilities under modern slavery legislation. As a key industry player, local government procurement has taken the initiative and done a good amount of work there around helping councils try to understand that and firstly explore and understand their risk levels, but then also manage those through procurement. So that, at the moment, that's the industry space that's been activated, and links to that are available in our submission, and whether there's further questions from the panel either today or on notice, we're happy to deal with those. But I think we're very in tune with the members who are feeling this responsibility for their community and trying to give voice to that at the moment.
Yes, and please, nothing I said was meant to diminish or in fact depreciate what is a very human response to what is.
Thanks, Mr. Donnelly.
Go one more.
We've got another. Yes, we've just got 3 minutes before we finish this session up.
The full 3 minutes up then, Chair. With respect to the Murray River Council, with respect to beyond the work you've done, has the council addressing this behaviour that's being observed, this egregious behaviour of treatment of people, what has that involved in terms of dealing with the New South Wales Police Force, if at all, the Australian Federal Police, if at all, and once again, not reflecting if you haven't done it, but at the national level with, for example, Border Force, or you've been focusing on what you can do?
Okay, I can't disclose that. Obviously, we've we're taking that responsibility on, and once you then it's obviously, as you know, confidential. But we've had no feedback either.
Right.
But can I just add as well, though? I think my wife, Elma Gorey, has stated probably up to about 80% of the migrant workers in our area are all on bridging visas. On applying for protection visas, they're not under the PALM scheme.
Yes. Yeah.
But my other greater fear too, if we stop these migrant workers coming here illegally, our whole area could implode. We'll have a worker shortage. So that's another issue as well.
Yeah. No, that's a very important point.
Yeah.
Can I just say that this person that we talk about lives in our community. His wife, he is Filipino national. His wife lives in the Philippines. So they work in tandem to bring these people out here. And again, I can't say what other
No, of course.
stuff that council has done, but at this stage it hasn't been fruitful. Where we're coming from, I guess, is when Neil and Helma brought this to my attention, and we brought it to the attention of council. Council asked us to make a submission. We are completely looking at the welfare of these people.
Of course.
And our concern is for them for the future. Can we get them onto a visa that allows them to work in this country as they were promised, and go home and visit their children and their family and come back and resume their work? That's what we'd like to see.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And can I just thank all of the witnesses for their evidence today. The Secretariat will contact you in relation to any questions on notice. Presume that you'll be happy to answer them. I do know that there will be some questions on notice because we didn't get to Ms McDonald in the question time. We have shortened these periods because of the scheduling today. But thank you very much, all of you. I'll ask you to now be excused. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for very good work. Thank you.
Welcome to the witnesses today, Mr Ali, Mr Councillor Tout and our witnesses online. Thank you very much for coming, making time to give evidence to the inquiry today. This session runs through till 12:30. Now, before we begin, I'd like each witness to state their name, position and swear either an oath or an affirmation. And we'll start with those in the room here. Mr Ali, can we start with you?
Mr Aleem Ali, CEO of Welcoming Australia. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Councillor Tout.
Councillor Dallas Tout, Mayor of the City of Wagga. I swear that the evidence now
about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Councillor Tout. Councillor Weston.
George Weston, Mayor of Leeton Shire Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Councillor Weston. Ms. Kruger.
Thank you, Chair. Jackie Kruger, General Manager, Leeton Shire Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Daci. Can you...
Ken Daci, Welcoming Australia. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Right, thank you very much to all of the witnesses. Would you like to begin with a short statement?
We would, thank you.
You would, and then I'll come to Leeton but we're welcoming Australia to start with. Yep, thank you.
As the committee may know, approximately 6,000 of the Pacific Australia labour mobility workforce is based in New South Wales, making the state the second largest PALM scheme recipient. Nationally, 7,000 workers are reportedly disengaged from the PALM scheme, and New South Wales Riverina hosts approximately 1,000. Disengaged PALM workers present an enormous challenge for New South Wales regional and rural local government areas. Communities in the Riverina have built a reputation for welcoming newcomers with a strong network of service providers and community champions providing support and working to find solutions. The Mayoral Alliance for the Pacific, co-founded by Welcoming Australia and Leeton Shire Council and representative of more than 17 LGAs across the country, aims to equip local councils to engage more effectively in the PALM scheme and deliver better outcomes for communities, employers and workers. The Alliance discusses, develops and promotes a cohesive local government voice centred on the benefits and challenges of the scheme to ensure better economic, social and cultural outcomes for all stakeholders. While collaboratively advocating for constructive solutions to disengaged workers, our collective voice seeks to amplify and enhance the likelihood of attaining improved outcomes for workers, local communities, employers and diplomatic relations. This hearing presents a timely opportunity for Welcoming Australia and the Mayoral Alliance for the Pacific to share our experiences and propose potential solutions. These solutions will strengthen the scheme's delivery and save lives if implemented swiftly. Thank you.
Do any of the other witnesses wish to make an opening statement? Councillor Tout?
Just a short one, Mr. Chair. Basically, that's our coverage opening statement, but this alliance was set up in the last several months from a groundswell of information that councillors are receiving, and we contacted Welcoming Australia. It's fantastic that we're able to have this joint venture and the Mayoral Alliance happening. So I'm not going to say any more because I'd rather get questions.
Thank you. And Councillor Weston or Ms. Kruger or Mr. Daci?
Yes.
Councillor Weston.
Just a quick one. Good morning, Justin. Good morning. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak with you, your committee today. Like many rural communities, Leeton agriculture and manufacturing section increasingly rely on Pacific workers to meet critical workforce needs. To succeed, the PALM scheme needs to work for employers, employees, the workers and the host community. In the last couple of years, we've become aware of the opportunities for exploitation of the PALM scheme workers who are becoming disengaged from the scheme. They're typically disengaged in other states, usually due to overwork, underwork, or unacceptable living or social conditions, and then find their way down the Western Riverina and hope to get better jobs and lifestyle in our area. As a hugely productive irrigation, agricultural, manufacturing area, our region tends to require workers all year round. Once disengaged, some workers become exposed and being exploited by unscrupulous agents and or landlords, and they are also left vulnerable when they have no access to healthcare. As a council, we believe there needs to be a policy change and a different investment arrangement to arrest the exploitation of risks. 1. Helping disengaged workers return to the scheme as illegal workers. This is imperative for closing down the primary opportunity for exploitation. Secondly, making the scheme more flexible to support a better fit of worker and employer. Worker should be able to move between jobs without the threat of becoming disengaged. Thirdly, doing more to prepare employers and workers about the scheme and making about labour hire companies more accountable. And lastly, funding local communities to welcome new migrants, undertake settlement support and troubleshooting any emerging issues between workers and their employers or their landlords. Having eyes and ears on the ground and readily available local settlement services is the key to avoid the risk of modern slavery. Local government is best placed to do this with funding and support from the state and federal government. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Councillor Weston. And Ms Kruger, do you want to say anything at the start? No, thank you. And Mr Daci, do you want to say anything?
No, it's consistent with what Alim read out.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to ask Ms Leong to ask the first question.
Thank you. Just one to clarify, just in terms of the Mayoral Alliance for the Pacific, are there any mayors or indeed provincial or local government representatives from any of the Pacific nations on this, or is this a alliance of Australian local government representation? I'm just wanting to clarify, because a mayoral alliance for the Pacific sounds like it would involve Pacific representation, but it appears that's not the case. So maybe, Mr Ali, you can explain a little bit more about that.
It's just mayors representative of Australian councils who have palm workers in their communities and are concerned about ensuring better outcomes.
Great, thank you. So is there any liaison between the MAP and elected representatives in home countries?
Yes, there's liaison with the CLOs, the country liaison officers, heads of mission, and also various representatives in those countries, as well as directly with employers who are hiring from the Pacific.
Yeah, great. And that goes to then my second question, was just really keen to hear in terms of the perspective that you have in terms of the regulation on the companies that are employing palm workers and indeed those engaged in the palm workers scheme, so potentially labour hire companies but also recruitment agencies in home countries. I wonder, is there a sense of I guess the first question is, what regulation exists of those companies? And if you, as the mayors in this alliance, are seeing indeed problems with certain companies, certain labour hire firms or certain recruitment elements, where do you report those back to raise concerns such that they wouldn't be accredited in the future, or is there no such accreditation for that kind of process?
I'll defer to the mayors on the second half.
Yeah,
of the
please,
question.
thank you.
I mean, the first part, the companies are regulated under Australian law. Part of the challenge is the split system across 3 federal government departments. And so we've recently been appointed to the Commonwealth, State and Territory Consultative Group for the PALM scheme outside of the Australian Local Government Association. We're the only non-government entity on that scheme. That group meets this week for the first time, and so there will be a body where we'll have the opportunity to raise specific concerns, but I might throw to my colleague Ken Duchy if he wanted to add anything to that.
Yeah, perfectly put. What I would perhaps add is that the mechanism for seeking redress is unclear as of now. But there are efforts, I believe, in the top sphere of government that's responsible for the scheme, and that's the Department of Employment, Work Relations, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, alongside Home Affairs, to try and simplify the pathway for escalating arising situations.
I suppose
please,
I'll have an opportunity to
Please. Yeah.
To me, it's higher than that. Your question is specifically on the employment agencies, but it's a systemic issue, and that's where the Mayoral Alliance, Welcoming Australia, have been able to achieve something. That committee, that group hasn't come out of nothing. That's come because of advocacy, talking to federal government about the issue of having 3 federal departments overseeing a PALM scheme that has huge numbers in it. That was one problem. And then the next biggest problem, which I'll hit in case I don't get another question, is in relation to the contract that was let by the federal government. I know I'm talking to a state government committee, but we'll talk to anyone who can advocate to anyone to get some solutions in this space, because it all feeds through to the issues you've been talking about here and when I was listening to the previous group. The contract that was let is just insane, for want of a better word. Most of the workers palm workers are in regional areas, and the contract was let. And you can go on the website and have a look. And I know I can't name a company because I'm not allowed, because I watched your training video. But the contract that was let, it's metro based. There's a toll-free number. That's it. If you're a worker in trouble, that's all you've got for support. So the systemic issue is, one of the main systemic issues is that the resourcing to support palm workers should be placed in regions. The people need to be in the regions. And then all the things you're talking about with employment, labour hire companies, people who could tend to disengage, those people would be in community talking to people like myself and other mayors and other community organisations, and that would resolve a lot of the issues.
Can I just clarify, so that's the organisation for providing the support that you've just referred to, and the committee that's just been set up that the MAP's joined, what's that called again?
It's the Palm Commonwealth State and Territory Consultative Group. It's been formed by the federal government, convened through DUA.
Commonwealth State
and Territory Working Group.
And
Consultative Group, sorry.
A consultative group, okay. And that's recently been formed, okay.
That's to try
and can I just clarify? Sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot, Councillor Tapp, but I'm just not clear in the context of this conversation. I appreciate maybe other members are more clear. I'm just not sure why you can't name the contractor that's currently...
Oh, I watched the video and I thought it said you couldn't name a person or a company.
Parliamentary privilege applies.
Yeah, parliamentary privilege does apply.
Yeah, I just am really concerned if we're dealing with these kind of issues. And
you
then
can go on the website. It was done on a state basis. The ultimate company that provides New South Wales, I think, is Community Connections.
Right. Okay. Great.
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you.
And can I also just clarify?
That's not just to clarify. That's not Community Connections issue. It's a systemic issue.
No, I hear that totally, and that's why I was concerned, because it didn't sound like it was an issue with the way these things are being resourced, rather than an issue with an individual company. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Leong. I just want to clarify. You mentioned, Mr. Ali, there was 1,000 workers in the Riverina Murray that have been disengaged from the PALM scheme, but they come from all over Australia, so it's actually not really specifically to do with organisations, farms, industries in Riverina Murray. They actually have ended up there from right across Australia. Is that correct?
Ken, did you want to comment on that?
Yes. I think we need to understand two issues here. There are triggers for disengagement within the PALM program, and then those are exacerbated by the second half, which is the arrival of disengaged workers to particular geographies, of which the Riverina is one. So it is a twofold way of looking at the issue. There are triggers of disengagement, and then there are factors that exacerbate the vulnerabilities that are already there when someone is disengaged. And that's what we've been experiencing in the Riverina. So the Riverina as a whole, I don't believe, based on the evidence so far and experiential learning from lived experience, I don't think anything domestically within the Riverina is a trigger of disengagement. Is a trigger of disengagement. Excuse me, but the overall experience of vulnerability that's already at play from the regions where these workers are disengaged is further exacerbated once they come into context, because then there isn't any level of control, there isn't any level of legislative tools that can be applied to address those vulnerabilities.
Thank you, and I'll come back to pursue that a bit further. I'm actually going to go to Ms. McDonald for the next question.
Thank you. I thank you for attending. Has the Alliance gathered any case studies or testimonials from disengaged migrant workers And if so, what themes have emerged regarding their lived experience?
We produced a research paper late last year, which we presented to Minister Conroy at Federal Parliament. Ken has been working on the ground in Leeton, so apologies for continuing to defer to him, but he's best placed from our team to respond to that question.
Ken, would you like to respond to that question?
And obviously, yeah, absolutely. And I'm also mindful we have senior leaders from Leeton who can add on to what I'll share. Our experience within the Leeton Griffith Bells of the Riverina has had us interacting with disengaged workers, most recently about a fortnight ago. Now, some of the factors that have been shared by these disengaged community members is, to begin with, elements to do with wage theft, the sense that someone joins the program not understanding what deductions will apply to their wages. Secondly, for welfare conditions, beginning with housing and equally logistical support. It must be understood that the context of work for these community members may be certainly very remote. And so certainly someone needs that logistical support, all around logistical support to get work. And if that's not the case, then it could be a trigger of disengagement. Thirdly, work hours that are contracted. Because of seasonality of agricultural produce, the hours that you may have signed up for contractually may not be the hours you end up working in your host workers context. And so this then obviously has a ripple effect into the wages that you do obtain. And that is also a trigger for engagement.
Thanks, Mr. Dadchi. Ms. McDonald, you have another question?
Wondering, like with that report and with chairs, would that report be able to be made available to this inquiry?
In case that
if
would
it's
be
useful?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
We might take that as a supplementary request. Thank you.
Sure. And with visas, because it seems to be visas are used, to what kind of role does misinformation about the protection visa application play in creating those pathways to exploitation, and how should we address that?
I mean, from our perspective, applying for protection visa is the least desirable solution because the system is broken to get to that point. And what we know anecdotally in our conversations with Home Affairs is that the majority of those visa applications will be rejected, and then under the current legal framework they'll be deported and never allowed back into the country. So that's the least desirable outcome. The challenge from our perspective is the visa design at the front end. The 403 ties a worker to an employer. That's the program design. And so our advocacy to government is to have some flexibility within that visa so that workers can shift. And then obviously all the other things that lead up to that disengagement. So from our perspective, we would strongly trying to do everything that we can do to prevent people from getting to the point where they feel like they need to apply for asylum.
I just want to support Aleem on that, and that comes back to the systemic issues I will keep hammering on. If they were fixed and there were people on the ground in conjunction with councils and community organisations, you would cease the leakage from engaged to disengaged and possibly re-engage the disengaged. So if that happened, you wouldn't need to reach the end of the line that Aleem was just talking about. That's how we fix it. We fix a system where it's broken, not try and band-aid it and still work with a broken system. That's the problem.
So can I just come in here, and I know, Mr. Donnelly, you've got the next question, but just want to be clear on a point here. We've heard evidence this morning that the reason people disengage from the PALM scheme relates to their desire to get apply for a protection visa or some other way of staying in Australia. In fact, that was the majority reason. Doesn't sound to me as though that's what you come across in the 1,000 people that you've been dealing with. I'm just wondering if you might comment on that, Mr. Daci or Mr. Ali or Councillor Weston. Mr. Daci, perhaps?
Councillor Weston, go ahead.
Okay, the people who we deal with, remember, we're just local government, right? We haven't got much clout in the system, right? Maybe 15 people living in a house is not right. We can probably do something about that. And we go out our way to try and help these people. But the majority of these people want to come, work, send the money back home to their country and then go back. They don't want to stay here forever. They want to go back. They've got family, they've got extended family. I mean, the money does go back for the family. So ultimately they want to go back. We've gone out of our way to try and help these people as much as possible. But we have limited funds and limited clout.
And through you, Mr. Chair, from Leeton's perspective as well, we don't personally see disengaged workers leaving the scheme to get protection visas. It's rather people who are disengaged that are or heading that way that are trying to find a way to stay. So from our, so if you've been presented the view that most people that disengage are for the purpose of finding another way to stay on, that's not our experience locally. Ken, could you expand on that?
Yeah, there is full understanding, and here it's with appropriate evidence. It's full understanding with all community members that we do have in Leeton who are disengaged. There's full understanding by them that the program is time limited, and that you're here for durations between 9 months to 4 years. No one does leave their country with the misconstrued perception that they're going to come here and stay permanently. Because remember, there is an element of family separation within the program, and obviously the spillover effects of family separation is a totally different topic and is disastrous in its outcome. The idea behind, or the triggers behind disengagement need to be understood for what they are. We're dealing with, as Councillor Dallas has put it up, a systemic issue where right from the point in which there is pre-departure briefing, there isn't clarity as to what experience a worker will certainly have once they get to Australia. And so you start experiencing the gaps right at the point of origin, that to the degree someone gets here and they have elements in the program that they're meant to experience unfulfilled, they will end up disengaging. And the reason why there is a spill over and conversation around permanence is because if you look at the 403 visa conditions, the only way out for reprieve is to apply for protection. So it's an obvious spillover that is brought about by disengagement. And in no way does it affect the fact that someone wants to live here permanently.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, Chair. To the councils and Welcoming Australia, congratulations on the most important work you're doing for very vulnerable individuals who are open to terrible exploitation. My question perhaps to Councillor Talent, Mayor, if you take the 17 councils that are part of the Alliance at the moment, is there an example or a way in which councils amongst these 17, either the majority or a subset, a decent sized subset, are using resources, council resources, to deal with these issues? And what does that look like? In other words, within the council, dare I say, bureaucracy, so to speak, how are they doing this work on the ground?
Yep, so I just glanced down to look at the correct clause, so clause H of your terms of reference. It's as much, and I heard the previous speakers, I was sitting up the back, it's as much state government that's supporting them as well as local government. I can speak from my experience personally. I deal individually with a lot of the community leaders in the Pacific Island community in Wagga. I get sometimes I get first-hand stories, but I also get second-hand stories of community leaders who are supporting quite a number of disengaged palm workers. I also talk to other community organisations, so my role in Wagga, how I've been approaching it, is it's advocacy, having conversations on the ground. I go to the churches, I go to the community organisations, I identify the community leaders and I get them and talk to them. That's how I've been doing it. I'm not convinced that the previous speakers funding local government to try and band-aid something else, I don't think that's the solution. But having said that, local government has a role to play in being responsible. And I tell people in our community all the time, if you come to our community, we will wrap around you. The palm worker is exactly the same. So I advocate, am as passionate about advocating for a palm worker as anyone else in the community because they're part of our community. And whether that means I come here and speak here today or we go to Canberra as many times as we need to go to Canberra, that's where we need to sort out this whole system so it flows through. And what Ken was just saying about disengaging and the visas that they apply for. Because once they become disengaged, they're effectively illegal. They have no Medicare, they have nothing, and they're working for cash to live. They're too scared to apply for anything. Who's going to write any paperwork down when you're working for cash and you know you're an illegal? That's why if we can get them back in and re-engage them or stop the leakage and people becoming disengaged, that's the solution. It's not throwing money at local government in that instance. But the state government needs to take ownership as well in relation to H in ensuring that they're aware of what's happening out in the regions and whichever agencies they are, particularly health. I know in Leeton and Griffith it's the hospital systems and Narrandera, it's the hospital systems that are getting a lot of pressure from disengaged workers because they're not covered and community members are paying for it out of their own pocket. So that it's awareness, and you won't be able to look at, there's data around, but you won't get data where there is no information. That's why I'm so happy that I understand, and you can confirm it, that there's hearings in Griffith at some point. I'm sure you will be swamped with people who can give you first-hand experience from their dealings. I know I can get a few, I know I'm going to get some people over there, so...
No, thank you, because I was trying to grasp in the context of the engagement of the third-tier government, most important here, the community where there is that direct contact between people like yourself, the mayor, indeed, with community members and community groups and that dialogue, and you become a conduit of passing information on back and forth. I try to sort of wonder whether or not there is an argument or case being put forward that dedicated resources should be placed or made available by councils. And obviously the councils would say, well, if we're going to take on this work, if that was a position agreed in principle, we would need resourcing to do that. What would that actually involve? Would it involve a person doing this work? It seems like that person, if it was a person or more than one person, they would be moving a lot of information around because of the way in which these issues are lateral between the jurisdictions. And I mean, I haven't thought this through, but that person would need to be a particularly well-trained individual to sort of understand the systems both laterally and vertically to be able to do it. And I just sort of wonder, what could a single person do, so to speak? And is there another way of getting some purchase on this whole issue other than sort of putting in specific money into councils, or councils indeed budgeting specifically for it?
I'll attempt to answer, and Elaine can correct me if I'm wrong. So in relation to the PALM scheme specifically, the labour hire companies are the approved employers. They sign a contract with the federal government. They're responsible to the federal government. So the federal government needs to oversight those agreements, because everything you've heard, whether it's 13 in a house, 16 in a house, all of those issues stem from a labour hire company doing the right thing or not doing the right thing, whatever it is. It's also about the support mechanisms that are non-existent in regional areas. one person in the council, I can't envision what you're envisioning.
No,
One
I'm not-
person
yeah,
in a
I'm-
council trying to work through that sort of stuff. It's more advocacy, but not just passing on information. It's passing it on and actively pursuing it to a solution to
Yeah.
the point of frustration on the other part from the people who are advocating to them.
Councillor Weston, do you have any comment to make on that? Yes, you've got your hand up there.
Councillor Towley, exactly 100%. But what he says happens here in Leeton and in Griffith. We'll be involved. We take young mothers again who are pregnant, have the babies. People put their hands in their pockets, and when they do get in trouble with the police, like drink driving, they take resources away from the rest of the community as well. There's a flow on where they're having problems in the community also services are used to help these people as well. And what Councillor Taylor has said is actually correct. And I don't think council will be we've only got limited powers, as we said before. It's these different departments that we deal with. Someone needs to bring them all together. The scheme is a great scheme, good idea. Like, bring them out, they earn the money and send it back. There's aid that way. The farmers get the produce, but there's got to be some accountability along the line. And we have spoken up as councillors together to try and get something done to this point. I'll just refer to my general manager.
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly we too concur that there are systemic issues that need to be dealt with. But we also, in response to committee member Mr. Donnelly, we, as Leeton Shire Council, we were resourcing a position for the equivalent of 1 day a week, which is outside of our usual mandate, but particularly to deal with these types of palm scheme disengaged issues that were landing in our community. So that was an impost on the budget hasn't been able to be sustained. We were very fortunate to have the services of Ken before Welcoming Australia sampled him. And so he was able to, because he has that mindset, he was able to learn the ropes and get to grips with all the visa conditions and understand the program.
Yeah.
I do agree you need someone with the capacity to be able to grasp these things. But the impost and our volunteer community as well, in terms of housing people, finding beds, sitting rooms, furnishing the homes. We have that. We have people being fed.
Yeah.
We have pregnant people getting support to go to the doctor. The impost on the community is very great, and we believe very strongly that there should be resourcing at the local level. It's no use having people in the regions or in the cities funded to support regions. Where you've got a big cohort of farm workers, the resourcing should be sitting there, and we believe local government is closest to the people, and we'd be very willing to help as long as that partnership was supported. Thank you.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Mr. Donnelly, you right? Yep. Dr. Kane, do you want to ask?
I do, and thank you very much for your evidence and for the work that you do in the community. I must confess I'm not an expert on the different types of visas, and we have heard evidence today, as the Chair has alluded to, I guess, the interaction of different types of visas. I do understand, though, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that there has been this pilot program of workplace justice visas, and I wondered if that's something that you'd come across at all?
Not familiar with that visa, sorry.
No, okay. Anyone online?
Yeah, so the justice visa has been prescribed as a solution to try and find, to help resolve the conundrum that is disengagement and loss of status, and particularly find a remedial measure in as far as employment conduct is concerned, because that's the source of disengagement. Now, I must be very honest and clear. One is that new visa is not understood. It's been rolled out, and we get to hear, because obviously we operate in the space, you get to hear sound bites about the visa, but the mechanism that administers the visa is not clear. And then it's yet another layer of bureaucracy when you have the mechanism to actually resolve the issue that is bedeviling the PALM scheme within the scheme itself. There is apparatus within the scheme to apply those remedial measures. Adding another visa, notably called the justice visa, may be a step in the wrong direction, according to me and my experience. But it's there, and unfortunately, no one knows its mechanism.
Could I just have a quick follow-up,
Yeah.
Chair? So the apparatus that you would say and exists within the scheme, and I'm sorry if this is a really obvious question, but it seems to be the crux of the question, is what would you say the apparatus for addressing the issues are if it's not through that visa?
The architecture is already there. You already have a visa that's not working properly. You have the 403 International Relations visa, whose statutes actually complicate matters when someone disengages. Overall, if you look at the scheme itself, you'd question how you build an enterprise of a program without a provision for the possible occurrence of disengagement.
So it's really an absence. It's an absence in the existing visa requirements rather than necessitating a different type of right.
And it's the absence.
Which has its own other conditions again.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Yeah, and it's the absence of dealing with the disengagement. That specifically, that's very helpful actually. I think we might bring that session to a close right now. Can I thank all the witnesses for your attendance? Can I just say there is likely to be some supplementary questions. Can I just foreshadow from my own purposes that we've heard earlier today about people coming in on tourist visas, and we've also had a lot of evidence about working holiday makers. It doesn't sound as though in this particular context those are issues, but I'd be very keen just to hear any reflections you might have on those in your local communities. But apart from that, Mr. Councillor Weston, did you?
Sorry, it's Jackie Kruger, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering, do you have a copy of the United Nations Rapporteur's report on contemporary forms of slavery from November last year?
Yes.
Can we read that? You've got that
Yes,
already.
thank you. And we've actually had evidence from Professor Abakata as well, and so that's been very helpful. Thank you. So there may be some supplementary questions. I hope you'll be able to answer those. Thank you. People are nodding. Can I just thank you all for your evidence today, and I'll ask you those online to disconnect and those in the room to disconnect while we proceed to the next session.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you for good work.
Move on to the next session, and welcome to the witnesses here today. Thank you for making time to give evidence to us today. And could each witness, starting from my left, so Father Khalid Marogi, could you please state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Thank you. My name is Father Khalid Marogi. I'm the National Director for the Australian Catholic Migrant and Refugee Office and the National Director for the Collegial Life and Ministry. I swear that the evidence now about to give by me shall be the truth, and the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Cullen.
My name's Kylie Cullen, and I manage the Catholic Migrant Refugee Office in Sydney Archdiocese, and I also work with Father Khalid on a national basis. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Ms. Cullen. Ms. Rahil.
Thank you. Alison Rahil. I'm the Executive Officer of DOMIS 8.7 Modern Slavery Remediation Service and the Australian Catholic Anti-Slavery Network Modern Slavery Risk Management Program. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Ms. Rahil. Mr. Taraga.
My name is Moe Taraga. I'm here as a person with a lived experience, also a lived experience advisor for the Australian Catholic Anti-Slavery Network, and also DOMIS 8.7. So I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Taraga. Ms. Murphy.
Hello, Natasha Murphy, Learning Development Manager and Palm League Coordinator at St Agnes Catholic Parish in Port Macquarie in the Diocese of Lismore. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much and welcome to all of you. Would anyone like to make a short opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. Bulabanaka, and to the committee members as well. It's good to see you again, and thank you for the opportunity to address your inquiry. I have a few different hats, but today I'm appearing as an advisor to the Australian Catholic Anti-Slavery Network and DOMIS 8.7 Modern Slavery Remediation Service. I will make some brief observations to start off, drawing on my lived experience. Then I'm going to hand over to Ms. Natasha Murphy from St Agnes Catholic Parish at Port Macquarie. Ms. Murphy has a great story to tell about how she has created a positive, safe work environment in the regional New South Wales as an approved employer of workers of the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme. We really wanted to show the committee some positive models of temporary migrant employment in regional New South Wales. By sharing in this way, we hope that others might see what is possible when you put your workers' welfare at the center of your business practice. Ms. Rahil will answer questions you might have about our written submissions and recommendations. Just briefly, the last time I was here, I spoke about my lived experience in the Australian horticulture industry. I also talk about my ongoing contact with workers on the PALM scheme, including those who have disengaged from the scheme. Before we get to Ms. Murphy's good examples, I thought I would highlight some poor employment practices I know of. I know of workers who have spoken up in social compliance audits and have been moved on before they could be assessed. I have met workers who have complained about the conditions and were sent home. I have met workers who were injured on the job and got sent home. All these, at the best, these are examples of labour exploitation. At their worst, they create a workplace where vulnerable people are trapped. A few weeks ago, I spoke to some migrant workers who were doing general labour jobs on building sites here in Sydney, taking down scaffolding at the end of a job or form work. Some of these workers were major public infrastructure projects. These workers were being moved from job to job, working at one site a few days at a time. Some of them were not being paid at all. All of them were scared of getting injured because they didn't have health insurance. They would go on site with a subcontractor boss who said, "This is my boys," and get way through without any inductions at all. These migrant workers really are at the mercy of their employer. You really don't have to look far or hard to see the gaps between head office policy and what happens on a construction site. We're starting to put the survivor at the center of our response to modern slavery, which is great, but I feel like New South Wales is barely scratching the surface when it comes to recognizing the scope of the exploitation that occurs. So what business practices are putting people in harm's way that we need to regulate them better? Let's start with labour hire. I can support strong, consistent regulation of labour hire licensing at both state and national level. I said it to the committee last time I was here, it bears repeating. I will always be full of praise for any organisation that finds people impacted by modern slavery in their operations or supply chains. Collaborations across governments will be key in establishing clear accountabilities. But we need to do that, which is why Ms. Murphy's story is so important. Because we can do these things if we have the courage and care. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you today. I will now hand over to Mrs. Murphy. Ms. Murphy.
Ms. Murphy, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Daraga.
Thank you, Mo. So, as I explained, I'm the Learning Development Manager at St Agnes Catholic Parish, also the project lead for our PALM scheme. We have 25 Ni Vanuatu workers in our aged care. We're also looking to broaden that in our early childhood and disability services. I have been working in the Pacific context for over 25 years. I have lived experience in Vanuatu, where I worked for the Australian Pacific Training Coalition. So what I'm about to give in sort of pragmatic examples of what best practice looks like, I would say that the strengthening that from our organisation is from my networks, affiliations, endorsements, strengths, ability to be resourceful, not only here in Australia, but also across the Pacific. And I do support other approved employers, predominantly in Queensland and the Mid-North Coast, in what I'm about to give examples of. So for St Agnes, we have 600 employees, 300 volunteers. Port Macquarie is an ageing population, so we have the luxury of retirees at our fingertips for resources, time, energy, and that is, again, a very big strength. We have also a lot of migrant workers on the skills and demand regional visas, predominantly females from Southeast Asia, working in our aged care and cleaning services. We have over 95% retention rate of all of our migrant workers. Only 5% of those from the data that I've researched coming here today was returning home due to personal reasons out of their control. We have no issues with absenteeism, abscondment, or any other issues in our PALM scheme or with any of our migrant workers. We have an internal registered training organisation called John Henry Institute, which I'm also the training manager for that. And we deliver ongoing training in not only our own workforce in cultural awareness training, I do think that's key as well, of ensuring that our Australian employees are responsive and understand a deep and authentic understanding of cultural awareness training and what that looks like, of providing belonging, security, safety, not only at work but in living in our region in Port Macquarie. We also provide ongoing training in individual support, qualifications in leadership and management, business related. So our training organisation, we have the luxury of that internally, so we can be adaptive and responsive not only to our own PALM workers, but I also do work with other PALM workers in Port Macquarie in aged care and supporting training in our seasonal worker program, predominantly 200 to 300 in the region. A lot of that work is in kind. We do access funding from the PALM scheme. It is very clunky, I'll say, in the red tape, and how to do that is a real barrier. And I think a lot of improved employers do contact me regularly about how to proceed in that process of accessing funds. So we worked collaborative with other, particularly faith organisations in the region, to provide that training in kind. And what we find is we have a sustainable, productive, effective workforce. So it's that investment obviously comes back through the investment of in what we need for our workforce. Just to bring up some sort of key highlights for housing and transportation. Housing and transportation, we offer a set $150 inclusive rate for our workers in homes that are leased by St Agnes. That includes utilities, internet, accessible to a laptop for all platforms, for talking to family, friends, learning, We provide inductions that are thorough, that at least 1 week of block inductions with ongoing meetings. Those ongoing meetings are an open forum with a shared agenda, which is person-centric, not just led by ourselves. So it's a very open, transparent way to communicate what barriers, what challenges are occurring so that we know the triggers and how to address that. We work very closely with our Biripi people, which are the traditional owners of Port Macquarie. Our elders provide a lot of wellbeing, connection to country, walk on country, fishing tours, smoking ceremonies, edible gardens. Even though they are two very different, distinct cultures, obviously our Ni Vanuatu culture really do relate to that. I manage a number of surveys, feedback, monitoring and evaluation. Out of all of our feedback and surveys, the highest indicator of loving what they're doing, loving Port Macquarie, their work, enjoyment, comes from predominantly our connections with the Biripi people and their resources. With our volunteers, we have an army of meal trains, volunteer drivers. This is something that I coordinate, volunteer drivers. So for example, our palm workers who work at night do not have Ubers and taxis and security issues. We have volunteers more than happy to provide that transportation. They provide fishing equipment, sporting equipment. We have an adopt a family program that is very successful. It's where we go, it's a bit like a speed dating process where we marry up families to our workers and they enjoy common celebrations, hobbies, pastimes. If there's health concerns, they have someone that they can talk to privately and confidentially. In-house, that also talking about transparency, we have made our policies and procedures to be adaptive and responsive to an inclusive migrant workforce. I've worked with that myself due to my experience, and in that we are very open around the union representation, health-related matters, NIB, banks, mobile services, and when the union does come at least 2 to 3 times a year, we ensure that all of St Agnes employees are not in the room so that they can talk private and confidentially, and the same with the access to, they provided a work phone that I set up personally for them with all the hotline numbers of what they need for unions, health, security, connections, cultural liaison officers. Basically, just to summarise for myself, what I would say my experience is from listening to the last speakers as well, the triggers and the challenges and the barriers. I feel that the cultural awareness training or depth of understanding of the Australian workforce is very limited. I receive over 20 phone calls and emails through my networks in Australia each week for advice and support and who to contact. And I agree with the other speakers that more support needs to be on the ground in the regions to support approved employers and directly with palm workers, and particularly in a sense that is private and confidential where there's trust and respect.
Thank you. We might move to questions unless anyone else would make a brief statement, or just would limit it on time, that's all.
Yes,
Ms.
thanks,
Cohen,
Chair.
yes, okay.
Yes, Father Khalid and I we're representing the faith-based support network in the Catholic Church, and so we just wanted to give a little rundown about our network so that you can understand where our support lies. The Federation of Catholic Bishops' Conference of Oceania is the regional grouping that comprises 4 national and international Catholic bishops' conferences in the Pacific region. The 4 Episcopal conferences are the Australian Catholic Bishops' Conference, the New Zealand Catholic Bishops' Conference, and the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Papua New Guinea and the Solomon Islands, and also the Episcopal Conference of the Pacific. The FCBCO represents approximately 9 million Catholics across 80 dioceses in 21 countries across the Indo-Pacific. The FCBCO expresses its strategy through the work of the Migrant and Refugees Oceania Network, which aims to bring all stakeholders to the table for constructive dialogue. And for example, the Australian Catholic Migrant Refugee Office, a member of this network and an agency of the Australian Catholic Bishop Conference, in partnership with the Ecology, Justice and Peace Office and the Australian Catholic Religious Against Trafficking in Humans, ACRATH. We organised a national conference in July last year, and we focused on the theme of welcoming seasonal workers in Australia, gift and responsibility. The conference addressed the challenges faced by seasonal and migrant workers in Australia and emphasised their contributions to Australian society beyond their labour. The 2024 conference provided an opportunity for all stakeholders, including the Australian Ambassador to the Holy See, staff from the PALM Scheme Delivery Branch, the Australian Government Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, the New South Wales Anti-Slavery Commissioner, who I believe you've already heard from, Community Connections, the Migrant Justice Institute of Sydney, seasonal workers themselves, the Pacific Conference of Churches and various faith-based and non-faith-based organisations. And we came together over 2 days to share experiences, knowledge and initiatives. The focus was on supporting temporary migrant workers and strengthening current safeguarding measures to prevent the exploitation of vulnerable migrant workers, particularly women migrant workers. We believe that such a holistic approach and dialogue will improve the system and contribute to the elimination of modern slavery. In the spirit of this approach, we highlight the 4 following points: that the New South Wales Government should adopt a labour hire licensing scheme or support adoption of a national labour hire licensing scheme, to establish a support pathway for temporarily disengaged migrant workers, creating pathways for the spiritual and pastoral care of migrant workers, and promote collaboration among all key stakeholders.
Thank you. Right, I might go to you, Ms. Leong, for the first question.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies to those who are appearing that I'll need to duck off before the end of this session. But just to I guess go to what we've heard, and particularly in relation to what could be described as a good practice model for how PALM workers might be engaged. I wonder how you might see Ms. Murphy and indeed Mr. Turaga in relation to this being something that would be able to be adapted in a for-profit setting. I particularly am conscious of the fact that there's concerns in this session and every session around the involvement of labour hire. We know that these issues are the case. Obviously, that is a huge factor in terms of looking at particularly things like the horticultural industry and the agricultural industry in terms of pay per piece as opposed to per hour. There are a whole range of issues there. I wonder, I'd be really keen to hear your thoughts on what could be adapted into a for-profit setting from what the examples you have used. And I guess to you, Mr. Turaga, very much given your expertise and also your lived experience, what would you see would be the best way that we could actually strengthen the oversight to ensure that some of these good practice models were having to be in place across the board?
Sorry,
please jump in. Please.
I was asked by the team to be the responder to the on the go questions. So I think the existing we talk a lot about how whether it's the PALM scheme or any other visa categories, there's a lot of regulation, but I suppose with the big picture, it's very much self-regulation and self-reporting. So this
Sorry, did you say self or soft?
Self
or both, maybe.
Well, it's not mutually exclusive.
Self. Sorry, thank you.
So all of what St Agnes Catholic Parish take and do for themselves, putting workers at the centre of the ecosystem, and that then flows on to everything from client welfare to employee welfare and well-being. That's all what they see as complying with their obligations under the Australian approved employer deed. And in the same way that the Australian Catholic Anti-Slavery Network Modern Slavery Risk Management Program, we look at the Australian Modern Slavery Act and we see the regulations of the risk management program we need to have here in New South Wales, as well as the rest of the country, which is to assess, address and mitigate and then remediate the risk of modern slavery. And we take that obligation really seriously. So I think whilst we say best practice, what we're missing is in the regulatory environment is the intentional checking, the monitoring. There just is the complete absence of follow-up, and it's possible for any sorts of employers to say they're doing these things. For example, yes, we are providing pastoral care, and I'm sure my colleagues have seen this, but where the employer has purchased, and this is an example that Natasha gave, purchased a box of Bibles, handed them, didn't know what to do with them, handed them out to workers, and that, in their eyes, is covering worker cultural, religious, social inclusion, and it's that I suppose taking regulation seriously and doing things which is obviously when we're a Catholic organisation, we're trying to do the right thing, but in the absence of labour hire licensing schemes, in the absence of the Commonwealth actually checking the conditions that employers are saying that they're providing in an intentional way rather than a reactive way. And for things like remediation and community engagement, certainly there are, we have a model where we can provide a service to for-profits for remediation. But there's certainly an expectation from the for-profit sector that community services and social services are fully funded by government, and that we, my colleagues here, everything that they do to provide pastoral support is not funded. It all comes out of money that could have gone somewhere else in the church to support workers. So there's a real disconnect between the welfare and community services and social supports that need to be in these regional areas, and the view that somehow business doesn't think it's their responsibility. Certainly labour hire, as we've heard previously today, the person with the laptop or the WhatsApp is not in a position to provide any wraparound social community support. So I think we definitely have that sort of two-tier system operating at the moment, where the not-for-profit sector is taking the regulations and obligations as employers and community seriously, and on the other side, business can really, it's a free-for-all. So some are choosing to do some good things, whilst others, it's really, they know it's a self-regulation, self-reporting system, and nobody's going to come and check the accommodation or the hours of work or the pay slips or anything else.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you. And through you, Chair. Mr. Hurrell, on the issue of labour hire practice licensing, it's come up time and time again as something which is missing here in New South Wales. And dare I say, people are scratching their head and saying, why is it missing here in New South Wales, the most populous state in the Commonwealth? And I note recommendation 2 of the submission provides implement a labour hire licensing scheme similar to the schemes in operation in Victoria and Queensland. I wonder if you could just sort of elucidate about, do you agree with the submission that it's perhaps one of the most important priorities that we need to look at here in New South Wales? And to the extent you're able to do so, and this is, I suppose, open to any of the members of the table with knowledge about this, the Victorian scheme compared to the Queensland scheme, and perhaps any recommendation of one over the other.
May I answer this? So in our network, it's a national network, so all our volunteers around the Catholic parishes over the country, including 384 parishes in New South Wales. We work closely with the, especially people who come under PALM scheme from Pacific Islands and Timor-Leste. from the experience we learned, there's safeguard measures where the labour licence scheme has been implemented in other jurisdictions or states. And so that's why we believe if New South Wales will adopt a similar program, will increase the safeguard measures and will minimise the impact of the modern slavery. And I think the national government, also the federal government, was in discussion to adopt a national scheme, and might be that's even more strong because that would apply to the whole country.
I'm wondering, Father, with respect to the answer, thank you for that answer to the question, in terms of the issue of guardrails or safeguards or other requirements that exist in those states where they do have a registration scheme, are you able to give any particularities about an example of how it assists and puts downward pressure, or that's not something you're able to comment on?
I could comment. I think where there's sometimes the name of the agency, a high agency or an employer, where there's complaints and there's like scrupulous practices. I think when that's been named publicly and been published, or the person lose their ability to have that particular permission or being able to hire labourers, I think that's it's one of the elements that strengthen the scheme.
Yeah, certainly from the employer perspective, so we have 65,000 common suppliers across over 50 Catholic organisations that are complying with the Australian Government Modern Slavery Act, and our highest risk in that sort of almost 4.6 billion spend on goods and services is on labour-related services. It's a massive area of spend. It's absolutely the highest risk area because you've got labour hire in cleaning, security, particularly in the care workforce, in-home care, aged care, hospitals, and in the absence of labour hire licensing, engaging, so we do all of this, our team does the supplier engagement on behalf of the Catholic network. So we're asking them to share more information about their organisation. We're doing desktop reviews, we're trying to find, do our due diligence on who are these suppliers, and certainly if they're registered in Queensland or Victoria, it certainly makes our job a bit easier. But here in New South Wales, and I think that also there's information in lots of different government departments as well. So, for example, Border Force have a list of sponsors that are prohibited from being sponsors of visas, but you have to know the ABN that you're looking up.
Yes.
So it's literally it's not possible to kind of
detective work.
Yeah. So we can look up one ABN at a time, but when you've got you're trying to work across thousands of suppliers to interrogate are they just empty vessels? I mean, this is one of the things with, for example, with school cleaning here in New South Wales, and unfortunately, we would love to have New South Wales public procurement also going along the same path and engaging with suppliers, but whether it's construction or school cleaning, which is a lot of migrant workers, without asking those suppliers to fill out a self-assessment questionnaire. We don't know even if they employ cleaners directly or if it's, again, subcontracted to someone else. So and back when Moe and I visited Griffith 8 years ago, in Queensland, labour hire operators who had been previously prosecuted by the Fair Work Ombudsman had re-established in Griffith and the Riverina area. So it's certainly, I think, the issue that New South Wales attracts the labour hire operators who fail to meet the bar in either Queensland or Victoria. Certainly we've seen evidence of that. Did you want to add anything?
No, that's pretty bad.
It's good.
That's
okay.
very helpful. Thank you.
Dr. Kane.
Thank you very much, and thank you all very much for appearing and your submissions. And Mr. Taraga, we may be making you soon an honorary member of this committee, I think. And
Thank you,
in
Dr.
that
Available
vein,
for consultant work. So.
good to know.
What's your hourly fee?
Yeah.
I hope you're not acting as his agent there, Mr.
Not as much as James.
So I might start with questions to you, Mr. Taraga. We've heard today evidence about the ability or willingness of workers, migrant workers, temporary migrant workers, to make complaints, to engage in surveys. And I wanted to know, what is your experience with worker surveys conducted by businesses or governments or universities, and things like worker hotlines and QR codes? Do you have any reflections on those?
Funny you asked the question, because I asked that question in the RIA conference 3 days ago, or last week. I don't find that hotlines work for islanders. I don't think it's very cultural. Most of those guys will rather text you their messages. I know because their English is very, very low, and the barriers to speaking worded English or spoken English is very low, they'd rather text. And I find texting them or engaging them on a Facebook Messenger text group works better than them trying to get them to ring up. And not only that, if we talk about hotlines in some of the cultural context, hotlines means sex lines.
Right.
So that hot means adult porn, all that sort of stuff. So they won't approach it. And I think that's one of the things that we need to look at. How do we get culturally appropriate when we start organising? And as going back to Natasha's point, it's about being culturally sensitive to what is available to them. Knowing these guys, we have to sometimes go back to the village mentality. We have to bring that cohort of villagers in back and then rub them back in there, and for them to speak their mind freely and willingly. I think we still don't get, we'll probably get about 2 in 100 that will willingly, independently put their hands up and say, I want to get interviewed for this program. Unless there's a whole group of them that'll be singing together, then they'll have the courage to speak up. So, I think we really need to look at, I'm just conscious of time, but just recently looking at what is the exiting questions that we should be asking people when they're going back. We're asking them questions to come back in, but what are we asking as they go back? Did they achieve their goal, for one? Did they come in and, what was that experience like? And I think that's really important that we ask the exiting questions as well as the entry questions. In regards to the disengagements, I think I have an idea. It's about a comprehensive re-engagement visas. If we can talk to the federal about it and advocate it up. There is a big consensus of people that they'll cohort, as we've heard before in the Riverina. If somebody's working on a farm and the farmer's looking for workers, this by word of mouth, and they'll just go out and they'll ring everyone else up, or they text each other on social media, go, look, we're looking for work, is anyone available? And I've seen that alive and well in that dark side of employment. So a lot of people, and I think as we can see from the studies and the surveys and hotlines, unless we have somebody that they're comfortable with to speak to or speak with, they'll be happy to be honest about the responses to the questions or to the surveys.
So there's no real surprise that we don't see a lot of self-initiated complaints by migrant workers.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
And could I ask again of the ACAN group, your submission emphasises sort of work health and safety issues. And today we've spent a lot of time talking about labour hire licensing and that kind of issue, and we've talked about visas and pilot visa projects and whatnot. We haven't spoken a lot about work health and safety. And I wondered, that's an area I think, because it's state focused, that we should probably be looking at a bit more. And I wondered if you had some reflections on both the experiences of temporary migrant workers, but also any reflections on what we could be thinking or looking at with regards specifically to work health and safety for these vulnerable workers.
And can I add to that, because it fits in with the area of my concern, there's a case study in the submission about management trainee Edward.
Yep.
It's frankly shocking. And I think it goes to the heart of that issue, that somehow there was a whole range of issues not picked up within the system we currently have. And then that circles back, Mr. Taraga, to your point about the workers that you found aren't receiving a wage on public procurement sites. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Yes, certainly. I mean, even if we just flash back to 8 years ago when Moe and I were delivering training to local organisations, public sector workers, local government inspectors, anyone that interfaced with migrant workers, every single session that we delivered on modern slavery awareness in person, by lunchtime, everybody had examples of cases that they had come across. And I really don't think anything has changed in that regard. We still have a great emphasis on whether it's food safety, you know, we're checking temperatures of refrigeration and food. I think we were talking about the washing of fruit and, you know, the ratios of whatever goes in the ingredients there. We've got really strict controls around health and safety, pesticide use, but just regulation, like enforcement and monitoring and inspection and auditing of worker conditions just seems to be really absent. And I think certainly in Edward's case, you know, because one of the safe work inspectors had attended that training, I actually called and said, you know, have you heard of this death of this worker? So that was my own personal testimony that I was reflecting on. That, and then obviously the statistics that the Senate estimates reported on the deaths of Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme workers, which, you know, it's pretty appalling that it has to emerge in the Senate estimates rather than being something that DUA actually shares with state organisations, state government counterparts and local government counterparts. But the lack of any investigation into worker deaths or awareness around, particularly I think the thing that we're really concerned about is the lack of insight or consideration of business practices, site conditions, where really labour exploitation can flourish because there's an absence of management controls, and, you know, it's a pretty much a self-regulated environment, microsystem, where it's really just, you know, you've got cash payments going in, you've got construction sites where there's just a great sense of really who do you actually see on site. So you've got high levels of regulation in some things and then a complete free-for-all in other areas. And certainly we would love to see, as part of some of the recommendations out of this committee, really systematic training for those inspectors, whether it's local government or frontline, let alone, you know, the New South Wales Police, but just not only on the indicators, but you can't really raise awareness on modern slavery without talking about what happens when you find people with concerns, where do you raise those concerns in a safe way. And one of the big things that we place so much importance on is responding in a safe way and making sure that we're not making the situation worse for those workers. So that awareness just doesn't exist when you've got people thinking, oh, I've got to call the police, or I've got to report this, or because the most likely outcome is further harm to those vulnerable workers, not. So it's how do you safely engage, what are the referral pathways, what does remediation actually look like? So yes, we're all in favour of training frontline workers, training state agency inspectors who interface in any way. It might be food safety inspection in restaurants, things like that, having an eye for what they're looking, you know, so they might see a mattress in a storeroom and kind of, that should register, but there shouldn't be questions asked right there and then, because by the time you come back and if you've tipped off the employer that you've even seen the mattress, those workers will be gone. And this is what we see time and time again when we get referrals from the DOMIS 8.7 remediation service. By the time a business calls and asks for advice, it's already 3 or 4 weeks old or 3 or 4 months old. They're not, and they've already, the subcontractor or the contractor, the labour hire operator already knows that you're aware of their concerns. So those workers will immediately have been moved on, or worse, as in the case that we put in our submission.
May I add to that, from our colleagues in Pacific, so some of the recruitment's happening in the remote areas of the Pacific. So some of the workers are from pre-departure brief. I think that needs to put more efforts on strengthening that part of the scheme. And it's empowering the workers to be able to stand for themselves, especially where things need to be translated to them, to their own language, but also being related to their own culture content as well, so they know where they are standing. And so if that pre-departure briefing and then the on-arrival briefing in a country get both strengthened and then raise awareness among the workers and then empower them to have some skills to know how to stand for their needs with the support of the local community, they might have more ability to know this is their rights and they don't need to be afraid to speak up. And they need to also be understanding of that punishment, or what they think will be a severe punishment, might need be to interpret it in their culture content, not necessarily in the Australian culture content.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. Sorry, Miss Rahil, sorry. I was wondering what roles do faith-based communities play in the informal regulation, and how can their trusted relationships with migrant workers be better supported and scaled?
Well, I'm sure my colleagues will want to answer that one.
So the people who come from, especially Pacific, there's over 95% of them identify themselves as Christians or people of faith. Mm-hmm. And when they first arrived in the country, I think one of the first questions they wanted to know where there is a local parish or local Christian or local community, like even sometimes, as we heard earlier, with the local councils. And in the current practice, the PALM scheme require the employers and the agencies, the labour hire agencies, to notify the ACMR, Australian Catholic Migrant Refugee Office, of new arrivals, and then we locate their location, and then we connect them with the local parish. This is one of the unfortunately, we don't receive all the notification. Not all depend on the jurisdictions, and then one of the requirements that it's like mandatory for them to inform the office, and then by connecting them to the local parish, then the local parish will adopt them as members, as well allow them to practice their faith. But also the local parish will give them a safe zone, a safe space where they can share their frustration, their struggles, where they have family issues, family struggles, family challenges, but also celebrate their sacraments, baptism, weddings, and if there's a grief in a family or lost in a family back home, so they share with their grief and mourning. And I think by strengthening this type of relationship is really supports the workers, because our volunteers in the parishes, they see the other side of the worker, the human side of the worker, not just their performance at the workplace. They see them as a human, as a person who needs physical, psychological, and spiritual support. And I think by putting all this structure and the support, that empowers the workers. And when they go back to their workplace, they have a better understanding. It's not only about just their performance, they have some other rights. And so that's strengthening, even like with disengaged workers, because our volunteers, like they deal with it day to day because they listen to their story. Some of them would develop some mental health. Some of them would be depressed because these processes of disengage, sometimes even if they go under humanitarian protection, it's not like it takes years sometimes for that case to be finalized, and there's a minimum chance of that case will get a positive result. So all volunteers deal with this day-to-day basis, but it's also like when there is pregnancy among the workers, so that will be adopted by the parish and looked after. If there is someone diagnosed with cancer, for example, where they need cancer treatment, and sometimes where some people need with their English training, with the English language, but it's also just that spiritual nourishment that help them being away from their families, from their communities, from their culture, help them to have that sense of family, and then when they're surrounded by the parish community, I think they get that sense of family. I believe they get that sense of family that support them and support their work. So.
Can I just add something quickly to that as well? Like, I think through the faith-based groups and the support, it's actually, that's where a lot of the information comes out about the exploitation or the vulnerabilities. And so
that was going to be my follow-up.
It's so vital. Like, we're talking about text messages and hotlines and all that sort of thing. You won't see the information coming through that way. It's through these groups. So that's why it's actually vital, these pastoral and spiritual nourishment groups, because that's where they feel a sense of safety and family, and are then open to actually sharing what's really going on. They won't share it in the workplace. The trust is not there. How many of us, born and bred here, will not speak up to hierarchy or management ourselves? So it's really important. I can't stress it enough, and that's my experience with that. That's where all the information comes through. And the other point I wanted to make was as well, employers who allow like the Sunday off or the Friday off, depending on the faith-based groups, for the workers to actually go and celebrate these moments of faith. That's a great support, and it's also a preventative, because it's not only the work that we value in these people who come here, it's the mutuality, the sharing of culture. The great percentage of Australians who are we're all from a migrant background, so the preventative opportunities of preventing depression, preventing workers to go to alcohol and that sort of thing, can't stress that enough.
I just do a quick follow-up.
We're just getting very tight for time. We're already 4 minutes over.
The referrals from church pastors and priests to help people that have sought refuge in the church and need to be removed somewhere safe, like that's the main pathway for referrals for modern slavery assistance.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'll do it as a supplementary.
You sure?
It was just with regard to that, how can we formalise these touch points? I know they're informal, and there's that element of trust, so you don't want to sort of formalise it too much, because then it takes that trust and relationship out, but it's needed. So I don't know how we can...
I think that needs a considered response. I think we should have that as a supplementary question, if you don't mind.
So we have a formalised response, and I'm happy to share that.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming and providing your evidence today. As I say, there will be some supplementary questions. Maybe some supplementary questions. We've got one already, and there may be others. I trust you'll be able to provide us with answers to those. Thank you very much. And
Sorry, Chair, can I just close on one thing? I just want to recommend James' work that he's continuing to do in amplifying survivor voices, as well as people with lived experience, opportunities in the government and in his office. I just want to ask the committee to take that into account and keep empowering
the
his
work of the Anti-Slavery Commissioner. Thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. Taraga. All right.
Thank you.
And on that note, thank you very much. We'll bring this part of the session to a close. We'll be starting again at 2 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the hearing of the Modern Slavery Committee into the Temporary Migrant Workers Schemes in Australia. And I just welcome everybody coming back and welcome our witnesses this afternoon. Thank you very much for coming in. We have Mrs. Imavweti online and we have witnesses in the room here. I'll begin by asking you all to state your name, position, and then either make the oath or the affirmation. And I'll start on my left with Mr. Tarek Korosamanu.
Close.
My apologies.
No, all good, thank you.
Yes.
My name is Tarek Korosamanu. I coordinate and run my own consulting business that works with approved employers within the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme, and I also volunteer and work within the worker welfare space. Did you want me to read my affirmation?
Yes.
So I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Fruin.
Thank you. Hi, good evening or good afternoon. My name's Malamy Fruin. I am the Chair of the New South Wales Council for Pacific Communities. We're a stakeholder on the program. And I will read my affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Alamoni Tumapo.
Good afternoon. My name is Alimoni Tamoipeo. I'm Minister of the Uniting Church in Australia, currently in placement at the Synod of New South Wales and ACT as the team leader for intercultural ministry and also climate change. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And Dr. Mark Zernzak.
Dr. Mark Zernzak, Senior Social Justice Advocate with the Uniting Church in Australia, Synod of Victoria and Tasmania. I swear that the evidence I am now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Dr. Zernzak. And online, Mrs. Imavweti.
Good afternoon. Imavweti, the President of the Pacific Islands Council of Queensland, joining you from Brisbane. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. As I say, welcome to all of you. Would you like to make an initial opening statement?
So we've organised between ourselves to provide some very brief opening comments to help set the scene.
Thank you.
So collectively, we would see that the PALM scheme provides benefits to the vast majority of workers on that scheme. There are significant tensions within the scheme. So, for example, often what some of the workers would want is quite different to what their own home governments might want out of the scheme. What the Australian government might want out of the scheme sometimes is different to what those specific island governments want as well, and that affects some of the settings within the scheme. It doesn't mean there aren't ways the scheme could further be improved, but we would stress very strongly there are no simple solutions to many of the problems that exist, and often advocates who put forward very simplistic solutions, you may find that you end up with quite unintended negative consequences in another area, creating other problems that need to be fixed. So proceed with caution around recommendations if you don't understand how all the different bits sort of fit together and how changing one thing might actually impact on other bits and behaviour of participants in the scheme. In terms of one of the things that's a bit mystifying at the moment is since the new Deaton guidelines came in, there has been a vast improvement in safeguards for workers on this scheme. As outlined in our submission, these workers have more safeguards than most other workers in Australia, particularly workers on temporary visas. The only thing they don't have is mobility, and I think there's a debate going on that sort of suggests, do all those other safeguards, are they actually valueless, and is the only thing these workers actually need is mobility? When we speak to groups in the community who deal with workers, they would probably say no, that they see value also in those safeguards, and you heard from the AWU this morning to a similar extent. But that is the debate, and if some of these safeguards are useless and not working, well then you can recommend their removal because they're just red tape if that is really the case, but it's not a view we would share. In terms of, as outlined in our submission, different work groups do end up competing with each other, so you have potentially workers on the PALM scheme, employers also could use working holiday makers, and they can also employ people, as you heard from some witnesses, who are working in breach of their visa conditions. And therefore, the more you strengthen safeguards and put extra obligations on employers in the PALM scheme, the more you create incentives for them to use other workforces. The thing the AWU didn't mention this morning, which I would claim is one of the big things they provided, get together with the United Workers Union, was they successfully got the Horticultural Award changed to eliminate piece rate as being the main form of pay within the horticultural. So now workers must get a minimum hourly rate. That has made a lot of working holiday makers, the idea that you could just move to working holiday makers, it has made that far less attractive. I'm afraid the French university student from Paris who's never spent a day in their life on a farm coming out to Australia does not pick at the same rate as people from agricultural background. And I've been out with backpackers, with those working holiday makers, and they might pick 2 bins for the day compared to the Pacific Island worker picking 8 bins a day who's familiar with doing agricultural work. So there's a lot of, and the danger you'll get is that farmers and labour hire companies might start bringing people in under working holiday makers, but in fact they're bringing in extra workers and they're misusing the working holiday maker scheme as a labour employment scheme. So there are some challenges there. There was also mentioned this earlier of the World Bank report. That is the report that found satisfaction rates of 70 to 80% for workers across the scheme. That was a robust study, I would suggest to you. It was done by representative sample. The interviews were done directly with people. They also interviewed over 600 families back in the Pacific about their experience of the scheme as well. I would suggest you talk to Matthew Duran from the World Bank, who was in charge of leading that study, if you've got questions about it. It is different to some of the subsequent studies we're now starting to see come out, which use a lot more self-selection. So you tend to, people who are motivated by grievance are more likely to respond to a self-selection survey, and therefore those studies rightly highlight some of the concerns and issues that arise, but they don't necessarily provide a representative picture of what's happening on the PALM scheme. In terms of labour hire licensing, quickly, we would say yes. It's one of the biggest recommendations we would make. But if you're going to make it work, and if you would recognise, for example, labour hire schemes from other states, so Queensland and Victoria, you would still need your own enforcement body that would then prevent labour hire companies operating in New South Wales that haven't been licensed, and you would also need to target host employers who are using labour hire companies. And that's one of the most important things, is targeting those host employers for using labour hire. I'll stop my comments there and hand over to Mel.
Yep, thank you. So I bring to the table and like to share what our role is with community connections. Before I do that, I just want to also acknowledge that as a community worker for 30 years, that's what we bring to the table when we came on as stakeholders for the PALM program. And our work is around connection and networking across New South Wales prior to coming on to the PALM program. So we're an organisation that's been established since 2003. My thing that I bring to the table is that the program, yes, we've heard, it has worked for many, both here and in the islands. We have the pleasure and opportunity to connect with even those that have returned home, and to see what the program's done for them, their village, their families. Yes, as Mark has said, there are areas of improvement. As a stakeholder on the program, we are community connections. That's our role, that's our passion, that's our connections. Is to making sure that our workers, so just in New South Wales alone, There are just under 7,000 workers across New South Wales. We have 2 full-time workers. We work along many organisations that have task force, and yet one worker, I have one that looks after northern New South Wales and the other that looks after southern New South Wales. It's a huge task. It's a huge task. When we go into areas, and I believe, I'm mindful that it was mentioned that we are city-based. I can tell you that our workers are working across regional New South Wales. I know that because I fly in with my workers when I can, and I fly out with my workers. Prior to coming on to the PALM program, that's exactly what I did to establish regional advisory councils across the state. It's important for us, and I want to highlight this, is that when we fly in, prior to that, our workers these are full-time workers that are employed by this PALM program to support our Pasifika people, that we connect with the police, with the health, with the local councils. It's important that we connect with them, because when we fly out, who's there to look after our people? Or our people need to know, our workers need to know when we leave, these are the faces of multicultural health, the police, health, police and council. I can say that some of that engagement in the regional areas have been very successful. Why? Because of the networks we've already built 20 years ago. Other areas not so successful. When I put forward a call and get feedback to say, that's great, you're coming into our area, that's fantastic, we are aware of the seasonal workers here, and then to be told by our local council, well, we're actually underfunded to keep running these information sessions for the seasonal workers. Well, my reply to that is, our workers are part of the tapestry and the fabric of your community. If you're asking me where's the funding, you should be raising that yourself around our people need the same rights as everybody else, as asylum seekers, as all those that are refugees that are coming into the area, which the government does great work for. Ours are left out, and in my experience, sometimes are left out in limbo. My closing is this. Community connections is very important. I'm going to mention some of the boards that I sit on for this very reason about community connections in this PALM program. So I sit on the board of Multicultural New South Wales. These matters are spoken at that board. I sit on the Police Multicultural Advisory Board. These matters are mentioned at that same table. I sit on the National Multicultural Council. There are 13 of us from around Australia. Our people are mentioned again at that table. So I'm happy to be here and to contribute whatever I can to support those that are here. And I speak to that through my experience and my journey with our seasonal workers. Well-being, and someone else will speak about that. Mental health and well-being is very important, very important. As a mental health first aid trainer, there's a loop right there. We need to look at mental health. Sorry, Reverend Moni, I know you're going to speak about this, but until we put that at the forefront, we will always have a lot of these challenges.
Thank you very much. We do have questions, and we are finishing in half an hour. I'm sorry, does someone else, I get the impression someone else would like to make an opening statement. That's why I wanted to just come in there.
Thank you.
Reverend, did you want to make an opening statement?
Thank you. My involvement with modern slavery in Australia went back, to the beginning of the seasonal workers program in Australia has been invited by the state government as also the federal government in order to look at how this pastoral carer needed in that space. To us, well-being of workers is so important because faith and culture goes together. They don't go separately. People that comes from the Pacific Islands will hold to their faith but also would like them to live their culture. And as they enter into the country being welcomed, by the First Nation as well as, the people of the community, and to engage, in full life in that community, which they call home, for the time being that they will be in Australia, is paramount for the care, to us. So the church connections, with the workers is so important. It's only the Uniting Church in Australia, in New South Wales and ACT, that have employed a full-time minister to be a pastoral care catalyst in the whole of the New South Wales and ACT states. It is so demanding, the work that that he has, that he has to run everywhere, because not only the stakeholders in terms of employers who are calling for help, but also for the workers who are crying out for assistance and help. So to us, it is so important and vital to have the caring both spiritually and culturally for the workers. And we demand that both in the federal and also in the state. The safety for the workers is so important as well. When they enter the country, is there enough accommodations, to accommodate them in various places? I just came out from Young, a couple of weeks back. Workers who are working in the Cootamundra had to live in Young because there's not enough space, in order to live in the community themselves. So they have to travel, long ways after, before and after workers. And they have to work, 12 hours a day. Just imagine, how much that we carers feel for them and the issues that have comes out because of tiredness. There's been literally about, 50 people have died in the program on the road. Instances happens because safety is paramount and important for this work to be happening well. And to us, the hospitality that these people can give, offer to the community, and the diversity of the gifts that these people bring with them, they becomes, the gifts of the whole system to the whole community they live in. So we would like to see that happen, all the time, because that's what they can give. So to me, it is important that we need to have that conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly touch on one of the issues being redeployment. So I know a lot of people have talked about our disengaged workers, and a lot of people have had comments on what's happened after they've left the program and not returned home, and that's the whole process. I think that I can speak for a number of the workers. A vast majority of the workers don't intend to disengage from the program to be illegal. They don't really want to be illegal here. Something's gone wrong during the process that's brought them to that point where they wanted to leave. And be that there's nobody that they feel comfortable to speak to, or is it that somebody hasn't advocated correctly for them, or is it that they just didn't understand the process? Those sort of things are happening. But then we sit there and we go, well, we can get you redeployed. Come and speak to the right people that are working in the community, people who are working with this program, and the process takes 3 months, 6 months, 7 months, and during that time, if they're compliant with their visa, they're not allowed to work. They're not allowed to do anything. So what do for that 7 months? They come to Community Connections and we say, well, we can support you with a $120 gift card and we can support you with a bit of rent. So we expect you to live 7 months in a house going on a $120 gift card to Woolworths. When realistically, if they short up those processes for redeployment, then this wouldn't happen. So no one's going to sit at home for 7 months. So they sit there for 3 months or they sit there for 6 weeks and then they go, oh, somebody's offering some sort of illegal job in concreting or demolition, or somebody's working in fruit picking down in Griffith or somewhere where we can get some sort of cash paying job, and they go and do that. And then we go, oh, how come these people are all working illegally? But we wouldn't expect an Australian citizen to sit in their house effectively for 6 months waiting on redeployment to be able to work. It's not a productive way to live. And then where's they're talking about health and all of those aspects that sit there. The other thing that I just wanted to touch on too is that the labour hire companies, there's a loophole that exists in the program, and I think the New South Wales government could close it up within New South Wales at least, is that if somebody is employed by a labour hire company and they go to work at a host site, that host site effectively can say, we don't want you anymore. And then the labour hire company has to find them new employment. During that time, they'll say, well, we're going to put you in a house and you're going to have to go into this redeployment program where you sit and you get your $120 gift card while we wait, and that could take 6, 7, 8 weeks. And during that time, they're just sitting there. Now, this can be for any reason that the host employer says we don't want you anymore. So we've got instances where people have work cover issues and then the host employer says, you hurt your back at work, well, we don't want you anymore. And it's up to the labour hire company to then find them a new employment. When they can't find them new employment, they just say to them, well, we've tried and exhausted all our options, so you'll have to go home. So effectively, they're able to then terminate somebody. A host employer is able to terminate somebody for going on to work cover. So you get instances where workers are not reporting these issues because they're too afraid that they'll end up being theoretically sent home through a legal loophole. If the New South Wales government was committed to this idea, then they could turn around and say, okay, labour hire companies, when you make an agreement with a host employer, part of that agreement must be that you cannot terminate that employment unless it falls under the Fair Work guidelines. And then that would shore up that process. But at the moment, that's a massive loophole that I just wanted to draw to the committee's attention.
Mrs. Vuesi. You don't have to make a statement, but since everyone else has, I'm just offering you the opportunity.
Thank you. Just that this PALM scheme is a highly regulated scheme and has some protections for the workers. I'm really mindful that there are other temporary migrants in the New South Wales state working there that don't have the safety nets that the PALM scheme has. In addition to what the statements have been given, I think I would just reiterate the importance of having the New South Wales Labour Hire Business Licensing Board, just to help with the monitoring of those businesses that are being established in New South Wales. In addition to that, the advocacy from the New South Wales government to the federal government to set up Medicare for our farm workers. That is so important because we do get some of the workers relocating to Queensland because they're needing support when they've come across health or pregnancies and they've got family here. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. I might ask the first question. Can I just clarify, you subcontract with the Salvation Army to run community connections in New South Wales, is that correct?
Salvation Army has the contract,
right.
Yes, and we're subcontractors
right.
under Community Connections.
Right, and you provide the entirety of that service?
That's what we're funded to do, and then we rely on the networks that we have already established to help with that work.
And you're funded to employ a worker for the northern part of the state and a worker for the southern part of the state?
Correct, to look after
Is that the extent of the funding?
Yes.
And can you just describe, I'm from the Riverina area, just describe, you have a worker for the southern part of the state, I presume that's from the coast to the border, but would encompass the Riverina area.
Yep, correct.
Just can you take me through how often they visit, how long they stay, and then what mechanisms are in place for people on the scheme? And I presume this is PALM scheme people who are working. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yep. So what are the mechanisms whereby people can follow up with them if they've got concerns? Because it sounds like a huge area for one person to and I know you've spoken about networks, but we've had evidence just this morning of 1,000 disengaged palm workers in the Leeton area. So it seems like a huge area for one person to cover who's flying in and flying out. So perhaps you could just provide me with some more detail about how that gets managed.
Yep, sure. Yes, one worker based in Sydney covers from Sydney right down to the border of Victoria. The areas that the areas that we have worked in are the hotspot areas identified by either the police or high number of disengagement in those areas. So we've targeted areas where they are hotspot areas because of these issues. And we can't do that work without the support of our pastoral care. So we map that out. One person cannot be at every single spot. So right now we target the areas where there's a huge need. And that's the areas that we've been to. Griffith, Goulburn, down across to Junee. Why are we going to those areas? Because they've been raised as hotspot areas. And so he would then reach out to, first of all, with the pastoral care support, and then have a look at what connections do we already have with those areas, whether that be through the council. Many of our workers don't know that there is a community connections program. Many of the AEs still don't know that there's a community connections program. Most times it is raised when situations are challenging. Yeah.
So this worker that goes to Leeton, Junee, Griffith, Goulburn, so how long are they there for, and how often do they visit?
Yep, depends. Like for example, he might go into an area if we've met and connected with the local council, he might stay there for 4 to 5 days. He might only be there for 2 days. It depends if there's a connection with the Salvation Army or Mission Australia, or there's a need for there's a concern around a health concern. We would, not just him, we support with him the connection with with the government service that we need to connect with, and it depends. He might go in for a couple of days. He can't. It's huge. It's a huge task to look after a whole region.
Sorry, can I just clarify? Community connections, where it fits in the overall scheme of things, is it's basically trying to help. It's connecting workers with local community groups. So what you're trying to do is build relationships between the employers, local community groups and the workers, so that it's providing social integration. So what we were finding was workers will you can end up with social problems for the workers if they don't have that social support within the community. So for example, you can end up with alcohol problems particularly, has manifested, and often the alcohol problems are a symptom of the fact these workers don't feel connected or have that social support within the community. So it is not a replacement for the work of the Fair Work Ombudsman, which would deal with industrial relations issues. It's not about addressing contractual breaches by employers where the employer is not compliant with their deed and guidelines under the scheme. That is for their contract manager under DUA, who's located in the region. So they have those contract managers, and then you've got the DUA staff in Canberra. So it's providing a particular aspect, and there's a lot of misunderstanding about that. People think, it's supposed to deliver all the welfare services, or its role is to be extra industrial relations police. That is not the role of the Community Connections program. That's not what it's trying to do. So, it often builds networks of community to support workers.
So, yeah, sure. I understand you're not the police, you're not doing that, but the issues that you've just said. But I would have thought the purpose of creating the Community Connections is to provide an environment in which people who have got concerns know where to go to reach out for help.
And that is part of what. So part of the role is helping community groups understand how the program works, and also where, if issues do arise, where to direct workers and how to direct workers to those services.
I guess I just make the observation that it seems to be a huge task for one person to fly in and fly out to do that. I'm going to go to Dr. Kane for the next question.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions based on your submission, which I understand is a joint submission, and then on the opening statements. I just wondered, there seems to be a little bit of a tension between some of the, I guess, characterisations or issues with the scheme. Because Dr. Zernzak, I get from the submission and your opening statement that you're concerned about a negative narrative about the scheme and focusing on the issues. And yet the other members of the panel today have spoken very passionately about workers crying out for assistance and support, and workers falling foul of workers' comp issues, which then mean that they're not supported because there's gaps in the system. So I'm unclear, I guess, as to the overall... Can I just finish the question?
Yeah, sorry.
I'm unclear as to the overall kind of assessment. I'm very clear on what you're doing in terms of the pastoral care, but I'm unclear as to the overall assessment.
If I could, I would submit that all of us collectively agree that the program overall is a good thing. We're just trying to highlight some specific issues that we think that the committee might be able to look at. So I would we've each highlighted some issues, correct, passionately so, but these are our people, I'm part Fijian, we're part Samoan, part Maori. We've got the Pacifica blood in us that we're trying to advocate for our people, but at the same time, we would also advocate for the program being overall a good program. The program has brought footpaths to villages in Pacific Islands that were otherwise people were walking in mud and getting lectosporious and potentially, well, not potentially, they were dying. And 5 workers from one community can put in together and collectively build those footpaths. It's creating a generational change where all of a sudden the money of support that is being able to be sent back into the Pacific is changing the lives and the livelihoods of not just the individuals, but their individual families, their communities at large. It's creating a generational shift where people are getting better education outcomes because they're able to afford to go to university. So to sit here and say that the program is terrible is not at all what we're saying. We're definitely saying that the program is in a position where it allows the Pacific Islanders that have come to Australia to better support the communities. But are there problems and are there gaps and are there ways that we can fix things and change for the better? Of course there are, and we're trying to highlight some of those issues. But
Thank
certainly
you for that,
we would
and
advocate
it's
for
a
the
really
program.
important perspective to bring to the table. So I appreciate that very much, and I wouldn't want to imply that there weren't benefits for communities in the countries that the workers are leaving from. I wouldn't want to imply that at all. I guess I'm just still struggling a bit with. There seem to be some really big issues with the scheme in terms of well-being of workers, particularly health outcomes for disengaged workers. We've spoken about road deaths because of living far away. There just seem to be quite a lot of really large issues. And one of the things that we've heard from you, but also from others today, is that there are, formal safeguards. In fact, that the PALM scheme has higher thresholds for formal safeguards. As someone who in my other lives has been involved in investigation of workers' conditions, what I do know is that having formal safeguards and actually what happens on the ground can be quite different. So how are you, what's your assessment in terms of proportions of workers who experience either wage theft or not being paid correctly, not having their conditions adhered to?
Working with workers all the time and going out and speaking on the ground, and I have to say they feel comfortable to speak to me. I don't normally wear a shirt and tie when I'm with them. I'll wear a hoodie and sit on the ground and drink kava and have a chat to them and actually find out what's going on, right? I would say the vast majority are generally happy with most of the aspects of the PALM program. As I said before, there's definitely gaps, but generally speaking, the vast majority of the workers are happy. Do they think that there's things that could improve? Certainly. But when we look at the things that they could improve, are there things that are unrealistic? Are there unrealistic expectations from our workers? Yes, there are unrealistic expectations from our workers as well. But I would think that overall, the vast majority of our workers are placed in a position where they would prefer to be here in Australia, prefer to have an opportunity to earn money in Australia. $500, $700, $1,000 in Australia is worth more than $150 in Fiji or Tonga. So yes, there's definitely like the vast majority of the workers are happy, but as an Australian citizen, do I sit here and look at things that we could do better and say, yes, we could do that better and we could give more, a more even playing field to everybody? Yeah, I think that too.
I've got more questions, Chair, but
I might,
don't
yes,
want to,
Ms McDonald.
don't want to take Mr. Dawson.
Thank you.
I'm
Dr.
not sure
Kane.
who to direct the question to, so I'll just put it out there. But what role do you think the New South Wales government can play in ensuring supermarkets move beyond audits to a real-time compliance and worker grievance mechanism?
It is, look, the role of those retailers at the upper end has a very significant impact, and that was really brought home. There was a visit a few years ago by a US prosecutor who raised the case in Florida where tomato pickers were getting ripped off, and I expected him to say, well, you know, the way we solved this was we just went in and we prosecuted, and he went, no, it was the fact the retailers at the top end of the chain were eventually pressured to actually put pressure down the supply chain to actually only accept tomatoes from employers doing the right thing. And, you know, the prosecutions, you get too few of them. I mean, the judicial system is slow, uncertain, and a lot of workers, I mean, there is a power differential, but one of the things we find, even when workers are at the point of disengaging, saying, well, I've had enough, I'm going to leave, and you sort of say, well, now you've got nothing to lose, they just go, I'm not willing to spend months going through an Australian judicial process for an uncertain outcome. So the motivation is there. So I think, you know, anything in New South Wales, you asked me what levers to pull, that's going to be much harder as to what legislatively you could do. I mean, obviously, accessory liability, so pushing it, allowing, you know, pursuit up the supply chain, which was done with clothing workers, you know, so you had the homework legislation that allows outworkers, home workers in the clothing industry to sue up the supply chain to claim back. That would be one way to put them more on the hook. But it's difficult to do. I mean, there is accessory liability already. I mean, there have been some successful cases. The trolley collectors, for example, was a case where those supermarket chains were held to account for it. I mean, you heard from Woolworths today. I think they are making some efforts, but we would certainly have pushed them to give greater willingness to give some preference to the PALM scheme because of the extra safeguards that are there, because the employers on that scheme are actually vetted by DUA against you know, having a history of exploitation or illegal activity.
Okay, thank you. And you note that sometimes the migrant temporary workers are required to drive, but they're not given access to driver education. What, or should this be a condition for employers who require workers to drive to actually provide that driver education?
Absolutely, without a doubt, that should be the case.
We've had approved employers that actually do that off their own back, and the outcomes for those improved employers that do it off their own back are so much more beneficial. I see it on the ground every day. The workers that have had an employer that has said, I am committed to the welfare of our workforce, and I'm going to make sure that you don't drive a car until you've had some training, is really beneficial. The roads in the Pacific, I mean, Fiji is the only country with traffic lights. The rest of them don't even have traffic lights. I was driving one day with a Solomon Islander who said to me, hey boss, can I just double check something with you? And I said, yes. And he said, when you get to the traffic lights, the red means stop, eh? I just want to double check before I drive. He was meant to be driving that afternoon. Obviously, I didn't let him drive. I let somebody, one of our more experienced Fijian workers that was there drive, and we got him some training before we let him drive. But he theoretically is holding on to a Solomon Island driver's license. If that was a change that could be made, yeah, that would be beneficial, 100%.
The other point to make there is there are some cases that are still very rare, but still being brought to our attention where workers, if a worker is required to drive, then they should be paid for it. So it's different where the employer gives them a minibus and says, well, this is, you know, sort it out for yourselves who's coming to work. Well, that's probably no different to the rest of us who don't get paid to drive to work. But where you'd say to someone, you're actually the designated driver and you have the obligation to bring people to and from work, that's an employment situation. We're pretty clear that the Fair Work Ombudsman would cover that if they're not being paid. So,
and sometimes there's tension between, say, the PALM's temporary design and, say, long-term workers' aspirations. What governance model would allow both, say, mobility for the workers, but retention in shortage sectors, so that they, you know, we're asking for schemes to be more mobile or flexible, but they don't. It doesn't appear to be the case.
So we're supportive of extra portability on the scheme. The challenge you've got though, looking at the design, one of the design features is to make the scheme highly accessible to people from very impoverished backgrounds in the Pacific. And the way it does that is it gets the employer to pay all the upfront costs. Right. So currently the scheme design is the employer has to put a lot of effort into bringing a worker out. It has to pay the upfront costs. Yes, they get repaid over a 16-week period. Now, you are going to disincentivise employers to be on the scheme if you say, well, after day 2, the worker turns up and says, well, I'm no longer going to work for you, I'm going to go down the guy down the road. Even if they get the debt repaid, the employer has still had to do a lot of work to bring that worker out and now doesn't have the worker they need to fulfil that. So that's one of the challenges around portability. Now, there are solutions to that. You could say, well, maybe the Commonwealth picks up the debt of bringing the worker out to keep that accessibility to the scheme going, and therefore the worker now owes the Commonwealth and has to repay if there's a repayment, or whether the Commonwealth just wants to do that as a freebie. That's a call on the government's revenue to make that happen. That would be one way. But you then need to think through the consequences of some of that as well. So, for example, does that mean employers who, like I would see employers currently who, because of the debt, actually feel a greater obligation to make sure the worker wants to stay with them and put a lot more effort in. Now, if the worker can just freely move, the employer might go, well, I can just treat you however I like, and if you leave, that's okay. I'll just ask the Commonwealth to bring someone else out and pay for them to fill the gap I've now got. So you'd need to think carefully about the design is what we'd raise. I don't know if others want to add to that.
Just one more question and then...
Sure, and then we're back to Dr. Kane.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we've heard from councils earlier that they're not advised about, workers coming in and things like that. So would you endorse council access to, say, worker arrival data? And if so, what specific details do you think should be shared with council to allow them to plan for that worker arrival and the community support?
I think I can start and then perhaps Mel can share. At the moment, the data is not being shared.
No.
So we would like to ask the state government to work with the federal governments to provide the data of people when they come in, and where and how, so that we can all come in. I think you asked earlier of the community connection in the space and how long. Because of our relationship working together with the community, we can only access to the data that's been given to us through the approved employer sometimes. And that depends on the relationship that we have already, fostered over the years. But the data need to be spread so that the whole community work together. I think that that's the challenge for this program to be successful, is that we wait, to be told, for my case, to be called in when trouble is happening, rather than being called in, to work with the workers from the beginning, continuously, even to the reintegration period, because that's the whole time, and we can do that, as a community together. But the data is not being given to us. So I think from the state level, it needs to work with the federal. Any data that comes out to the state is to spread,
Sorry, can I just clarify? Because I think, Ms. Fruin, you made the point earlier that many workers and approved employers don't actually know about the Connections program. Reverend, are you saying that you don't know where people on the PALM scheme are coming to and working?
Until we are invited, through the whole programs.
So who invites you?
The approved employers, those who we have established relationship with, because they work, with us. For example, in Cootamundra, there's about 3 or 4 approved employers there. So we have developed relationship. Whenever workers comes in to Cootamundra, they call us to come and welcome and share time.
These are the approved employers who know about you.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, so not everyone.
So, but it's not shared.
No.
All throughout the system. So I'm only called in,
Sure.
with those who knows us.
No. Thank you for clarifying that, Dr. Kane. You would.
Just so that I'm clear. So that's employers who understand that there's this program, who identify that you might have some potential members.
Sorry, Moni's not part of the Community Connections program.
Right. No.
So that's another community group.
So what about the community?
Can I just clarify, because this is what I was trying to get through to begin with. It's not part of the Community Connections program, except what I understood the evidence was from earlier was that Community Connections program have the one person in each area, but then they link in with people like the Reverend. So while they're not formally part of the Community Connections program, that's where actually what I'm hearing is a lot of the on-the-ground work comes from. So it's not a formal relationship, but it's a relationship that comes through, okay.
Dr. Kane, can I just ask then, to clarify Dr. Zernzak, is Community Connections, or Ms. Fruin, is Community Connections aware of who comes in on the PALM scheme?
So for every worker deployment, there's an email sent to Community Connections to alert us that a deployment will be made. What it doesn't contain is the number of workers, the nationality, whether they're returnees, for example. And that's a big issue, because one of our major focuses with the work around Community Connections, and I need to be really clear here, we are not speaking on behalf of Community Connections, only DUA can do that, so we can talk about some of the work we do, but we're not speaking on behalf of the program because it's a DUA program. But the point there is returnees are really important on the scheme, because a smart employer actually doesn't bring in fresh workers, they bring in workers who have been here before, and those workers often have a much better knowledge of the system, and they help new workers understand how Australia works and how the systems work.
I guess we're very sensitive, I think, and very conscious of the value of the PALM scheme. I'm from regional New South Wales. I know how absolutely critical it is, and so is Ms. McDonald, actually. We know how important it is. We are nevertheless concerned from the evidence that we've heard about people who've not done well under the scheme. But clearly an important part of this, and there's many different parts to it, you've touched on labour hire, access to Medicare, what people do when they're redeployed and disengaged. You've touched on those, but clearly one important component of it is having avenues for people to raise concerns. And given the complex cultural and faith backgrounds, it's very important that there are connections to communities. So clearly the work of Community Connections would seem to be quite an important component of supporting communities. I'm concerned that there's only one worker for half the state. I don't understand quite how that works, despite the fact that I'm sure you've got a network of connections. And I also was just trying to drill into how you know where PALM workers are. And I think, Dr. Zernzak, you've just indicated you get an email with some broad information, but not how many, not their status, not where they're going? Or
Correct.
It probably will give us the location the workers will go into, and what then has to happen is sometimes the regional coordinators will have to reach out to that improved employer and say, hey, can we connect in? I mean, sometimes they're well known to us, so lots of workers come back to the same region, same employers, same locations over and over, and they're the ones who lead the least support of the program. The program, is mainly needs to be largely focused at new employers, bringing in lots of new workers who haven't been here before.
That's okay.
I would also, the other thing I do want to make, you're raising about workers having access to make complaints. Part of the issue is the difficulty of making a case. So, for example, I've got a case that I dealt with, which was a worker who alleged she had worked unpaid overtime. And the problem with that case, I believed her because the allegation had been made against this employer multiple times by multiple workers across different placements. And she was the first worker willing to pursue it. But the problem is she had no evidence to back the claim. It was only her word that would raise it. And even going to the Fair Work Ombudsman on that, it is so hard to get any action when all you've got is the worker's allegation and there's no record of...
in that instance, would you refer to the Immigration Advice Resource Centre, or...?
We would refer workers to other legal avenues, but they run into the same problems that we do. There's not there aren't easy solutions to some of those problems.
I think we're very aware of the complexities of raising complaints. It was a little bit more than just complaints. It was also just about support generally, being aware of rights, hopefully addressing issues before it comes to disengagement and a legal process, frankly. So that's quite complex. I think we're going to have a few questions on notice from this. We're just gone 4 minutes over time, and I apologise that we've done that. But I want to thank you for coming. We will have a few follow-up questions on notice, and I would appreciate it if you'll be able to answer those. And it looks as though you'll be happy to do that. So thank you, Dr. Zernzak. You referred to a World Bank study.
Yes.
And I don't think it's referenced in your submission.
No, we didn't.
Is there any
put it in the
chance you
submission.
could provide?
Yeah, absolutely.
Take that as a.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Yep, that is the one. I mean, when you grilled the employers at the first session, that study that represents the 70 or 8% satisfaction, that's the study that's
Because they said it was an ANU study.
They said it was an ANU study, and
No,
they said it was
it's
90.
I mean, Matthew
90.
Doran used to work for the ANU, and then he went over to the World Bank.
Okay, because it's a bit.
Can we just check? Because they quote a completely different
The
satisfaction
ANU,
figures.
the ANU
Yeah.
work they're referring to is the work the ANU's been doing around their views on why workers are applying for protection visas.
Okay.
And so that's a completely different set of work to the World Bank study, which
If you
looked at
could-
worker satisfaction.
If you
Happy to
wouldn't
give you the
mind,
reference.
thank you.
Yeah.
We'll thank you. Appreciate you making that clarification, and we'll go through the data at its source, if you like. Thank you. Thank you, all of you, and I ask you to withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Professor Boersma, welcome. I wonder if I can begin by asking you to take an oath, state your name, position, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, please.
Absolutely.
And then we'll do that first. Thank you.
Sure. So my name is Associate Professor Martijn Boersma. I'm in the discipline of Work and Organizational Studies at the University of Sydney Business School, and I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr. Boersma, would you like to make a brief opening statement?
I would, thank you.
Please proceed.
Yes. Thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to appear before you today. My colleagues and myself, that is Associate Professor Stephen Claiborne and Professor Chris Wright from the University of Sydney Business School, have put quite a bit of research in the submission that we made to you. Our findings highlight systemic vulnerabilities that significantly increase the risk of severe exploitation, including modern slavery amongst workers in rural parts of New South Wales. Our research identifies a number of factors, which you can see on page 7 of your submission. Notably, the ones that we highlight are visa restrictions, geographic isolation, and language barriers as factors that heighten vulnerability. Temporary migrant workers frequently find their mobility and employment choices severely restricted, exacerbating their dependence on specific employers. This dependency intensifies when employers control this dependency intensifies when employers control workers' accommodation, which is also often substandard and exploitative. Inadequate regulatory oversight compounds these issues, allowing exploitation to persist largely unchecked. Existing mechanisms at both state and federal levels are insufficient and inadequately resourced, meaning many exploitation cases go unnoticed or unresolved. Now, in short, we argue for possibly New South Wales supplementing federal support schemes, or at least actively advocating with the federal government to protect workers through amendments to federal schemes. We argue for the establishment of a labour hire licensing regime in New South Wales, as has been the case in other jurisdictions in Australia. Enhanced data sharing protocols, developing a housing strategy that reduces migrant workers' dependency on employer-provided accommodation, planning for climate change impacts and their subsequent impact on workers in rural areas. And finally, and most noteworthy, well, they're all noteworthy, but this one is noteworthy because just this morning in the Sydney Morning Herald there was in the ABC, a report by an ANU scholar, Lindsay Kanan, specifically looking at the issues that women experience that are in Australia as part of the PALM scheme. I'm sure previous people providing testimony today have highlighted that research, and that goes to the sixth recommendation that we make, which is to implement intersectionally conscious policies and protocols. And thank you, and I welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boersma. And I might start. Strengthening labour hire regulation has been a constant theme since we started, actually big theme today. Dr. Kane has made a suggestion that perhaps we could act quickly and require companies operating, I may be actually misinterpreting your words here, but I'll put it out here, Dr. Kane.
I think you're right.
Yeah, that we might actually require any labour hire company operating in New South Wales to actually be licensed in either Victoria or Queensland as a rapid step. I'm just interested in your reflections on that and the complexities of that, and any other thoughts you might have about how we might move rapidly to introduce some scheme, because there's actually a very strong now sense of evidence, I think, from all the people that we've heard so far, that this is a really urgent matter. And as I said this morning, we've already raised it with the Attorney General. So any reflections on that, please?
Yeah, no, that's a good point, and it's obviously easy for me and my colleagues to put forward a suggestion like that. But we did reflect on possible timelines and the steps that would have to take place. And I think the suggestion by Dr. Kane makes a lot of sense. Something that we had suggested ourselves would be to have an interim labour licensing scheme, or at least something that sort of has the bare bones of what a licensing scheme would look like based on what other states have already done, and roll that out before you ultimately, in a longer period of time, come out with a comprehensive scheme. The good thing, I suppose, about New South Wales not having a dedicated scheme yet is that you don't have to, reinvent the wheel. You can look at what's been happening in other states, what has worked, what has not worked, and there are obviously a number of forums through which you can, the responsible minister could engage their counterpart in a different state to I suppose, gather that information and apply it in New South Wales. But certainly the solution put forward by Professor Kane, I was going to say. Congratulations on your promotion. Dr. Kane, that would make a lot of sense, I would think, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Kane, do you want to
I have a
follow up or ask further questions?
I have a follow-up question. One of the criticisms of my otherwise very worthy suggestion that the chair has just summarised would be, yes, but you would still need to have some kind of enforcement. So even if we adopted, we accepted the licensing of other states, you would still need some on-the-ground enforcement. And we've had this conversation in other committees about enforcement. So I wanted to start by asking you, what steps could we take in New South Wales to close enforcement gaps? And we don't want to create any more either. That close the gaps that do enable the kind of exploitation that we've been talking about.
Yeah. No, that's a good question. And fortunately, me and my colleagues also reflected on, who would be responsible for the enforcement. There are a number of candidates there, but one of the things that also crossed our minds is that you can also have like a cross-agency task force doing that in sort of the opening stages of a labour hire scheme. Agencies that came to mind were New South Wales Fair Trading. There might be a role for Safe Work New South Wales. Obviously, New South Wales Industrial Relations would be a candidate that are there as well. but also knowing that many of those agencies would already be stretched in terms of resources, manpower, etc. So it would be a possibility to set up a sort of cross-agency task force that could do that in a more informal way in the opening stages of a scheme in New South Wales.
Thank you. Part of the issue we've had with this discussion, and we spoke about it last hearing day as well, is, of course, the cross-jurisdictional issues. So, you know, we're talking about what happens in the state, but it's really kind of schemes are run federally. So how do we kind of deal with that in your experience and through what you've seen in the research that you investigated?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I think obviously one of the recommendations that we make in our submission as well is about data sharing. And again, I'm fully conscious of the fact that that's something that's really easily said, but interagency data sharing, especially in the different jurisdictions, can be quite challenging. On top of that, obviously there has been a commitment, I suppose, from the federal government to come up with a national labour licensing scheme of sorts. So you could make the argument, and I was actually I prepared to field that question about, well, wouldn't a federal scheme then supersede any national scheme? The problem with the relying on a national scheme is that we're obviously not aware of the time frame in which that might occur. Obviously, Queensland recently has seen some due to change in government, their scheme obviously has been delayed by quite a bit, as far as I understand it. So, the urgency with which much evidence was presented as well today, what I would say would necessitate the introduction of a New South Wales scheme. And again, not having been part of these forums, but the COAG, or the what's the acronym again? COAG.
Council of Australian Government.
That's right. Yes, and several ministerial councils as well could be used as forums to, I suppose, have this interjurisdictional cross-pollination where you could, I suppose, again, sift out what was the problem with the introduction of these schemes and how it might work going forward, and what would also be the complexities of having different schemes at different levels, so at state level and the federal level. But that in itself, I don't think, should be a major problem in implementing a scheme. Yeah.
I've got more questions,
Yes.
but I'm conscious of time. Do you want me to keep
Why
going?
don't we go to Ms McDonald? We'll come back to you, Dr. Kane.
Thank you.
Thank you. How can local councils and NGOs be integrated into the enforcement and support ecosystem, but without overburdening already thin resources?
I'm very happy that you mentioned the overburdening of NGOs, because I've worked with quite a few NGOs, and yeah, they are experiencing. It's almost like the enforcement has in part been outsourced to them, and so they're overstretched, under resourced. But they are such a vital part of the outreach in the communities, and as are the local councils, obviously. I think in large part that is about. It's about funding in the first place. I think that, at least to my knowledge, federally, there has been quite some support after the introduction of the Federal Modern Slavery Act to try and see what NGOs would need in order to help to effectively enforce the Modern Slavery Act. I think that. And so the funding is always, I suppose, what it comes down to with civil society and NGOs at the end of the day. But I think for the government to effectively, facilitate forums where it is possible for local councils and NGOs and other stakeholders to build capacity and to learn from one another, I think that would be very, very important. I think that has, to a degree, already happened. But if I was listening to the evidence just before being provided about people that would just seated here, for example, is it the community connections, I believe they referred to, where there was one person who was basically servicing half the state. I don't know how they do it, but so I think that in large part it's about capacity building and upskilling, but potentially, and this comes back to one of the points that we made in our submission as well, is to provide appropriate training to people for whom this might be relatively new. You might be on local council and not really have had any experience with this, and that experience does reside in civil society, but obviously they are overstretched and they can't just provide training to anyone. On that, if you indulge me, on that topic of training, I do think that, and this has been mentioned by previous people providing evidence, not just today, but I think last time as well, among which the Office of the New South Wales Anti-Slavery Commissioner, is to roll out, I think, standardized training that is specifically tailored to people in rural areas, people that might be on local council, and people that might be far away from the sort of the, I suppose, the metropolitan service provision, because I think that is something that's been stated quite a bit as well, that the legal services, the assistance, the crisis accommodation, etc., like a lot of that is quite focused on metropolitan areas and absent in rural areas. But to come back to your question, that is a question of funding, but also I think for government to provide, to facilitate forums where all those different stakeholders rurally can come together and form networks that facilitate knowledge sharing and capacity building.
Dr. Kane.
Thank you. Associate Professor Borsma, I've got a question which is a bit more sort of theoretical, and it just came to me while I was listening to the previous witnesses, and I suspect it's something that you've thought about quite a bit given your area of scholarship. There's I guess a bit of a tension around the PALM scheme or other sort of visas, where workers from countries where labour standards are not as good as Australia, where pay isn't as good, come to Australia and experience an environment where the wages and conditions might be better, but are still substandard in the Australian context. And so you obviously don't want to deny people opportunities, which are certainly better than they have at home, but it's that dilemma of relativity. And I just wondered if you had any reflections on that. I know it's a bit of a left field one, but I suspect you've thought about it quite a bit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that clearly for people coming from Pacific Island nations or elsewhere to come work in agriculture, the money they make in Australia, which oftentimes obviously they send back with remittances as well, is significant. But that doesn't take away from the fact that people should still be paid a legal minimum wage. And I think that some of the evidence that we've seen in the submissions that I've seen as well, surveys that been done among 15,000 plus migrant workers say that 75% of them didn't get paid the minimum wage. So for me, the fact that they would earn more here than they would elsewhere, this provides an economic opportunity for them. Obviously, can never excuse illegal behaviour by any employer. And if I may expand on that, given the fact that you mentioned sort of the theoretical nature of the question, when I teach my students at the University of Sydney Business School about particularly the difficulties in the agricultural sector in Australia and the exploitation that takes place, I first take them all the way back to sort of blackboarding practices of the past. I take them back to those types of exploitation, and I ask them to sort of break down sort of in key points what to think, what the issue is. And obviously with blackbirding, there's the abduction and the kidnapping. But ultimately, when we strip all of that back, it's about the lack of mobility or the option to move that a worker experiences and the disproportionate power that an employer has. And obviously, I'm not here to make a one-for-one, like a like-for-like comparison between blackbirding and sort of the modern slavery or modern slavery-like conditions that we would encounter on farms. But the point is that, if you look at the freedom afforded to, let's call it a domestic worker, for lack of a better term, versus someone who's here on a temporary migrant visa, the limited capacity they have to make decisions, the limited capacity they have to raise a voice, to engage worker organizations that might help them, such as unions or civil society organizations. And still, despite the changes made to the PALM scheme recently, the disproportionate power that resides with the employer, then ultimately sort of the ingredients for that recipe of exploitation, that those are still there. Yeah.
Thank you. Do I have more questions?
Yes,
Chair?
you can have another one.
Thank you. You mentioned the article today, I think it was on ABC, about the experience of women being unable to access healthcare. And I know you do mention in your recommendations the sort of intersectionality being important. But I just wondered, again, we are trying to think about what we can do in our jurisdiction. So what, if any, sort of strategies or interventions did you and your colleagues come up with that you thought would be worth our consideration?
Yeah, so I think women are disproportionately affected by sexual harassment in the workplace. I think that's a given. I think we don't even have to look at all the what we can and we should, but all the evidence that's been provided and all the recommendations and the submissions to the committee. The point is that a lot of the research thus far thinks about sort of the exploited migrant workers in rural areas as sort of a homogeneous group. And if you sort of start to pick at that, and fortunately the very timely publication from Dr. Lindy Kane from ANU today outlines how women not only have to deal with these substandard working conditions, but also are subjected to, requests for sexual favors to meet, the work requirements in terms of, like, for example, the 88-day requirement to work in rural areas to sort of meet visa requirements, et cetera, et cetera. So, that is something that makes up one piece of the puzzle of the otherwise sort of the numerous, and obviously referring to page 7 of our submission, the numerous different factors that contribute to that overall risk profile. So within New South Wales jurisdiction, I would say, well, if anything falls within, for example, and I imagine that for Safe Work New South Wales that would be the case, anything to do with sexual harassment or the discrimination based on gender would be something that you could look at. And, because I think that also in terms of providing, culturally sensitive, but also gender-sensitive support services. Because as Dr. Kanan also outlined, the shame that's associated with, sexual relations outside of marriage or falling pregnant, indeed, are obviously something that are borne by migrant workers in those communities. So if that would be one part where I would say that's something where you could act, for example, through Safe Work New South Wales, because I do think that sexual harassment in the workplace would be part of their remit.
Mm-hmm.
You're right.
I've got more, but you're...
Can I just switch a bit now to how do we get data and the right information? The PALM scheme seems to be highly regulated. We know almost precisely how many people are supposed to be here. And yet we've just heard that even within that scheme, information doesn't necessarily go to all parts of it. Thinking of working holiday makers, I mean, it would seem to me that it is quite important to know where they're working, get some idea of that sort of information that might be shared amongst different agencies, so at least people would be aware perhaps of collections of working holiday makers or industries or firms. But I don't think that takes place at the moment. Is it a privacy thing that that doesn't get shared more broadly, even if it was not person-specific data, or is it just no one's thought to tell police that there are 100 working holiday makers currently involved in this particular area?
Yeah.
Is there any reflection you can make on that?
That's a good question. I think in part it is based on privacy, and particularly with the sensitive topic, obviously, with potential exploitation as well. The sharing of data obviously someone who might be in an exploitative situation might share data or information, but on the premise that it doesn't get spread more widely. I think there's a lot of distrust typically of authorities as well, and fear obviously of repercussion as well from both the employer and authorities. But anecdotally, I taught the modern slavery and human trafficking postgraduate program, developed and taught at the University of Notre Dame, Australia, 2 years ago. And I had one very bright student who worked for the Australian Federal Police. And we engaged in quite lively discussions, because one of the things that we oftentimes talked about in class was, okay, how can we obviously do better in terms of public provision of services, and one of the things that always come down to was information sharing. So how does New South Wales Police share information with an AFP? How does that intersect with Border Force? How does that get outside of these channels potentially to civil society? How does civil society feed into that? And the sense that I got from her, quite explicit actually, was that that was mostly just a cultural thing. That was sort of the interagency reluctance to share that type of information. So while I definitely see a privacy issue there as well, as you just started off by raising, from my colleague who again worked for the Australian and still works for the Australian Federal Police, that was mostly an interagency thing where that's just culturally not done to share that type of information. So I don't think that there's necessarily any structural limitations for that occurring. I think you just have to identify pathways for which that can occur.
Dr. Kane, I think you wanted to have one more question.
It might be one that takes a bit longer, so I can provide it on.
You sure?
Yeah.
And also, can I also ask whether you'd be able to give us any information? We had some evidence this morning. Let me start again. We've obviously talking about palm scheme workers, working holiday makers, temporary migrant workers, but we had evidence this morning of people being recruited to come on tourist visas, who then are basically end up being told to, or taken through a pathway to get a protection visa, so they can then be basically put to work. Is that something that you've engaged with? That sort of outside any sort of visa? It sounds to me completely illegal.
Yeah, no, that does sound quite illegal to me. I've not known any cases specifically like the one you just mentioned, but one thing that we do mention in our submission is the role of crime syndicates around that as well, and sort of the notion that there would be a sort of a structural, more organized effort to circumvent visa restrictions. And I think that would also potentially, actually, coming back to your previous question, might be a motivating factor for federal agencies to do some information sharing when there's a dimension of organized crime involved, or there's crime syndicates, where the issue itself seems to be elevated from, I'm going to say mere, but I'm going to do air quotes, mere worker exploitation towards illegal activity on an organized scale, which also intersects, for example, with drug cultivation as well, as we know. So that might be an instigating factor for some of those agencies to share more data. But the specific example that you mentioned, I'm sure it occurs, but I'm not familiar of any specific cases.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Associate Professor Boersma. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We might excuse you and call our next witness. Thank you. Dr. Tonkin.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Thank you very much for coming to give evidence this afternoon. Dr. Tonkin, I wonder if you might, we could begin by you stating your name and position and swearing either an oath or affirmation.
Yes, Hannah Tonkin, New South Wales Women's Safety Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tonkin. We have Ms Ayad online as well as the members in the room here. And welcome, thank you. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, please. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we're on unceded Gadigal land, and I pay my respects to elders past and present, and also to any Aboriginal people here today. So thanks for the opportunity to provide evidence before this inquiry. My role as the Women's Safety Commissioner is still a relatively new role. It's been about 2 years now, and it's the first of its kind in any state or territory, and my focus is on domestic, family and sexual violence. So that will be my primary focus today. So I'm broadly focused on women's safety, and I focus a lot on women's safety in the home, but also women's safety at work and women's safety in public spaces. So all of those things are relevant to this inquiry, particularly safety at work and in the home. So since I've been on this role, I've heard many, many times about how women on temporary visas are at an increased risk of violence and abuse, both at work and at home, and also how they face greater barriers in reporting and seeking help. In the workplace, as the committee would know, there's often an inherent power imbalance between temporary migrant workers and their employers. The workers often depend on their employer for their visa, accommodation, transport. In rural areas, regional areas, they're often geographically, socially isolated. And all of these factors contribute to an environment where they might experience abuse or violence, but also not feel confident or able to report it. Now, there are also challenges for women on temporary visas in the home. So in terms of domestic and family violence, there are many structural, cultural, social barriers in that environment as well. And geographical and social isolation plays a key part there. And as I've heard from many women and migrant women, they are often terrified of reporting their experiences of domestic and family violence to the authorities. It's very common for them to be dependent on the perpetrator for their visa in a domestic and family violence situation. It usually is an intimate partner situation, but often they might be experiencing violence or abuse from another family member. So a mother-in-law, for example, is another common scenario. So this situation in domestic and family violence is common. There can be a genuine fear of deportation, and that's often weaponised by the perpetrator, including threats to separate the women from their children in the process. There are many challenges. I can talk more about these in the questions, but I would just say that this inquiry is timely, it's urgent, and it presents a really important opportunity to reflect on these key issues and to identify ways to better support temporary migrant workers, and particularly women in New South Wales.
Thank you. I'll begin if that's okay. There's been a report today, the ABC reported today, instances of women being unable to access healthcare who are on temporary migrant visas, who in particular might become pregnant and choose to have an abortion because of issues around healthcare, frankly. That seems that's a devastating, drastic situation. But of course, in a way, it's the tip of an iceberg in terms of the factors that you've described. And you've spoken about the fact that it's been raised with you a number of times. Yes. Are you able to just expand a little bit on what you've heard about those situations and any thoughts on how they might be addressed? And I mean practically in a reasonable time frame, or measures that might be taken.
Yes. I did see the reports today, and I think that's a good example of some of the structural barriers that exist. We hear these terrible individual cases, but if we work backwards, a lot of them stem from these broader structural barriers, such as not being able to access Medicare. And often if you do have private health insurance, it will cover a pregnancy, but if it's an unplanned pregnancy, there's usually a 1 year waiting period for the private health insurance. So that's often where the women are falling through the gaps in that 1 year waiting period when they can't access Medicare or private health insurance for antenatal care. So I definitely heard those stories, and we can trace that back to some of those structural barriers, which is important, not to just think they're isolated cases, but to actually look at the structures that are in place that can contribute. In terms of what I've heard in my work, I'd say there are two main areas that I hear. One is in relation to domestic and family violence. As you would all know, coercive control is now a crime in New South Wales. So in serious cases of coercive control, it can be almost like servitude or slavery. So we do see some extreme cases of particularly women on temporary visas who are kept in those types of conditions where they have absolutely no autonomy or independence whatsoever, and everything in their life is controlled. So I do see examples of that I hear a lot in my work, and women in that situation are particularly vulnerable through very often there are cultural barriers, there are cultural factors, there's often almost always language barriers, but in terms of barriers to help seeking, they both exist. The shame is huge sometimes in terms of even seeking help, the mistrust and distrust of authorities, often, particularly if there might be sometimes discrimination, racism, but even if there's not, even if there's just that distrust of the authorities and a fear of seeking help. Lack of access to translators and interpreters, particularly female interpreters, and we know that's a challenge for some languages in particular, but that's a big challenge in regional and rural areas, and for women it's often better to have a female interpreter, but that's obviously not always possible. So that's another challenge that I often hear about. I do hear, still in that domestic and family violence context, I hear about the challenges for women in regional and rural areas in general, such as a lack of services, social isolation, geographical isolation, all of those things, compounded by, if a woman's on a temporary visa, all of those barriers that I discussed. But also the having the systems actually being weaponised by a perpetrator. So those threats of, we even call it visa abuse, and it's actually a recognised type of coercive control, where there are threats of having the visa cancelled, threats of having someone deported, perhaps leaving their children behind. So these are very real situations that I hear about a lot, that weaponisation of the immigration system in a domestic and family violence context. So in terms of solutions, very, very challenging. I would say there has been advocacy by some in the community sector for a special type of visa for a domestic and family violence situation. So the Department of Home Affairs has done a lot in this area already. There's now a specialist team to deal with domestic and family violence in Home Affairs. They've got new changes to family violence provisions that have come in recently. So there has been a lot already, but more could be done. We've looked at new visa categories in other areas. So that's one option that's on the table. That's of course the Commonwealth level. But many of the barriers are actually at the state level. So yes, we have the visas, but at the state level, a lot of the barriers to actually getting services are here. So what I hear from refuges and other services providing domestic and family violence frontline services is that sometimes they're not able to help women on temporary visas or provide them with the full support, because they're simply not getting adequate funding for that type of specialist support that's needed and for the length of time that's needed. So a woman on a temporary visa who goes to a refuge generally has to stay there much longer than someone who's not on a temporary visa, because of the housing options to move on to are not there. So, and there are problems at state level. So things like not having access to in the same way, there are gaps in the New South Wales Housing and Homelessness Service system, so access to transitional accommodation, access to social and affordable housing. So the housing spectrum is much, at every step along the way there are barriers. So what that means is that these women are having to stay in refuges for much longer, and that puts pressure on the services, whether they can accept them in the first place, knowing that might mean turning away however many other women. So that's what I hear. I hear a lot. So in terms of solutions, and I'll end this point here, is I think the housing is a big one. So looking at more funding for specialist domestic family violence supports for women in this category, but also looking at the housing barriers that exist for women on temporary visas experiencing domestic and family violence, because that's a real blockage. And then the other main thing I hear about in this area, relevant to this inquiry, is the sexual harassment. So I hear about, obviously this is a big, sexual harassment in general is a big challenge, and women are disproportionately affected in all industries. Some industries much worse than others. But we also know that women on temporary visas can be particularly vulnerable to sexual harassment as well. They are often dependent on their employer for their visa. There are other structural barriers to getting help. So there are a lot of the sort of vulnerabilities or the barriers that exist for women experiencing domestic and family violence are also there for women experiencing sexual harassment. The power imbalance, the dependence on the visa, the actual visa abuse in the sense of like weaponising that power imbalance, knowing that someone can't leave or under the visa rules maybe they can't move on to a different job under their particular visa rules because they have to have a certain number of days, etc. So there are all these structural rules that feed into that situation.
Can I just follow up in terms of what the state can do? And I take your point about funding and longer accommodation at refuges, but it seems to me access to healthcare is another area where the state could intervene.
Yes.
I mean, people have suggested previous to this that there should be access to Medicare, for example, on some of these visas, and that's a federal government issue. But the state could waive its costs and charges to provide care for women in vulnerable situations, to enable them to continue with a pregnancy, for example, and get antenatal care. I think sometimes local health districts do that, but it does require them to make a decision because there's rules around if you're not covered by Medicare, if you don't have insurance, you get a bill. Nevertheless, if the state could adopt that policy more broadly, would that be helpful?
Oh, absolutely. I think not being able to access Medicare and having that waiting period for private health insurance, if they can afford private health insurance, it's a terrible situation. And I think we're probably talking, especially for antenatal care, in that scenario, about a relatively small number of women who fall into that particular scenario. I'm not suggesting that's the only scenario you'd want to address, but the numbers wouldn't be huge. But I do think we could come up with something at state level that would address this. You can look at the Medicare and you can make recommendations about Medicare, but that's beyond the remit of what the state can do. But I think some special solution that doesn't depend on the individual service going out of its way to go well beyond what they're actually funded to do, which is exactly what happens for refugees in domestic family violence as well. They're having to to cover it themselves rather than saying, okay, this is a problem, this is a particular group, let's come up with a bespoke solution for that group.
Yeah, I thank you. I think it is something we could push the state government on in a more formalised way. Mrs. McDonald.
Well, I think the questions I had cover what Dr. McGurr had. So I was just thinking from, like we've heard evidence from, that women in rural areas face overlapping vulnerabilities, like gender-based violence, visa dependence, all of those. So from a women's safety perspective, how well is New South Wales government currently identifying and responding to those compounding risks? And where are the gaps? And I think you've already mentioned some of them, but also what are some of the solutions that could be put forward?
I think there are still a lot of challenges in every state, including here, and particularly with the big population we have in New South Wales, we have a lot more regional and rural areas with these high numbers of these workers. So I think in terms of what are some of the gaps? I mean, I've talked about some of them. I think specialist, cultural services. I think regional hubs, so more place-based solutions is really important in many areas. But I think in this area, it's particularly important that having the services in Sydney isn't very helpful in many cases. So having regional hubs of services, and it still might be far away for some people, but it could be a lot closer than what currently exists. So I think that's important. More investment in interpreters and translators or other models of service that it doesn't always have to be more money. It can be doing it in a smarter way. I think also funding for more specialist services in the domestic and family violence space, for more specialist support for women on temporary visas and women in these categories. So I think that a lot has improved in many areas, but I also think there's still a lot that needs to be done, and also for the police too. So I think again a lot has improved. But I think more training for the police in this area too, and more, I think finally I would say community awareness raising. So I think some of it is also just not being aware of avenues to report, that you don't have to report to the police, that there are other ways of reporting things and getting help that don't involve the police. There are many communities, including Aboriginal communities, but certainly in some communities be a lot of shame in calling the police. So, just knowing that there is 1-800 RESPECT, or there are other places you can call that don't involve the police where you can get confidential advice as a first step. A lot of women in this situation wouldn't know that, and so I think some of it is awareness raising, and how do you get that information into communities in language.
And does your office or agency engage with other offices other agencies like the Anti-Slavery New South Wales, Safe Work, and say Multiculturalism New South Wales to identify and respond to, say, maybe not trafficking in with regard to this inquiry, but possibly you do, or slavery-like conditions involving women?
Yes, in some ways we do. I engage with the Anti-Slavery Commissioner a lot with Safe Work New South Wales. So they did have a sexual harassment task force, Safe Work New South Wales, that I was a member of. So we didn't look specifically at this issue in as much detail, but we looked at it across in general at a wide range of different areas. And Multicultural New South Wales, I do work with them quite a bit on different issues. So another thing I'm doing in my office and engaging a lot of the key players is, I think, and particularly when we're talking about domestic and family violence, but actually when we're talking about any sort of violence or abuse against women, we know from the Australian Bureau of Statistics that women who are experiencing violence, whether that's family violence, sexual violence, usually they don't tell anyone. If they do tell someone, it's more often than not, it's sort of an informal source of support. So it's a friend, it's a family member, might be a religious leader, someone in their community, rather than a formal source like the police or a doctor or a counsellor. So we know that these social supports or informal responders are critical, particularly for women in multicultural communities who are less likely to go to the police. So how do we, one thing we're looking at in my office is how do we upskill social responders and I'm doing a lot of work with faith leaders, and I think that's really important for this committee, is that those religious leaders are often the first port of call for, often women will go and seek advice and support from their faith leader long before they'll go to the police. And so how do we upskill? I just had a roundtable in Coffs Harbour 2 weeks ago. We're bringing together faith leaders from across the whole region with specialist domestic family violence services and other community leaders from multicultural communities to bring everyone together to talk about how we can upskill and connect faith leaders so they know where to refer people. So I think upskilling social supports is just as important as looking at the formal services and supports that we have as well, because they need to know where to refer people.
So on that, do you have maybe some trauma-informed protocols that you would then, like after you've done a round table, able to deliver to those support services that are in those communities, so that there is a referral pathway instead of it just sort of ending with that family friend or someone like that, that there is a way that they can then refer the person in a respectful and respectful manner, so that they feel supported.
Yes. So I'd say a couple of things there. One is that DCJ's multicultural policy and engagement team has developed a series of seminars and workshops for religious leaders. So they've been delivering them around New South Wales periodically. So I think they are actually really, really good, and it would be good to see them upscaled. And I think the religious leaders who've done them have said they have a lot more confidence with what to do and how to respond and where to refer people critically. The work that I'm doing in my office on the social responders work is we've engaged Full Stop Australia, who are experts in sexual violence, but also they do a lot of work in domestic and family violence, to develop training to upskill religious leaders and other social responders, also sports coaches. And we're starting that initially in Lismore and Canterbury Bankstown, so 2 areas initially, to formally have training programs to upskill community leaders. So there's just 2 examples, but I think that could be a really powerful contribution to not just look at the formal services, but look at how to get those social supports. Yeah,
Thank you, Chair.
And I think that would be consistent with the evidence we've received today, actually, about the importance of building or strengthening informal networks broadly in this space. I mean, I think I presume that forum in Coffs Harbour wasn't specifically related to temporary migrant workers. It was more broad, but broader than that. But it's clear that for people coming from overseas with cultural and linguistic barriers, let's put it that way, and who are on visas and scared of reporting and getting into trouble and being deported, that they're not going to reach out and make complaints to people in authority. And so strengthening those informal networks is a pretty powerful way of doing that. So thank you for that, and thank you for making us aware of that work with religious leaders, because clearly, and I think it was the witnesses earlier this afternoon who said that 95% of people from Pacific Islands will come with very strong faith background. So maybe that is something that we should be seriously considering if we're going to get people to report or at least raise this issue with people.
Can I ask a question on from that? Dr. Tonkin, you spoke about the power imbalance that exacerbates vulnerability. I mean, already in the employment relationship there's a power imbalance, then you sort of add fuel on that fire by tying someone to a particular employer. I wondered if you could reflect a bit more on that, because I'm not sure that that's come out necessarily of all as much as perhaps it could. And I guess my one reservation about this idea of faith groups and cultural ties and going to faith leaders, sometimes without at all wanting to cast aspersions on the very goodwill of people involved, sometimes then those structures in those organisations aren't exactly free of the types of power relations that we're talking about here, in terms of gendered power relations or authority, is there not also an attendant risk there that we have to be careful of?
Absolutely. I think the reality is that many women do go to their faith leaders. So we want the faith leaders to know how to respond when that happens. Yep. That's not to say that they're going to be perfect, or that we should be, lauding them as the perfect response, but just that this is a reality. And I've seen one of the more challenging parts of my role is I'm a member of the Domestic Violence Death Review team, and we look at every domestic violence related homicide in New South Wales. And in many of those cases, I have seen the female victim did go to her faith leader at some point and didn't get a good response, was told to go back to her husband or whatever. Sometimes she did get a good response. There were some cases I saw where she did get support, but I did see some cases where she didn't, and we're talking about different religions here, and ultimately ended in the worst possible situation for her. So having seen that, that's obviously the really sharpest end, but that was a wake-up call as well to think, you know, this is the reality that women are seeking support from their faith leaders. So I think particularly in multicultural communities. So the forum I had in Coffs Harbour a few weeks ago, and I had a similar one in Newcastle last year, was really powerful. It wasn't just targeted at temporary migrant workers, but many, obviously Coffs Harbour is a settlement area, and so this came up a lot, and all these barriers we talked about, interpreters, language, culture, shame, we talked about them a lot. And it was incredibly powerful to connect the faith leaders to the services, or just to connect, a lot of those connections didn't exist before, to connect them to each other, to upskill them, to provide them with resources. And also we had the police come and talk about coercive control and the new coercive control laws and what is coercive control. And one thing I found heartening, the police commander there, the superintendent, it was wonderful, and she said that in the following day, 3 community leaders, so they weren't religious leaders, but there was like someone from the Congolese community, someone from a couple of other, separately contacted them and asked for a follow-up seminar from the police for their community. 3 separately. So there's obviously a hunger for this, there's an appetite for this in those communities, to learn more, to know what the laws are, to know more about coercive control, to know what the supports are. So I thought that was really important. But on the power imbalances, I think absolutely any employer relationship, this is a huge problem. But and then of course sometimes the gender factors, and you might have cultural language barriers. Visa, often they're dependent on their employer for the visa, almost always in this scenario. So that just adds so many layers of the power imbalance. We know that in many of these industries, unionisation rates are low. So many of those safeguards that might otherwise exist are not there. So I think just layer upon layer of power imbalance overall can be a terrible situation.
Thank you.
It certainly sounds like very valuable education for faith communities, I'd have to say, with my observation on it.
And all community leaders. We didn't just have the faith leaders, we had leaders of multicultural communities who were non-religious as well, particularly the female leaders who didn't necessarily qualify as a formal faith leader. But
Yeah, no, that's excellent. I'm good for questions. Yes, we're good. Thank you very much, Dr. Tonkin, for your time this afternoon. We'll excuse you, and we'll just publicly acknowledge all of our witnesses today and thank the committee members who are here. We've got a short meeting to finish our work today, but I think at this point we can probably say farewell to our viewers.
Our viewer.
Our viewers.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Chair.
you.